Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Peak Fanfiction, presenting to you today, What If Naruto Was the Secret Heir of All Four Great Devil Clans and Rias Akeno Grayfia and Serafall All Fell? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Fell into Hell. The dimensional tear didn't announce itself. One moment there was sky, the burning, chakra-scorched sky above the Valley of the End, split open by the collision of two forces that had no business being contained in human bodies. The next moment there was nothing. Not darkness, not void, not the peaceful quiet of unconsciousness. Just a seam in the world opening up like a mouth and swallowing Naruto Uzumaki whole. He didn't scream. Screaming required processing what was happening, and what was happening was so thoroughly outside the category of things Naruto had mental filing space for that his brain simply declined to engage with it. He felt the chakra ripped from his tenketsu points like someone yanking roots from soil. He felt Kurama snarl in the cage of his mind, massive and furious, and, for just a fraction of a second, something else. Something that sounded almost like recognition. Then the seam closed, and Naruto was somewhere else entirely. He hit the ground the way he always hit the ground, badly, shoulder first, rolling 3 times through what turned out to be dark earth and stranger grass that was the deep purple-black of a bruise, soft under his palms when he finally stopped moving and pressed his hands flat against it to push himself up. He got halfway there. Then his body reminded him, politely and then very impolitely, that he had just finished a fight that had lasted 6 hours against someone who had access to the Rinnegan, and his arms gave out, and he went face down in the purple grass. "Okay," he said, voice muffled by the ground. "Okay. That's fine." It was not fine. His shoulder was dislocated. 3 ribs were cracked. The seal on his stomach was doing something complicated and faintly electric that he didn't have the energy to investigate. His chakra reserves, which were by any objective measure the largest of any living human being, were sitting somewhere around 15%. For anyone else, that would have been enough to function. For Naruto, whose body had calibrated itself around abundance the way a city calibrates itself around a river, 15% felt like trying to run on fumes. He turned his head sideways so he could breathe and looked at where he'd landed. It wasn't any place he'd ever seen in a bingo book, a mission scroll, or 3 years of traveling with Jiraiya. The sky above him was the color of dying embers, deep red fading to black at the edges, no sun visible, the light sourceless and everywhere at once, like the atmosphere itself was faintly luminous. There were trees, tall ones, their bark silver white and their leaves a dark, arterial red, and they didn't move even though there was clearly wind because Naruto could feel it on his face, cool and carrying a smell like rain and something burning and something sweet underneath both of those things. In the distance, past the tree line, he could make out architecture, towers and spires built from black stone, lit from within by a warm amber glow. Not the hidden leaf, he concluded, with enormous journalistic accuracy. He pushed himself up again, more carefully this time, and made it to sitting. His shoulder announced its displeasure. He grabbed it with his opposite hand, set his jaw, and shoved it back into socket with the practiced ease of someone who had done this more times than was medically advisable. The joint caught with a pop that echoed in the quiet and he exhaled hard through his nose. His healing factor was already moving. He could feel it, the slow crawl of Kurama's chakra, that warm red tide that was less like borrowing power and more like being lent the ocean, knitting the cracks in his ribs, flooding through his tenketsu points, rebuilding the parts of him that the fight had broken. He'd be functional in 20 minutes. He'd be fine in an hour. The question was what fine looked like in a place that was very clearly not where he was supposed to be. Hey, he thought, toward the seal, toward the presence behind it that always felt like standing next to a bonfire. Kurama. You want to tell me where we are? The fox's response came slower than usual. That was new. Kurama was many things, ancient, irritable, occasionally devastating in his sarcasm, but he was never slow. The pause stretched long enough that Naruto actually felt the first real flicker of unease move through him. We're in the Underworld, Kurama said finally, and his mental voice carried something Naruto had never heard in it before. Something almost like caution. The what? I will explain, the fox said, when you are not bleeding on the floor. I'm not on the floor, I'm on the ground, there's a, Naruto. Yeah. Something is coming. Don't fight it. Naruto opened his mouth to ask what in all of the sages' names that meant, and then he heard the sound of movement through the trees to his left, not the crashing of something large and careless, but the precise, controlled movement of people who knew how to move quietly and had decided, for reasons of their own, to let him hear them anyway. A courtesy. A warning. He stood up. It cost him something, but he stood, and he straightened his jacket, and he put his hands in his pockets and waited. They came out of the tree line in a group of 4. The one in front, and she was very clearly in front, in the way that some people are in front regardless of their physical position in a group, something about the way the space around her organized itself, was a young woman with hair the color of fresh blood, long and loose, her eyes a vivid, almost aggressive green. She wore a white button-down shirt and a dark skirt, and she looked, in every superficial way, like a student who had gotten dramatically lost on the way to class. The impression lasted exactly as long as it took to notice her eyes, which were old in the way that geological formations were old, in the way that something shaped over enormous time carried its history in its surface. Behind her, half a step to the right, walked a girl with hair so black it had blue in it, pulled up in twin tails, a shrine maiden's clothing, and an expression that managed to be simultaneously bored and dangerously attentive. To the left was a silver-haired boy, serious-faced, hand resting near something at his side. Behind them both was a young man with white hair and blue eyes who was watching Naruto with an expression caught somewhere between wariness and genuine fascination. Naruto watched them back. His chakra was reaching out, not deliberately, not as a weapon, just the way his senses always extended when he was in an unfamiliar place, and what he felt from these 4 made his hindbrain sit up and pay serious attention. Power. Real power. Not chakra, exactly, not the energy he was familiar with, but something adjacent to it, something that lived in the same neighborhood as chakra but spoke a different language. Heavy and old and immense. The red-haired woman stopped 6 feet from him. Her eyes moved over him with clinical precision, taking in the ripped jacket, the blood drying on his knuckles, the seal visible at the hem of his shirt where it had ridden up during his very undignified landing, the whisker marks on his face, the sheer physical fact of him, and her expression shifted through several things very quickly before settling on something carefully neutral. You fell out of a dimensional rift, she said. Her voice was measured, even. The kind of voice that was used to being listened to. Technically I was pushed, Naruto said. By physics. And also a guy with the eyes of a god. It was a whole situation. The black-haired girl's mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile but was in the neighborhood. The red-haired woman tilted her head. You don't seem particularly concerned about where you are. I'm in what appears to be a very pretty version of somewhere underground, based on the sky, Naruto said. I've been in worse places. I'm fine. He paused. My shoulder's a little weird still. But otherwise fine. You're in the underworld, the woman said, in a tone that suggested she was accustomed to this information landing with considerably more impact. The realm of devils. Yeah, Naruto said. My. He considered how to explain Kurama in a way that wouldn't immediately require a further 20 minutes of clarification. My tenant mentioned that. Right before he told me not to fight whatever was coming. He looked at her directly. I'm guessing that's you. Something moved behind her eyes. It was quick and she controlled it well, but it was there, surprise, then reassessment, then something that might have been interest. My name is Rias Gremory, she said. This is my peerage. You landed on my family's territory, which makes you, technically, my responsibility. She paused. Your name? Naruto Uzumaki, he said. Nice to meet you, Rias. He watched her blink at the complete absence of any honorific. The silver-haired boy's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. The black-haired girl's not-quite smile got a fraction more defined. You seem remarkably calm for someone who just fell out of a dimensional rift onto devil territory, Rias said. Naruto shrugged the shoulder that was no longer dislocated. I've had a rough day. This is actually one of the better parts of it. He looked around again at the purple grass, the silver trees, the ember sky. It's nice here. Weird, but nice. There was a beat of silence in which Rias Gremory visibly recalibrated whatever approach she had planned for this interaction. The black-haired girl stepped forward. Up close her eyes were amber gold, and they moved over Naruto's face with an attention that wasn't quite the same as Rias's clinical appraisal. This was something more personal, more probing, like she was listening for a frequency he didn't know he was broadcasting. Akeno, she said, by way of introduction, and did not elaborate. Cool name, Naruto said genuinely. You're bleeding, she said, gesturing at his temple with 2 fingers. He reached up and checked. He was, in fact, still bleeding slightly from a cut above his left eyebrow that his healing factor apparently hadn't gotten around to yet. He pulled his hand back and looked at the blood on his fingers with mild interest, then pressed his sleeve against the cut. It'll close. You heal fast. Really fast, he confirmed. Occupational hazard. What's your occupation? The silver-haired boy said. He had a precise way of speaking, formal without being cold. His eyes hadn't stopped moving, cataloging. Professional loudmouth, Naruto said. Occasional hero. Jinchuriki. He said the last one the way he always said it, plainly, without apology, without the carefully performed casualness that was itself a kind of defense. He just said it. Which is the real answer to why I heal fast. The thing living behind my navel takes issue with me staying broken. The way the 4 of them reacted to that word, Jinchuriki, told him they recognized it, or at least recognized the concept behind it. Rias's eyes sharpened. Akeno went very still. The silver-haired boy said, a sealed beast, quietly, more to himself than to Naruto. The white-haired one, who had been silent and watchful the entire time, let out a slow breath through his nose. A bijou, Rias said carefully. You're saying you have a bijou sealed inside you. Specifically the 9-tailed fox, Naruto said. Kurama. He's cranky but he grows on you. He paused, then reconsidered. He doesn't actually grow on you. He's still cranky. But I've gotten used to it. You're describing me to strangers, Kurama said, from inside the seal, with the particular brand of irritation reserved for when Naruto was being accurate in unflattering ways. Yeah, Naruto agreed internally. Deal with it. Rias had gone quiet in a way that felt less like she was out of things to say and more like she was doing rapid calculations behind her careful eyes. She looked at Naruto, really looked, the way she hadn't quite allowed herself to yet, and her expression did something complex and briefly unguarded that she shut down before it fully formed. You should come with us, she said. You need rest, and your wounds need attention, and we need to, she caught herself. You need to be somewhere that isn't an open field. Is that the political version of, we need to talk? Naruto asked. It's the practical version of please don't die on my family's lawn, she said, and the corner of her mouth curved just slightly, and Naruto got the impression that Rias Gremory didn't deploy that expression casually. He looked at her for a moment. He was good at reading people, had always been good at it, in the way that people who spent their childhoods invisible learn to read the rooms they're not welcome in. She wasn't lying. She wasn't performing concern. Whatever was running behind those green eyes was genuine, even if she wasn't sure she wanted it to be. Lead the way, he said. The Gremory estate was the kind of place that would have made Jiraiya reach for his notebook, not for the architecture, though that was impressive, all dark stone and high ceilings and staircases that seemed to go in directions that weren't quite geometrically honest. It was impressive the way mountains were impressive, the way ocean cliffs were impressive, with the underlying implication that the scale of it was not for the benefit of the people inside but simply an accurate reflection of what lived here. Naruto walked through it with his hands still in his pockets and his eyes moving constantly, cataloging everything with the efficiency of someone who had been trained to survive unfamiliar territory. The portraits on the walls watched him back. He didn't mind. He'd been stared at his whole life. They put him in a room that was larger than Irika-sensei's entire apartment and told him someone would bring food. He sat on the edge of the bed, which was aggressively comfortable in a way that made his bruised body want to simply give up and dissolve into it, and waited until the door closed, and then he let out a long, controlled breath. "Okay," he said, to the empty room and to the presence behind the seal. "Talk." Kurama's presence expanded in his mind, not the defensive expansion of the beast straining at its cage, but the deliberate, considered settling of something ancient preparing to say something it had held for a long time. The sensation was unusual enough that Naruto straightened without thinking about it. The underworld, Kurama began, is not a myth. It is a parallel realm that exists adjacent to your world. Devils, fallen angels, and angels are real. The great war between them was real. Much of what your world calls legend is simply history that crossed a dimensional border and lost its details in translation. "You knew this," Naruto said. "It wasn't a question." "I have been alive for longer than most of what your world would call history," Kurama said. "I know a great many things. And you're only mentioning it now because now is when it matters," the fox said. "Listen to me carefully, Naruto. The reason that dimensional rift opened during your battle was not random. The reason it deposited you here, specifically, on Gremory land, was not random either. The barriers between your world and this one thinned because of you. Because of what you are." Naruto was quiet for a moment. He had learned, over the years, how to hear news without letting it rearrange his face. "And what am I?" "You already know what you are," Kurama said. "You are the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. You are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. You are the child of prophecy. All of these things are true." A pause. "But they are not all of the truth." The seal pulsed. Not painfully, more the way a tuning fork vibrated when struck, finding its resonant frequency. Naruto felt it in his sternum, in the bones of his hands, in a place behind his eyes that didn't have an anatomical name. "Long before the shinobi nations," Kurama said, "long before the sage of six paths divided my siblings and I across your world, there was a man. A warrior. He was the kind of person who existed at the intersection of eras, the way some people are, someone around whom history bends. He traveled between worlds at a time when the barriers were thin and unguarded, when the underworld and your world breathed the same air. He made alliances. He made promises. And he made something else in the way that men always do when they live that close to the edge of everything." "A family," Naruto said. "4 families," Kurama corrected. "With 4 of the greatest devil clans in existence. The Gremory. The Sitri. The Leviathan. The Bael. His bloodline entered each clan, was carried through generations, was diluted and scattered and eventually lost entirely, or so the devils believed. What they didn't know, what your world's history obscured even from those who were looking, was that the bloodline didn't disperse. It converged. Pulled together across centuries, across clan lines, across the distance between worlds, finding its way back to a single point. Another pulse from the seal, stronger this time. You are that point, Naruto. You carry all 4 bloodlines. You are not an heir to one clan. You are the heir to all 4 simultaneously. A thing that has never existed before and that the entire devil hierarchy spent centuries trying to prevent." Naruto sat with that for a long moment. Outside the window, the ember sky of the underworld had deepened to something closer to true dark, and the towers in the distance had gone amber bright, lit from within, and the wind through the silver trees made a sound like breath. "So," he said finally, "the plan where I just find a way home and go back to training and pretend this never happened, was never a realistic option," Kurama said, with the satisfaction of someone who had seen this conclusion coming for quite some time. "The rift opened because of your bloodline resonating with this place. It will not open again simply because you wish it. And now that you are here, on devil territory, in proximity to a Gremory, the fox paused. You felt it when she looked at you, Naruto. Don't pretend you didn't. He didn't pretend. He had felt it, not attraction, or not only attraction, though that was certainly present because Rias Gremory was objectively stunning in the way that made objective irrelevant. It was more than that. It was a sense of, clicking. Of something that had been running slightly out of alignment for as long as he could remember, suddenly finding the right groove. Like a joint popping back into socket. Like breathing easy after a long time at altitude. He hadn't felt anything like it before. He hadn't expected to feel anything like it in a place he'd landed on by accident. She felt it too, he said. Yes, Kurama said. And when the others find out what you are, and they will, because this is the kind of secret that announces itself, things will become considerably more complicated. They always do, Naruto said. He laid back on the bed and stared at the ceiling, which was high and ornate and carved with symbols he didn't recognize. You knew all of this. This whole time. I suspected, Kurama said. I confirmed it when we crossed the barrier. The Underworld's ambient power recognized you before you hit the ground. I felt it. Why didn't you tell me? The pause that followed was long enough to be its own answer. Finally, Kurama said, because you were a child carrying enough weight. And because some things need to be found when they're ready to be found. Naruto didn't say anything to that. He was quiet for long enough that the knock at the door surprised him. He sat up. Come in. The door opened and Akeno walked in carrying a tray with the practiced ease of someone who was not accustomed to performing domestic tasks and was doing it anyway entirely by choice, which made it mean something different. The food on the tray smelled extraordinary, nothing he recognized, but his body immediately catalogued it as real food and reminded him with considerable urgency that he hadn't eaten since before the battle. She set the tray on the table near the window and looked at him with those amber gold eyes. The cut above his eyebrow had closed. He could tell by the way she glanced at it, checking, noted the absence of blood, moved on. Rias is in meetings, she said, settling into the chair near the table as if she'd been invited to stay, which she hadn't, but Naruto didn't object. The elders were informed that something came through the rift. They're demanding a report. That sounds like a problem, he said, moving to the table and sitting across from her because the food was right there and his body's patience was at its absolute limit. It's fine, she said. Rias handles the elders the way most people handle weather. Prepare, adapt, don't take it personally. He ate. She watched him eat in a way that was less rude than it might have been, more like she was thinking and happened to be looking at him while she did it. The seal on your stomach, she said, after a while. It's not just a containment structure, is it? It's a junction point. Naruto paused, a piece of something warm and savory halfway to his mouth. He looked at her. You can see that? I can feel it, she said. I have heritage that makes me sensitive to certain kinds of power. The seal is doing something layered. Something that isn't only about the fox. He set the food down and looked at her properly. She was direct, he noted. Direct without being blunt, precise without being clinical. There was warmth in her too, underneath the careful attention, not performed warmth, but the real kind that didn't quite know what to do with itself in the presence of someone new. It's complicated, he said. Most true things are, she said. They were quiet for a moment. The amber light from the window moved across the table between them. Can I ask you something? He said. You can ask, she said, which was a different answer than yes. When Rias looked at me earlier, he said, there was a second where her expression changed. And you noticed it. And then you looked at me like you were trying to figure out what she was responding to. He tilted his head. What did you come up with? Akeno was quiet for long enough that he thought she might simply choose not to answer. Then she said, I came up with more questions. That's fair, he said. The way you feel, she said carefully, is strange. You feel enormous. Not threatening, not aggressive, just enormous, the way some natural things are enormous. Oceans. Mountains. She paused. Old forests. Her eyes dropped briefly to where the seal was, invisible beneath his shirt. And underneath that, something that doesn't fit any category I have. Something that feels like it belongs here. In the underworld. She looked up. Which isn't possible, because you're clearly human. Clearly, Naruto agreed, and ate another bite of the unidentifiable but excellent food. The corner of her mouth moved. Not quite a smile. Something quieter than that, and more real. They came for him 3 hours later. Not Rias, she was still in her meetings, and the tension in the silver-haired boy's shoulders when he appeared at Naruto's door told a story about how those meetings were going. Kaneko, he'd introduced himself as, no, wait. Kiba. And the silver-haired one was Kaneko. The white-haired one was Gasper. He was still sorting through the names. Something's happened, Kiba said. He was less formal with that information than he'd been with everything else, which meant it was urgent. Someone's come to the estate. High-ranking. Asking specifically about the anomaly that came through the rift. I'm the anomaly, Naruto said, pulling on his jacket. Apparently they know that, Kiba said. That's why it's a problem. He followed Kiba through the estate's corridors, and as they moved through the building the sense of activity grew sharper, servants moving quickly and quietly, doors closing, the ambient energy of the place shifting towards something taut and careful. Whatever was happening downstairs, it was the kind of thing that made the building itself pay attention. The sitting room at the bottom of the main staircase was a large, dark-paneled space with deep windows and furniture that communicated wealth through restraint. Rias was standing at the fireplace, and she was no longer the measured, careful person who had found him in the grass. She was still controlled, she would always be controlled, he was beginning to understand that about her, but there was something sharp under the control now, something protective. In the center of the room, flanked by 2 devils who radiated the kind of polished menace that came from generations of practice, was an older man. Silver-haired, broad-shouldered, with eyes the color of steel caught in winter light. He wore the kind of clothing that announced its own cost, and he wore it the way people wore armor. He looked at Naruto and something moved through his expression, not surprise. He'd been expecting this. Whatever he felt at the sight of Naruto, he'd spent the drive over managing it into a controlled assessment that was now being deployed with precision. This is the boy, he said. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Rias said, and the emphasis on the name was subtle but present. She was telling him something, not to the man in the room, but to Naruto, something about how she'd chosen to introduce him. Not the anomaly. Not what came through the rift. A name. A person. Naruto looked at the man and felt Kurama stir, not aggressively, more the way a large animal lifts its head and sniffs the wind when it detects something worth cataloging. And you are? Naruto said. The man's eyes moved to him with the particular quality of someone unaccustomed to being addressed as if they needed to introduce themselves. Lord Zephydiel, he said. Elder Council, First Seat. I represent the collective governance of Devil Society in matters of dimensional incursion and bloodline law. Bloodline law, Naruto repeated. We have, Lord Zephydiel said, very specific protocols regarding dimensional incursions. Particularly those involving individuals with devil heritage. He let that sit for a moment, watching Naruto's face for a reaction. You have devil heritage, Mr. Uzumaki. I think we both know that. I found out about 3 hours ago, Naruto said. So I'm still getting used to it. The admission seemed to wrong-foot the man, who had clearly prepared for denial. He recovered quickly. Regardless of how recently you were informed, the law is clear. Individuals with active devil heritage found on clan territory are subject to, Elder Zephydiel. Rias's voice was quiet and precise and cut through the man's prepared speech like something far sharper than a knife. Naruto Uzumaki arrived on Gremory territory. Under devil law, that makes him a guest of the Gremory family until a formal hearing can be arranged. You are welcome to submit a request for that hearing through the appropriate channels. The man's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. The heritage in question spans multiple clans, Lady Gremory. It is not a matter for one family. Then convene a council, she said. In the meantime, he is under my protection. She said it the same way she said everything, without drama, without force, simply as a statement of reality that she had already decided was true. Lord Zephydiel looked at Naruto for a long moment. There was something in the look that wasn't quite threat and wasn't quite warning. It was the look of a man calculating odds. The council will want to meet with you, he said, directly to Naruto, cutting past Rias for the first time. I would advise you to be cooperative. I'm always cooperative, Naruto said pleasantly. I'm a very agreeable person. Just ask anyone. He paused. Don't ask the guy I was fighting before I fell through the rift, though. He'd give you a biased answer. Zephydiel held his gaze for 3 more seconds and then looked away, which was itself a decision, and everyone in the room knew what it meant. He said his farewells to Rias with the particular cold formality of someone executing a tactical withdrawal, and then he and his escorts were gone. The room breathed differently when the door closed. Rias turned to look at Naruto and there it was again, that thing behind her eyes that she didn't quite let form into an expression. This time it was closer to the surface. Closer to legible. You're taking this remarkably well, she said. It's not the most alarming thing that's happened to me this week, he said. And it's Thursday. She made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh but came from the same place. She moved to the window and stood with her back half turned to him, looking out at the emberdark sky and the amberlit towers, and her hair was loose over her shoulders and the firelight made it look even more improbably red. The council is going to make this difficult, she said. They don't like things that don't fit their categories. And you, she turned just slightly. You don't fit any of their categories. I've heard that before, he said. Back home they had a word for it. Monster. The kind people say without looking at you while they're saying it. He said it easily, factually, without invitation for sympathy. Didn't change what I was. Rias was looking at him fully now. Whatever she'd been controlling behind her expression, some of it had slipped through. And what were you? Loudest person in the room, he said. Most stubborn. Eventually, most useful. He met her eyes. That part didn't change either. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of 2 people who had said something true and were both sitting with the weight of it. Your bloodline, she said finally. If what Zephydiel implied is correct, if you carry heritage from multiple clans, then what's coming from the council won't just be bureaucratic. There are people who have been waiting centuries to prevent exactly this. Good thing I'm hard to stop, Naruto said. She looked at him. You don't know what they're capable of. And they don't know what I am, he said. We're even. He held her gaze and something passed between them, not a challenge, not a performance, just honesty moving across open air. I'm not running from it, Rias. Whatever this is, whatever I am here, whatever's coming, I don't run. She held his gaze. Hers was complicated and layered and he got the sense he was reading the surface of something very deep, that there were things she'd been carrying for a very long time that had, in the last few hours, started to feel differently weighted without her permission. I know, she said quietly, and looked away before she said whatever came after that. From the hallway, Akeno's voice drifted through the door, speaking to someone in a tone that was too low and too careful to be casual conversation. Kiba's voice answered. Then another voice, something bright and sharp and startlingly loud, a voice with the energy of someone who had never learned or chosen to modulate their enthusiasm for any situation ever. Naruto looked at the door. Who is that? Rias closed her eyes very briefly. That, she said, with the precise resignation of someone who had been dealing with this force of nature for years and had simply made peace with it, is Serafall Leviathan. One of the 4 great Satans. She paused. She is the most powerful woman in the underworld. Is she always that loud? Always, Rias said. The doors opened. She was small. That was the first thing Naruto registered, genuinely small, in the way that made his hindbrain immediately question every threat assessment it had started to file. She had dark hair cut short, bright eyes that looked like they were physically incapable of expressing anything less than complete enthusiasm, and she was wearing, he looked twice, what appeared to be a magical girl's costume, complete with a tiny staff held loosely in one hand. She looked approximately 16 and carried approximately the power of a small natural disaster. She stopped when she saw Naruto. Actually stopped, both feet planting, her momentum arresting itself completely, which for someone who moved the way she moved was the physical equivalent of a freight train stopping on a dime. Her eyes went wide. And then, unlike every other person he'd met in the last 4 hours, unlike Rias with her controlled reassessment and Akeno with her careful probing and Zephydiel with his calculated menace, Serafall Leviathan walked straight up to Naruto Uzumaki, stopped 1 foot away from him, tilted her head back to meet his eyes because he had about 8 inches on her, and said, "Oh. Oh. This is a whole thing, isn't it?" He looked down at her. "Probably. I can feel it from here," she said, her nose wrinkling slightly like she was identifying a scent. "It's so loud." All 4 of them, mixed together, turned all the way up. She took a step back and looked at him the way an artist looked at something unexpected, assessment that wasn't trying to be anything other than what it was, pure and direct. "Do you know what you are?" "I'm learning," he said. "Rias is going to be insufferable about this," Serafall said, not to Rias, who was standing 6 feet away with an expression of extreme patience. "In the best possible way, but still. Very insufferable." She tilted her head the other way. "What's your name?" "Naruto." "Naruto," she repeated, as if she was checking how it fit in her mouth. "Good. Strong name. No unnecessary syllables." She turned to Rias. "You found him in the field?" "He landed there," Rias said. Right, dimensional rift, Zephydiel already called me, he's in an absolute state." Serafall waved a hand. "I told him to calm down and he said, well. He used language that contradicts his professional reputation, let's leave it at that." She looked back at Naruto. "The council is going to try to contain you. You know that." "So I'm told," Naruto said. "They're going to fail," she said, matter-of-factly. "I've met immovable objects before. You're one." She said it the way she said everything, bright and direct and with the absolute confidence of someone who had been right about people for centuries. "This is going to be very interesting." "Serafall," Rias said, with careful emphasis. I know. Protocol. Proper channels. All the boring adult things." She was already moving back toward the door, energy undiminished, staff tapping once on the floor. "I came to see what all the fuss was about. Now I've seen." She glanced back at Naruto over her shoulder, and for just a fraction of a second, the brightness in her eyes had something else in it, something older and more serious, something that had been watching things unfold for a very long time and was looking at this specific thing with the recognition of someone who'd been waiting for it. "Get some rest, Naruto Uzumaki. Tomorrow is going to be considerably more complicated than today." "Will you be there?" he asked. She smiled. It was a remarkable smile, the kind that changed the temperature of the room. "I'm always where it's interesting," she said. "And you are the most interesting thing that's happened down here in a very long time." Then she was gone, her exit as immediate and complete as her entrance had been, leaving behind the impression of a storm that had passed through and chosen not to do its worst, though not from inability. The room was quiet. Naruto looked at Rias. "She's something." "She's everything," Rias said, and it was both complaint and compliment in the same breath. She looked at him and the controlled expression was back in place, but it was slightly thinner than it had been, and he could see more of her through it. You should sleep. I meant what I said, you're under my protection here. Nothing from the council will touch you tonight. I believe you, he said, simply. She paused at the door, her hand on the frame. Her back was to him, and her hair fell in that long, improbable red curtain, and she said, without turning around, when the underworld decides what it wants from you, and it will, very soon, I'd like you to remember that I'm asking for nothing. She paused. I'm asking for nothing, she said again, more quietly. Whatever you decide, about any of this. I want you to remember that. She left before he could answer. He stood in the sitting room of the Gremory estate with the fire burning low and the amber-dark sky pressing against the windows and Kurama quiet and watchful behind the seal, and he thought about what she'd said. About the fact that it had taken courage to say it, a different kind of courage than battlefield courage, the kind that required taking your armor off and saying something true while everyone was watching. Then he went back upstairs, and lay on the outrageously comfortable bed, and listened to the underworld breathe around him. He was heir to 4 devil clans. He was in a realm he'd never heard of 24 hours ago. The political machinery of an entire civilization was already warming up to either claim him or eliminate him. He stared at the ceiling. Okay, he said, to himself, to Kurama, to the emberlit dark. Let's see what's next. Chapter 2, For Names, One Blood morning in the underworld didn't arrive the way it did back home. There was no sunrise, no gradual brightening of sky, no birds. Instead the ember-red dark simply shifted, deepened for an hour, then began to lighten from the edges inward, the sourceless glow warming from deep red to something closer to amber, to gold, to a pale, strange light that wasn't quite daylight but performed a convincing imitation of it. Naruto lay on his back watching it happen through the tall windows, already awake because he was always already awake, because years of ninja training had permanently broken his relationship with sleeping past dawn regardless of what dimension he was in. His ribs were fine. He tested them with a careful breath, then a deeper one, no resistance, no catch of pain. His shoulder moved through its full range without complaint. The cut above his eyebrow was gone entirely, leaving not even a scar because Kurama's healing didn't believe in souvenirs. He sat up, ran a hand through his hair, which was doing something genuinely architectural after a night's sleep, and took stock. He was in the underworld. He was the heir to 4 devil clans. An elder counselor had shown up last night to let him know, in polished political language, that the establishment found his existence inconvenient. And Serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 most powerful beings in this entire realm, had looked at him with the eyes of someone reading a sentence she'd been waiting to find at the end of a very long book. Normal Tuesday. Except it was Wednesday. And a different dimension. He found his jacket where he'd draped it over a chair, checked that his kunai pouch was still attached. It was, habit and reflex being the things that survived dimensional collapse better than almost anything else, and went looking for food. The Gremory estate in the morning light was a different creature than it had been the night before. The darkness that had made it impressive now made way for something more inhabited. There were staff moving through corridors with the practiced efficiency of people who'd been doing this for centuries, which they probably had. The smell of food reached him before he found the kitchen, and he followed it with the single-minded focus of a man whose body had burned through whatever he'd eaten the night before and was now filing urgent requests. He found the kitchen by smell and the dining room by following the voices. Rias was already at the table with a cup of something hot and a folder of documents that she was reading with the focused attention of someone who ate breakfast as a secondary activity. Akeno was nearby, pouring tea, and she looked up when Naruto walked in with the same quality of attention she'd had the night before, present, assessing, underneath that something warmer that she didn't advertise. You slept, Rias said, without looking up from her documents. It wasn't a question. Like a rock, Naruto said, finding a chair and pulling it out. Your beds are unreasonable. In a good way. My bed back home is a mat. A mat, Akeno said. Rolled up in the corner. Very traditional. Rias set down her documents and looked at him. She'd changed clothes, she looked put together in a way that suggested she'd been up for hours, which he was now certain she had. We need to talk before the day gets complicated, she said. And it will get complicated. The council convened a preliminary session this morning. Word has spread faster than I would have liked. Word about me specifically, or word about the bloodline? Both. They're not separable. Food appeared in front of him. He had no idea when the staff had read his mind, but he was not complaining, and he started eating while she talked. She didn't seem bothered by this. If anything, watching someone eat with Naruto's combination of genuine enjoyment and biological necessity seemed to do something to the controlled precision of her expression, soften it at the edges in a way she wasn't performing. Last night I made some inquiries, she said. Using resources my family has maintained for purposes exactly like this, historical research, bloodline documentation, things the council would rather keep controlled. She folded her hands on the table. What Zephadiel implied was correct. More than correct. The heritage is real and it is extensive and it is, she paused, searching for the word. Unprecedented doesn't cover it. There's no precedent to compare it to. That's what Kurama said, Naruto said. Your bijou, Akeno said, settling into a chair across from him. You talk to it? To him? All the time. He's better company than you'd think. Grumpy, but, I will end you, Kurama said inside the seal, with the weary precision of someone saying a thing they've said many times. But we've got an understanding, Naruto finished. He knew about the bloodline before I did. He'd known for a while. He set down his fork. I'm not mad about it. He had reasons. It's remarkable, Akeno said, not quite to him, more to the idea of it. A sealed beast with the patience to hold information. He's 9 tails old, Naruto said. That's a lot of patience. Rias spread 3 documents on the table between them. They were in a script Naruto couldn't read, but they had diagrams, lineage maps, the branching tree structures of clan heritage charted out over generations. She pointed to a convergence point near the bottom of the largest diagram, a single node at the end of 4 separate lines. It was circled in red ink that looked fresh. Here, she said. The lineage documentation goes back further than most devil historical records. What the records show is that approximately 2,000 years ago, a man of extraordinary power forged alliances with all 4 of the great clans, Gremory, Sitri, Leviathan, Bael. These weren't political alliances. They were biological ones. He had children with members of each clan. Not simultaneously, not carelessly, deliberately. He understood what he was doing. He was building something, Naruto said. A convergence point, Rias confirmed. His own bloodline was unusual, not devil, not angel, not human in any category the underworld recognized. Something older, something that had absorbed enormous power over an enormous lifespan. He didn't want to pass on his power directly. He wanted to distribute it, let it mature through generations, and then, she touched the circled node. Recombine. Into me, Naruto said. Into you, Rias said. She looked at him steadily. The 4 bloodlines were supposed to reach their lowest concentration simultaneously and then recombine in a single inheritor. That's not how genetics normally works. Not for humans, not for devils. But he wasn't working with normal genetics. He was working with something more fundamental. Something that was following its own logic across 2,000 years. And the council, Naruto said, have known this was theoretically possible since the historical records were first compiled, about 400 years ago. Her voice went careful. They have been actively trying to prevent it since then. Identifying which bloodlines carried the relevant heritage. Managing inheritance through arranged marriages, through territorial control, through, she stopped. Through removing people, Naruto said. She didn't confirm it with words. She didn't need to. Naruto looked at the diagram. He looked at his name, not written there, because this was an old document, but at the node that was waiting for a name, the blank space at the end of 4 converging lines. He thought about all the things in his life that had been taken from him before he understood what they meant, and he thought about a man 2,000 years dead who had apparently set something in motion that ended with a Jinchuriki from Konoha crashing face-first into a Gremory estate in another dimension, and he felt something that was too complex to be just amusement and too warm to be just anger. He planned this, Naruto said. This whole thing. For 2,000 years. We don't know his full reasoning, Rias said carefully. Yeah, but that's what it looks like. Naruto sat back in his chair. Someone built something that was supposed to take 2,000 years to build and then land in one person. He thought about Minato, who had planned his own death down to the last detail to protect the village and his son. He thought about Jiraiya, who had written a book with a prophecy hidden in it. He seemed to attract long-range planners. I'd like to have a word with him, Naruto said. You know. In theory. Theoretically, Akeno said, I imagine he'd have a great deal to say. Her eyes were doing that listening thing again, tuned to a frequency only she could hear. You're taking this better than anyone who just found out they were the culmination of a 2,000-year breeding project has a right to. I grew up being told I was a mistake, Naruto said, and it came out easy and factual and without the weight it would have carried 10 years ago. Finding out I was planned is honestly kind of nice. Rias looked at him. The edge of something moved through her eyes quickly, not pity, she wasn't offering pity, which was good because he wouldn't have known what to do with it. Something more like recognition. The kind of recognition that came from knowing, personally and specifically, what it felt like to have the circumstances of your existence decided for you before you could have an opinion about it. She looked back at her documents. There are 3 immediate problems, she said, returning to the practical with the precision of someone who used practicality the way other people used armor. The first is the council. They want to conduct a formal investigation, which in practice means they want to get you into a controlled environment where they can assess your threat level and make decisions accordingly. She didn't add what kind of decisions. She didn't need to. The second problem is the clan heads. The Bael patriarch in particular. Lord Zekrom Bael has had scouts stationed on Gremory territory borders since before dawn. He wants first contact with you before the other clans can establish a relationship. And the third problem? Naruto said. The third problem, said a voice from the doorway, bright and carrying and immediately filling the room with a quality that was difficult to name except as sheer presence, is standing right here, and it isn't really a problem, Rias, it's an opportunity, which is a word you should use more often. Serafall Leviathan walked in wearing something different from last night, still stylized, still carrying that magical girl energy that seemed somehow both affectation and completely authentic, staff over her shoulder, dark hair slightly damp at the edges like she'd arrived from somewhere with weather. She pulled out a chair, sat down, reached across the table, took Rias's cup of tea, drank from it without asking, and then looked at Naruto. You look better than last night, she said. I heal fast, he said. I know. I was watching when the cut on your forehead closed. She set down the cup, Rias accepted this with the resignation of long practice. Kurama's chakra. Naruto blinked. How do you know that name? Nine-Tails. Son of the Sage of 6 Paths. The oldest of the Bijou. The only one of the 9 with a name. She was watching him with that clear, uncomplicated intensity. I've been alive a very long time, Naruto. I read things. She leaned her elbow on the table. I read, among other things, dimensional crossover reports going back 800 years. There have been 17 documented cases of individuals from your world, the chakra energy world, the shinobi world, whatever you want to call it, crossing into the underworld. None of them was anyone significant. A pause. You are the first to cross with an active Bijou seal and the first to cross involuntarily due to heritage resonance. Heritage resonance, he repeated. That's what Kurama called it. The underworld recognized you, Serafall said. The ambient power of this realm, which is old enough to have its own instincts, felt the 4 bloodlines coexisting in a single vessel and pulled you through the thin point your battle had already created. She shrugged one shoulder. Like a magnet finding metal. Which means, Rias said, that the rift wasn't an accident. Nothing with that much precision is an accident, Serafall said. She looked at Naruto. He's been waiting for this world to find you for a while. Or rather, this world has been waiting for the right time, and the right time turned out to be when you were already in a fight that had thinned the dimensional barrier. She tilted her head. Do you often have fights that threaten to tear holes in reality? More often than I'd like, Naruto said. Wonderful, she said, and sounded like she genuinely meant it. Kiba appeared in the doorway with the expression of someone carrying news they didn't want to be carrying. Lady Rias, he said, and his voice had that careful quality that meant something had moved faster than expected. Lord Bael's representative is at the gate. Rias's expression didn't change in any external way. But the air around her did, a barely perceptible shift in temperature, in pressure, in the way the light in the room seemed to pay attention. Serafall made a small, satisfied sound. Called it. Serafall, Rias said. I called it before I came in, she clarified. I bet Ajuka 4 bottles of that wine he likes that Bael would move before mid-morning. I was right. She picked up the tea again. Tell him Naruto isn't receiving visitors. Lord Bael's representative isn't going to accept, he doesn't need to accept it, Serafall said. He needs to convey the message. She looked at Kiba with the gentle but absolute authority of someone for whom, Great Satan, wasn't just a title. Go convey it. Kiba looked at Rias, who gave a small nod, and went. The table was quiet for a moment. Outside, through the high windows, the underworld's strange gold-amber morning pressed against the glass, and somewhere in the estate's grounds something was moving, multiple somethings, the low-level energy of Rias's peerage running security and knowing they were being watched by Bael's scouts and performing the mutual acknowledgement of the watched and the watchers that was a kind of political language all its own. Naruto was thinking. He'd been quiet and eating and listening, which people consistently misread as passivity. It wasn't. He'd learned to be quiet when he needed to absorb information, truly learned it, even though it had taken years and Shikamaru's deeply unimpressed coaching. He was absorbing now, building the map of this place and its moving parts with the spatial intelligence he'd always had, the intelligence that people overlooked because it expressed itself in action rather than theorizing. Can I ask something? He said. You can ask anything, Serafall said, which was a different answer from Rias's last night and came from a completely different place, less caution, more the openness of someone who believed information should move freely. The council, Bael, the whole political structure, he said. They're moving fast. Faster than you expected. Why? Rias and Serafall exchanged a look. It was brief and communicated something dense. Because the 4 bloodline convergence isn't just genealogical, Rias said. Whoever holds that convergence doesn't just inherit the heritage of 4 clans. They inherit, theoretically, the consolidated power of all 4. In a devil society structured entirely around power hierarchy, that means, that whoever I decide to affiliate with effectively has the strongest hand at the table, Naruto said. Not effectively, Serafall said. Literally. The theoretical power ceiling of a complete convergence has been calculated. Even accounting for margin of error and cross-lineage interference, the result is, she stopped. Well. The polite word is significant. And the impolite word? Unprecedented doesn't cover it, she said, which was the same thing Rias had said and landed the same way, not as flattery but as a fact that no one was quite comfortable with yet. Okay, Naruto said. He set down his fork, because this was the kind of thing that deserved his full attention. Here's what I think. You're both very smart and very capable and you've been playing this political game for a long time and you're good at it. But you're playing it the way you always play it, carefully, with positioning and proper channels and managed information. He looked at both of them. The council, Bael, all of them, they know that approach. They know how to work against it. Rias tilted her head slightly. What would you suggest instead? Show them what they're dealing with, he said. Not as a threat. Just, actually. Honestly. Stop managing it and just let them see it. He looked at the lineage diagram on the table. You're trying to control how this information spreads. But it's already spreading. Bael's at the gate before breakfast. Zephydiel showed up last night. Serafall's here. He gestured around the table. The cat's out of the bag. Trying to manage the information at this point just makes you look like you have something to hide. Serafall stared at him. Then she looked at Rias with an expression that was equal parts delight and vindication. I like him enormously, she said. He thinks like someone who's been running toward problems his whole life instead of around them. I have, Naruto confirmed. Running toward problems is how you get ambushed, Rias said. Only if you're slow, Naruto said. And I'm not slow. Rias looked at him for a long moment. The careful expression she maintained like a practiced discipline was doing less work than usual. You want to make this public. Before they can frame the narrative. I want to walk into that council session myself, he said. Not brought there, not summoned, not controlled. Walking in on my own terms and telling them exactly what I am. He shrugged. Let them decide what to do with that. That's genuinely the most audacious approach anyone has suggested, Rias said. That's not a no, he noted. She looked at Serafall. Serafall's expression had settled into something focused and quietly serious, the brightness dialed back to reveal the person under it, the woman who had survived a great war, who had been one of the most powerful beings in existence for longer than most civilizations, who looked at Naruto Uzumaki and heard something in him that resonated with a frequency she'd almost forgotten existed. It would work, Serafall said. Not because of the audacity. Because of what he is. You walk into the council chamber under your own power, on your own terms, and every single person in that room is going to feel it before you say a word. The bloodline resonance alone, she shook her head. You can't control that room if you're already afraid of what's standing in it. When? Rias asked. Today, Naruto said. Before Bael's representative figures out I'm not taking meetings and starts planning around that. Rias was quiet for 4 seconds. Then she stood up, gathered her documents, and said with perfect composure, I'll have Grayfia arrange it. Grayfia? Naruto said. My family's head maid, Rias said. And one of the most capable people in the underworld. She was already moving toward the door, back in motion, the decision made and now being executed. She's been wanting to meet you since last night. She's been wanting to assess you, Serafall corrected, helpfully and accurately. There's a difference. With Grayfia, the assessment comes first. She sounds fun, Naruto said. She is absolutely not fun, Serafall said warmly. She is formidable and brilliant and terrifying in the specific way that deeply competent people are terrifying. She's also, she stopped herself. Also what? Naruto asked. Serafall looked at him with something unreadable. You'll see, she said. He saw 20 minutes later. Grayfia Lucifuge was standing in the estate's main hall when Naruto came down from changing. He'd found his clothes clean and folded outside his door, which he appreciated more than he could say, and she was standing in the precise center of the hall in a maid's uniform that managed to communicate absolute professional authority and said nothing about it, which was itself a kind of mastery. Silver hair. Gray eyes the color of deep water in winter. An expression of complete, calibrated neutrality that was so thoroughly controlled it had become its own kind of expression. She looked at Naruto when he came down the stairs. Naruto looked back at her. The thing that happened was very small and very fast and she was very good at controlling her reactions, better than almost anyone he'd ever met. But he'd spent years reading people in fractions of seconds because in his line of work the fraction was often the difference that mattered. What happened in Grayfia Lucifuge's face when she saw him was a sequence, recognition, not of him personally but of something in him, then a sharp reassessment, then a control mechanism engaging with the speed and precision of something that had been practiced into reflex. And then, quick enough that he might have imagined it, something else. Something that had nothing to do with professional assessment and everything to do with whatever was underneath it, the person inside the uniform who had been holding perfect stillness for so long they'd almost forgotten what it felt like to move. It was gone in under a second. She was immaculate. "Naruto Uzumaki," she said. Her voice was measured and cool. "I am Grayfia Lucifuge. I have been asked to arrange your formal appearance before the Elder Council." "Nice to meet you," he said. She inclined her head exactly as much as courtesy required and no more. "The council chamber is 3 hours from now. I will accompany you as Grayfia," he said. She stopped. The use of just her name, without title, without honorific, delivered not as a challenge but as a simple direct address, the way he'd talked to Rias the night before, did something to her expression. Something very small. "Yes," she said. "Before we get into logistics," he said, "can I ask you something?" A pause so brief it was barely measurable. "Of course." "When you looked at me just now," he said, "what did you recognize?" The hall was quiet. The amber gold light of the underworld morning came through the high windows and moved across the stone floor between them. Grayfia held his gaze with eyes that were winter water gray and giving absolutely nothing away. "Power," she said finally. "The convergence. It's unmistakable at close range." "That's the professional answer," he said. Her chin came up a fraction. "It's the accurate one." "Okay," he said easily, and smiled at her, and she blinked, just once, controlled, but he'd taken her slightly off balance and they both knew it. He moved toward the main corridor. "Tell me about the council chamber. Who's going to be there, what the protocol is, what they're expecting." She fell into step beside him with the smooth efficiency of someone for whom competence in motion was a baseline. "The Elder Council has 12 seated members. Of the 12, 8 are likely to attend a session of this urgency. The 4 absent will have clan loyalty conflicts that make attendance politically complicated." She spoke without consulting anything, the information clearly memorized because memorizing it was simply what she did. "The chamber protocol requires the subject of the session to address the seated council formally, answer questions put to them directly, and submit to a limited power assessment." "What does limited power assessment mean?" "A senior council member will attempt to read your aura and power level. A standard diagnostic." She paused, almost imperceptibly. "In your case, the diagnostic is likely to produce unexpected results." "You could say that," Naruto said. They walked through a corridor lined with portraits, and Naruto glanced at them as he passed, Gremory ancestors, generations of red hair and green eyes and a particular gravity of people who were accustomed to carrying the weight of their bloodline like a visible thing. He thought about the lineage diagram and where his name would theoretically go on 4 different versions of it, and he thought about what it meant to inherit something you hadn't chosen and whether choosing to claim it afterward was different. "You've served the Gremory family for a long time," he said. "A considerable one," Grayfia said. "And in all that time, you've never, what? Wanted something different?" The question landed and she was quiet for 3 steps. "That's an unusual question," she said. "I ask unusual questions," he said. "It bothers some people." "I've noticed," she said, and there was something in her voice, not quite dryness, not quite warmth, something precisely in between, something that lived in the borderland of both and didn't commit to either. "Do you want to answer it?" he asked. Another measured pause. "Service," she said, "isn't the absence of want. It's the discipline of placing what you want in the context of what you're responsible for." "That's a good answer," he said. "It's also not quite an answer to what I asked." She stopped walking. He stopped a step ahead of her and turned around, because she'd stopped, and they stood in the corridor in the amber morning light and she looked at him with those winter-deep eyes and for just a moment the calibration slipped. "What I want," she said carefully, "is not relevant to the current situation." "I think it is," he said. "I think what everyone in this building wants is extremely relevant to whatever's about to happen." He met her gaze steadily. "Not asking you to tell me right now. Just, don't file it away somewhere you can't find it. She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she said, quietly, "You're very strange." "Thanks," he said. "I get that a lot." Something moved through her expression that she caught before it became a smile, but that had been heading in that direction. She resumed walking. He fell back into step beside her. 8 council members, he said. "What do I need to know about each of them?" She told him. She was precise and comprehensive and brilliant in the specific way that deeply competent people were brilliant, and she talked for 20 minutes while they walked, and he listened to every word because information was the ammunition you loaded before the fight, and by the time they came back to the dining room where Rias and Serafall and Akeno had assembled with new materials and a strategy session underway, he had a working map of the council's internal politics, the fault lines between its members, the 2 who would be hostile regardless and the 3 who could be moved and the 1 who would follow whoever seemed strongest. He sat down at the table. Rias looked at him and then at Grayfia with a question in her eyes. He asked good questions, Grayfia said, which from her, Naruto was beginning to understand, was a very specific kind of compliment. Serafall looked at Naruto with bright eyes. "Told you," she said. "You told me she'd try to assess me," he said. "And?" "She did," he said. "And I assessed her right back." He reached for the tea that someone had placed in front of him, which was the correct temperature, which meant Grayfia had arranged for it to be ready before they arrived, which he filed away as something that said more about her than 20 minutes of conversation had. "Tell me about Lord Bael," he said to the table. "The man, not the clan." Rias's expression shifted into something careful. "Zekrom Bael is the oldest living devil," she said. "He was old before the Great War. He has survived everything the Underworld has thrown at history in the last 2,000 years, and he has done it through patience and intelligence and a willingness to play games across timescales that would exhaust anyone else." "Smart," Naruto said. "Dangerous," Rias corrected. "Both," Serafall said. "He's the one who identified the convergence theory 400 years ago. He's been planning for it for 4 centuries. Whatever he wants from you, it's the conclusion of a very long, very patient plan." "What does he want?" Naruto asked. "Legitimacy," Rias said. "The Bael clan is the most powerful in pure combat terms. They have always ranked highest in the devil hierarchy. But legitimacy is different from power, and the Heir convergence could provide a kind of legitimacy that raw power never has. If that Heir were to formally align with the Bael clan, it would effectively anoint them as the primary seat of devil authority. Which is what he wants, Naruto said. What he's been engineering for 4 centuries, Serafall said. Naruto drank his tea. "And the other clan heads? Sitri and Leviathan, those are your bloodlines, right?" He looked at Serafall. "Leviathan is mine," she said. "The Sitri patriarch is Zeldris Sitri. Old, careful, political in a completely different way from Bael, he works through alliance rather than dominance. He'll want the same thing Bael wants, but he'll try to get it by making you feel like the alignment is your idea." She smiled. "He's very good at it. Don't let him." "And Gremory?" Naruto looked at Rias. Something crossed her face that she managed before it could be read. "My brother is the clan head," she said. "He is," she considered. "He is someone who loves his family and takes his responsibilities seriously, and occasionally those 2 things exist in tension." She met his eyes. "He doesn't know yet about the full extent of your heritage. When he does find out, his response will depend on how it's framed." "Then we frame it right," Naruto said. "It's not that simple," she said. "It is, actually," he said, not challenging her but very direct about it. "You're worried about your brother's reaction because you care what he thinks and you don't want to have to choose between what he wants and what you—" He stopped himself, because that sentence had a direction that was not his to finish out loud. "Not yet. Because family is complicated," he said instead. She looked at him. He'd stopped himself visibly enough that she knew he'd stopped himself, and she knew why, and something moved through her eyes that was warm and complicated and briefly undefended. "Yes," she said. "Family is complicated." The moment held for a second. Then Akeno, who had been quiet through most of this and whose quiet had been the specific quality of someone listening very closely, said, "What do you want to do about the council session?" "You said walk in on your own terms." "How?" "Tell them I'll come," Naruto said. "No escort, no conditions, no pre-sessions, none of the diplomatic staging that lets them control the environment before I arrive. I walk in, they see me, we talk." He looked around the table. "And when the senior member tries to read my power level, you let them," Serafall said, watching him. "I let them," he confirmed. Serafall was quiet for a moment. Then she said, and there was something in her voice that was the absence of brightness, something beneath it, genuine and serious, "Naruto. When they read your power level, really read it, all 4 bloodlines active and your bijou behind the seal and your own chakra on top of that, the room is going to be afraid." "Good," he said. "I'm serious." "So am I," he said. "Afraid is honest. Afraid is a starting point. You can have a real conversation with someone who's afraid." He looked at each of them in turn, Rias, controlled and thinking, Akeno, listening at that frequency only she could access, Grayfia, composed as winter and almost as cold to look at and not cold at all underneath, Serafall, bright and ancient and genuinely paying attention. "The people in that council room have spent 400 years trying to prevent what I am from existing. And now I'm here, and they have to make a choice about what to do with me." He shrugged. "I'd rather they make that choice with accurate information." "You're not afraid of them," Akeno said. She didn't say it like a question, she said it like something she was confirming she'd heard correctly. "No," he said, simply and completely. "They have power you haven't seen yet," she said. "So do I," he said. "And mine hasn't had its morning yet." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she looked at Rias with something in her expression that wasn't quite a smile and wasn't quite wonder but that lived in the space between. Rias was already looking at him with that through the expression quality, the gaze that moved past the surface into whatever she was actually seeing. She said, "Grayfia. Send the confirmation to the council. We'll be there." "We?" Grayfia said. "All of us," Rias said. She looked at Serafall. "You're coming." "Wild horses," Serafall said, and finished the tea. 3 hours later, standing outside the council chamber's massive stone doors with the 4 of them arranged around him like a constellation that had organized itself without anyone calling for it, Naruto felt the Underworld's power pressing against the door from the other side, 12 high-backed chairs around a circular table, 8 of them occupied by people who had been ruling this realm for centuries and were now waiting to see what had fallen out of the sky. The doors were 10 feet tall and carved with the history of devil civilization in a visual language he couldn't read but could feel, the sheer age of it, the compressed weight of time and power and consequence. He felt Kurama stir. "Ready?" "I have been ready," the fox said, "for 2,000 years. Technically." Naruto's mouth curled. He put his hand on the door and pushed it open. The room beyond was exactly what Grayfia had described, circular, high-ceilinged, lit with the Underworld's characteristic amber light from sources built into the walls. 8 devils, ancient and powerful and dressed in the kind of clothing that announced its own significance. The senior council member at the head position, a woman named Veridis, had a presence like deep water, still and enormous and cold. Every face turned when the door opened. He walked in. He didn't consciously release anything, he never had to consciously release it, it was simply what he was, his chakra and Kurama's power and the 4 bloodlines doing what they did at full proximity to each other, resonating at frequencies that the Underworld recognized in its oldest, deepest registers. The air in the chamber shifted. The amber light flickered once, briefly, then steadied at a different quality, warmer and stranger, the way the light changed when something very large moved through water. He heard one of the 8 draw a sharp, controlled breath. He walked to the center of the chamber and stood there and looked at each of them in turn and didn't flinch. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. I understand you wanted to meet. Veridis looked at him from across the room with eyes that had been watching things for centuries, and what moved through her expression was not the cold calculation he'd expected but something more honest, genuine shock, briefly, cleanly present. We did, she said. And her voice, measured and old and authoritative, came out slightly quieter than she'd intended, as if the room had gotten larger. Behind him, the doors closed. Rias was to his left. Akeno to his right. Grayfia behind and precise. Serafall slightly apart, because Serafall was always slightly apart, the way lightning was slightly apart from the storm that made it. And the council session began. Chapter 3, The Silver Maids Test. The council session lasted 4 hours. Naruto didn't consider it a fight. A fight had a clear shape, aggression, response, resolution. What happened in that chamber was more like weather. 8 ancient devils asking questions in layers, each question containing 3 more questions inside it, the whole thing designed to map his thinking, find his limits, establish where he could be pressured and where he couldn't. Veridis led it with the precision of someone who had been doing this for centuries and had gotten very good at disguising pressure as conversation. He answered everything directly. Not because he was performing transparency but because he genuinely had nothing to hide, which was itself the most disorienting thing he could have done to a room full of people who'd been expecting either aggression or careful political positioning. When Veridis finally called for the power assessment, the senior diagnostician, an older male devil named Corvin with eyes like polished obsidian, stood and extended his hand and began the reading. It lasted 40 seconds. At the 15-second mark, Corvin's hand started shaking. At 30 seconds, the amber light in the walls flickered again, harder this time, and one of the 8 seated council members actually pushed their chair back from the table. At 40 seconds, Corvin stopped the reading with the deliberate, careful movement of someone who had touched something hot and was being very precise about not reacting to the burn. The chamber was quiet. Well, Serafall said, from her position slightly apart from everyone else, in the tone of someone watching a wave hit a cliff and enjoying the physics of it. Veridis looked at Naruto for a long moment. Then she said, with the particular composure of someone who had just recalibrated an entire worldview in real time, the session is adjourned. We will reconvene when the council has had appropriate time to deliberate. Which was how Naruto Uzumaki walked out of the Devil Elder Council chamber without being detained, without conditions placed on his movement, and without any of the 8 seated members finding their voices quickly enough to object. The doors closed behind them. In the corridor, Serafall looked up at the ceiling with an expression of pure satisfaction. Akeno was carefully not smiling. Rias was doing the thing she did where her expression was composed and her eyes were doing all the actual communicating. That went well, Naruto said. That was the single most unusual council session in 400 years, Grayfia said, from behind him. Good unusual or bad unusual? Yes, she said. He looked over his shoulder at her. She was already looking away, attention moving back to the corridor ahead, the route, the exits, the positioning of the Bael scouts who were absolutely somewhere nearby. But in the half-second before she looked away, her expression had been doing something it didn't usually do. He filed that away. The trouble started 6 hours later, while most of the estate had gone quiet. Rias had gone into her study with Akeno to work through the political correspondence that had apparently been building since Naruto's arrival, 3 separate clan heads requesting formal dialogue, 2 council members sending private communications that contradicted their public positions, and Serafall's own staff requesting her return to her offices with increasing urgency. Serafall had gone, trailing energy and the vague suggestion that she'd be back before anyone wanted her to be. The estate had that particular quiet that came after sustained intensity, the way a battlefield went silent after the fighting stopped, every surface still carrying the vibration of what had happened but no longer actively shaking from it. Naruto was on the estate grounds. He'd found a section of the gardens. Garden was maybe the wrong word for it, it was more like the Underworld's version of a garden, with the dark grass and the silver trees and flowers that were the deep colors of precious stones, garnet and amethyst and the blue-black of deep water. It was quiet out here and the strange amber light had deepened toward the underworld's version of evening, and he was sitting on a flat stone near a reflecting pool that showed the ember sky doubled, and he was doing the thing he did when he needed to think, which was not to think at all, just sit and let everything settle. He heard her before he saw her. Not footsteps, she didn't make footsteps, which was itself a thing worth noting, the ability to move across ground without the ground registering it. What he heard was the quality of the air changing, the same way it changed around all of them when they were close, that not quite chakra energy announcing itself in the frequencies just below conscious hearing. Grayfia came around the silver trees and stopped when she saw him. He didn't turn around. "You were doing rounds," he said. "Security check. You do them every evening." A pause. "Yes. I'm not in the route," he said. "You came off the route." Another pause. Longer. "I saw you come out here." "Okay," he said. And waited, because sometimes the most useful thing you could do in a conversation was leave space in it. She came forward and stood near the reflecting pool, not sitting, and looked at the doubled sky in the water with the focused attention of someone who was looking at something else entirely. She was still in her uniform. He suspected she was always in her uniform the way some people were always in their armor, the distinction between clothing and protection having collapsed long ago. "The council will reconvene in 3 days, she said. "I know. Lord Bael sent a second representative this afternoon. More senior than the first." "What did he want?" "A private meeting. Just you, no Gremory presence." She paused. "Rias refused on your behalf." He looked up at that. "She didn't tell me. She didn't want to concern you with something she'd already handled." He thought about that. He thought about what it meant that Rias had handled something on his behalf without consulting him, not as a control mechanism but as a protective instinct, which were very different things, and it mattered that he knew the difference. "I'll talk to her about it," he said. Not with annoyance. Just as a fact. Grayfia was quiet. "Then, you don't like being managed." "I don't like being protected from information I need," he said. "There's a difference." He looked back at the reflecting pool. "Rias knows that. She'll understand." "You're very certain about what she knows and doesn't know for someone who met her yesterday," Grayfia said, and it came out with more edge than she'd intended, something genuine bleeding through the professional surface. He didn't react to the edge. "I'm good at reading people," he said. "I've been doing it my whole life." He tilted his head slightly. "So have you." She didn't answer that. "Grayfia," he said. Same tone as that morning. Direct, no honorific, no performance. "Sit down." The pause this time was long enough to be a decision. Then she moved to the stone beside the reflecting pool and sat, not beside him but near him, maintaining a distance that was professionally appropriate and personally chosen, and he noted both. The underworld's evening settled around them. The ember sky had gone deep and the flowers in the stone garden were faintly luminous in the dark, casting a low light that was soft and strange. "How long have you served the Gremory family?" he asked. "Long enough that the question of how long has stopped being useful," she said. "That long," he said. "And before?" "Before service?" "There was no before service," she said. "Service was the context I was born into." He heard what was in that. Not self-pity, she wasn't offering that and he wouldn't have known what to do with it. But truth, plain and without decoration. She'd been born into a role that didn't leave space outside it. "The Lucifuge clan," he said. Grayfia had told him about it during their walk that morning, briefly and without particular emotion, in the way people discussed things they'd processed long ago. "Servants to the original Lucifer line. You've been at this for a very long time," she said, in a tone that closed the direction gently but definitively. "Okay," he said. He didn't push it. He had good instincts about which doors to open and which to leave for later, and this one was later. "Can I ask you something unrelated to politics?" She looked at him. Sideways, from the corner of her eye, with a careful quality. You're going to ask regardless of what I say. I'm going to ask, he agreed, but I'll drop it if you tell me to. Ask, she said. This morning, he said. When you saw me on the stairs. Something happened in your face for about half a second before you controlled it. He wasn't looking at her, was looking at the pool, and he suspected she appreciated the indirection. What was it? The silence stretched out long enough that he thought he'd misjudged the door after all, that this was a later conversation he'd prematurely attempted. Then she said, quietly, recognition. You said that this morning. Power, convergence, not the bloodline, she said. That was part of it. But not, she stopped herself. Restarted with more precision, the way she did everything. I have encountered a great many powerful individuals in my years of service. Power of the kind you carry is not unfamiliar to me. A pause. What was unfamiliar was the way it sat in you. Most power at that level, devil, angel, sacred gear, bijou, it changes the person carrying it. Isolates them. Creates distance. She looked at the reflecting pool. It didn't do that to you. You carry it the way you carry your jacket. Like it's yours, completely and without ceremony, and it doesn't occur to you to be changed by it because it simply is what you are. He was quiet for a moment. You recognized something in that. I recognized something I hadn't expected to recognize, she said, which was not quite the same answer. He didn't push it. He let it sit in the space between them where it had chosen to land. The garden was very quiet. Somewhere in the silver trees something moved, not a threat, just the underworld doing what it did, its own kind of life moving through its own kind of dark. You're going to ask me to tell you about the Lucifuge clan, she said. About my history. You're building toward it. I'm not building toward anything, he said. I'm just talking to you. He glanced at her. We can talk about something else entirely if you want. I know a truly unreasonable number of bad jokes. She blinked. Bad jokes. Terrible ones. Kiba, my friend back home, different Kiba, he always groaned. That was how I knew they were working. She stared at him. And then, quietly, briefly, controlled almost to the point of invisibility but not quite, she smiled. It was a small thing. A fractional curve at the corner of her mouth, there and gone in under 2 seconds, and it changed her face entirely, rearranged it into something that suggested the person under the professional precision was warm and dry-witted and had been keeping that largely to herself for a very long time. He looked away before she could notice he'd noticed. You're deliberately disarming, she said. The smile was gone, the control back in place, but her voice had lost several degrees of its professional temperature. I'm talking to someone I find interesting, he said. That's different. Most people find me intimidating, she said. You are intimidating, he said. Doesn't mean you're not interesting. He stretched his legs out in front of him. You're watching everything at once, processing it faster than you're letting on, making decisions 3 steps ahead of every conversation you're in, and doing all of it while maintaining a professional posture so complete that most people mistake it for personality. He looked at her. That's not intimidating. That's impressive. There's a difference. Grayfia was very still. The kind of still that wasn't calm but was the active management of not being calm. You do this, she said, with everyone. Do what? See them, she said. He thought about it honestly. I try to, he said. Back home, I was invisible for a long time. Not literally, loudest person in any room, everyone knew my name. But they looked at the name, not at me. Grew up that way, got used to it, and then at some point I realized I'd been so busy trying to make people see me that I'd forgotten to see them. He shrugged. I try to do better at it now. She was looking at him fully, both eyes, the sideways profile abandoned. He met her gaze, and the winter water gray of her eyes and the low luminous light of the underworld garden had depth in it, layers, the way deep water always had things moving below its surface that the surface didn't show. "Why are you out here?" she asked. "Truly. Settling," he said. "After a long day, I need to sit somewhere quiet and let everything land before I can figure out what to do with it." "And what has landed?" He thought about it. "For clans," he said. "The council making calculations. Bael circling. And 4 people who've been very kind to me and very careful about it, each in their own way." He looked at the pool. "It's a lot. Even for me." "4 people," she said. "Rias, Akeno, Serafall." He paused. "You." She said nothing. But her hands, folded in her lap with professional neatness, shifted very slightly, not a flinch, not a movement anyone who wasn't paying close attention would catch. Just a small involuntary adjustment. "I'm staff," she said. "Not a person of particular relevance to Grayfia," he said. "Don't do that." She stopped. "Don't put yourself in a category that makes you easier to manage," he said. Not harshly. Just directly. "You're the most observant person I've met in this building, possibly the most observant person I've met anywhere, and you use that to take care of everyone else, and you've been doing it so long you've gotten very comfortable with the idea that taking care of yourself is someone else's job." He met her eyes. "It's not." The silence this time was a different shape. It wasn't the silence of controlled response, it was the silence of something landing and being too large to immediately speak around. "You," she said finally, and her voice had lost more of its temperature, was down to something that was almost just her voice, "are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "Someone political," she said. "Someone using charm as a tool. Someone performing accessibility in service of an agenda." She looked at him steadily. "You're not performing." "No," he said. "I'm really not." She looked at him for another long moment. Then she looked back at the pool and the ember sky reflected in it, and she said, to the reflection, "I'll tell you about the Lucifuge clan. Not because you asked, you didn't quite ask. But because," she stopped. "Because I find that I want to." He didn't say anything. He just listened. She talked for a long time. Not flowing, not confessional, precise and measured even in the personal, the way she was precise in everything. The Lucifuge clan, the oldest servant lineage in the underworld, born into their role the same way noble clans were born into theirs, but with the defining characteristic that their excellence was always in service of someone else's power. Her own abilities, which were, she described them with the same neutral tone she used for everything, exceptional, had always been deployed on behalf of the Gremory line. She had protected Rias's brother. She had protected Rias. She had managed the estate and the political correspondence and the security and the 100 invisible mechanisms that kept a great devil house functioning, and she had done it for so long that the shape of her own life outside of that function had become theoretical. She didn't say she was lonely. She never said that. But the word was there between all the others, present in the spaces, the way the deepest notes of music were present in the silence between played notes. He listened without interrupting. When she finished, the garden was fully dark and the luminous flowers had brightened and the doubled sky in the pool was deep red. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him. "For what?" "For telling me," he said. "You didn't have to." "No," she said. "I didn't." A pause. "You're welcome." They sat in comfortable quiet for another few minutes. Then she stood, the movement smooth and professional, the maid's posture resuming in the way that breathing resumed, automatic, but there was something different about it. The same posture, the same discipline, but worn slightly differently. Slightly less like armor. "You should come inside," she said. "Rias will want to speak with you before morning." "About Bael's representative," he said. "Yes." She paused. "And other things." He stood. "Grayfia," he said, as she turned to go. She stopped and looked back. Tomorrow, he said. Whatever the council sends back, whatever Bael tries next, I'm going to need someone who knows this world from the inside. Not as a political resource. He thought about how to say it. As someone who knows things and tells me what they actually mean. She held his gaze. You have Rias for that. And Serafall. I have you for that, he said. Specifically. Another silence. Another small movement through her expression that wasn't quite anything nameable. I have duties, she said. I know, he said. Do them. And also this. She looked at him for 4 seconds. Then she gave a single, small nod that was somehow more complete than most people's enthusiastic agreements. Very well, she said. They went inside. Rias was in her study with Akeno, which turned out to mean that Rias was working at her desk with documents arranged around her in the specific organized chaos of someone managing complex information, and Akeno was seated on the window bench with tea, watching Rias work with an expression of affectionate attention that said more about the two of them than they probably realized. They both looked up when Naruto walked in. Rias's expression moved through several things quickly before settling on something that was trying to be composed and wasn't quite succeeding, which told him she'd been thinking about what to say since Grayfia had presumably told her he'd been in the garden. Bael sent a second representative, he said, sitting in the chair across from her desk. I was going to tell you, I know, he said. It's fine. But going forward, tell me everything. Even if you think you've handled it. I need the full picture. She looked at him. The expression she was failing to fully compose had something in it that wasn't quite apology and wasn't quite relief, the specific feeling of being called on something you'd done out of good instinct and knowing the instinct wasn't wrong but the action needed adjustment. You're right, she said. No hesitation. No defense. Just acknowledgement. He noted that. Filed it in the same place he filed the tea at the right temperature and Grayfia's half-second expression on the stairs. What did they want? He asked. The representative conveyed that Lord Bael would like to meet with you personally. At Bael territory, in 3 days, which coincides with the council's reconvening date, which is not a coincidence. She set down her pen. He wants to establish dialogue before the council session determines your legal status. If he can present you at that session as having already formed a relationship with the Bael clan, it dramatically shifts the council's decision-making. He wants to be first, Naruto said. Not just politically. He wants the relationship established so that when the council rules on my heritage, I'm already standing in the Bael corner. Yes, Rias said. What happens if I don't go? He finds another way to make contact. With more pressure and less pleasantness. She looked at her documents. Zekrom Bael doesn't send second representatives as courtesy. He sends them as warnings. I know, Naruto said. I read him from what you and Serafall described. He's patient, but he's been patient for 4 centuries and I just showed up and became the thing he's been waiting for. His patience is running close to its limit. He leaned back in the chair. I'll meet him. Rias looked up sharply. On neutral ground, he said. Not Bael territory. And not here, because that makes it look like the Gremory are controlling access to me, which will create its own problems. He looked at her. Somewhere that's nobody's home field. The council neutral chambers, Akeno said from the window bench. Pre-session meetings are held there sometimes. It's established enough to be legitimizing, neutral enough not to advantage anyone. That works, Naruto said. Can you arrange it? Rias was quiet for a moment. She was processing, he could see it, running the angles, the political implications, the way this move looked to the various players currently watching events unfold. You're not afraid of him, she said. It came out with something in it that wasn't quite confusion and wasn't quite wonder. I'm not afraid of anyone here, he said. Not as a boast. Just as a fact that he'd established for himself in the council chamber this afternoon and that still held. That doesn't mean I'm not careful. I'll be careful. I just won't be afraid while I'm being careful. She looked at him with those green eyes that were doing more communicating than her face was. Most people in your position, she started. I'm not most people, he said. No, she said softly. You're not. Akeno was watching both of them from the window bench with the particular quality of attention she brought to things she found significant, which was the quality she'd had on him since his arrival, dialed up slightly. When Naruto looked at her she met his gaze directly, which he liked about her. She didn't perform indirection. You should know, Akeno said, that the Bael clan has access to power of destruction. Their signature ability, refined over generations into something very precise. She paused. And Zekrom Bael specifically has had 2,000 years to refine it beyond what the current generation can access. Okay, Naruto said. That's all you have to say about that? She asked. What else is there to say? He said. He has what he has. I have what I have. We'll talk. If it goes past talking, we'll deal with it then. He looked at her. You're trying to calibrate me. Figure out if I know what I'm walking into. Am I being obvious? She said, and there was something dry and genuine in it. You're being careful, he said. It's different from obvious. He met her eyes. I know what I'm walking into. I walked into the council chamber today with 8 people who have been engineering against my existence for 4 centuries and I walked out without a scratch. Bael is one person, even if he's the most powerful one. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she said, quietly, your chakra feels different since this afternoon. He raised an eyebrow. Different how? More settled, she said. Like it made a decision. She tilted her head, the listening quality in full effect. Did something happen in the garden? He glanced toward the door. Grayfia had gone back to her duties. He could feel the precise, controlled energy of her moving through the estate's corridors. I talked to someone, he said. It helped me settle some things. Akeno's gaze moved to the door and back, and something shifted in her expression. It was complicated and layered and she managed it quickly, but it had been there, something that moved through her the way weather moved through trees, not in the branches but in the roots. What things? Rias asked. What I'm here for, he said. He looked at her directly. Not what the clans want, not what the council decides, not what Bael has been planning. What I'm here for. Rias was very still. And what is that? I'll tell you when I'm sure of the words, he said. But I'm close. She held his gaze and something in her expression did what it had been threatening to do since the field the night before, not quite opening, not quite speaking, but moving toward both. She looked down at her documents. You should sleep, she said. Tomorrow is complicated, I know, he said. Serafall's thing. Since this morning, apparently, everyone's thing. Rias sounded exactly like someone who had signed up for a life of political management and was entirely good at it and occasionally found it wearing in the specific way that competence in an endless task wore at its practitioner. Get some rest. He stood, and on his way out he stopped in the doorway and turned back. Rias, he said. She looked up. When your brother finds out, he said. About the bloodline. Whatever he decides, that's between you and him. I'm not going to be the reason you two are at odds. She stared at him. The expression she'd been containing for 2 days surfaced completely for exactly 1 second, unguarded and honest and something that was recognition and gratitude and something far more personal underneath both. Then she had it back under control. You don't know what he might decide, she said. Doesn't matter, Naruto said. Whatever happens with the clans, with the council, with all of it, your family is yours. I'm not touching that. He left before she could respond. In the corridor, Grayfia was waiting, not for him specifically, she was on her route, it was coincidence, or close enough to coincidence to be called that, and she fell into step beside him with the smooth efficiency that was her natural mode. You said something to her, Grayfia said. A few things. She looks different. A pause. Rias is generally very consistent in her presentation. She's been very carefully consistent, he said. There's a difference. He glanced at Grayfia. Same as you. She didn't respond to that. But she didn't deny it either, which was itself a kind of response. They walked through the estate in a comfortable quiet that was different from the professional silence she usually maintained, and when they reached the wing with his room she stopped, as she always stopped, at the precise appropriate distance. Good night, Naruto Uzumaki, she said. Good night, Grayfia, he said. He went inside. He didn't hear her footsteps because she never made footsteps, but he felt the quality of the air in the corridor shift as she stood there for a moment longer than professionally necessary before resuming her route. He lay on the unreasonably comfortable bed and talked to Kurama until the Underworld's night had deepened fully. She's complicated, he told the fox. They're all complicated, Kurama said. Did you expect simple? Not for a second, he admitted. The Bael meeting concerns me more than you're letting on, Kurama said. Zekrom Bael is not just politically dangerous. His power of destruction is real and it has had 2,000 years to evolve. If he decides the meeting should be something other than a meeting, then we handle it, Naruto said. With what, exactly? Your reserves are rebuilt but the convergence is still stabilizing. You felt it in the council chamber, the four bloodlines don't sit perfectly together yet. Like instruments that haven't quite tuned to each other. So we tune, Naruto said. How? Kurama was quiet for a moment. I have been thinking about that. The four bloodlines each carry a resonant frequency. Gremory, power of destruction, the crimson energy of entropy controlled. Sitri, ice and water, logical and precise. Leviathan, lightning and storm, vast and electrical. Bael, pure power of destruction, the oldest form, the most fundamental. Those are different from each other, Naruto said. Dramatically, Kurama agreed. In most people, carrying two would be destabilizing. Four should be impossible. But you're not carrying them as separate things, they're integrated. What I haven't determined is whether the integration is complete or still forming. How do we find out? You use one, Kurama said simply. You use one deliberately, consciously, and you see how the others respond. When? When you have a reason, the fox said. And with Bael on the horizon, I suspect the reason is coming. Naruto stared at the ceiling with its carved symbols and let that thought settle. For bloodlines. For frequencies. An old man who'd been waiting 4 centuries for the thing Naruto was. He was ready. He was more than ready. The only question was which frequency to start with. Morning came and with it a development that none of them had anticipated. Naruto was eating breakfast when the estate's wards, he felt them light up in that not quite chakra language the underworld used for its energy systems, registered an arrival at the gate that made Grayfia, who was pouring tea with her characteristic precision, pause for exactly half a second before setting the pot down and moving to the window. What is it? Rias said, already tracking Grayfia's response with the attentiveness of someone who knew that Grayfia's reactions were reliable calibration instruments. Visitors, Grayfia said. 2 of them. She stopped. Something moved through her face that was not professional and was not controlled and was there and gone so fast he almost missed it. From the Sitri estate. Sona. Rias said, standing. And her queen. Grayfia turned from the window. They arrived without notice, which means either something has happened or something is about to happen, and either way, I'll meet them at the gate, Rias said, already moving. Naruto stood too. I'll come. Grayfia looked at him. The winter water eyes were carrying more information than her expression was, which he'd come to understand was how she communicated the things that weren't appropriate for her role, through what her eyes did when she was briefly not controlling them. The Sitri heir, Sona, she will know about you immediately. She's extraordinarily perceptive. Good, Naruto said. Then we skip the part where I have to explain myself. She held his gaze for a moment. Then one corner of her mouth moved, fractionally, in the direction of the expression that had appeared briefly in the garden the night before. He followed Rias to the gate. The Sitri heir was exactly the opposite of what the name Sitri conjured, small, precise, dark-haired, wearing glasses that were themselves somehow professional, with the quality of someone whose intelligence was so immediate and present that it arrived in a room before they did. Her queen stood half a step behind her, taller and broader and carrying the energy of someone whose first instinct in any situation was physical. Sona Sitri looked at Naruto. She didn't make the sound Corbin had made in the council chamber. She didn't push her chair back. What she did was go completely still for about 3 seconds in the way that very smart people went still when they were absorbing something that required recalculating several things simultaneously. Then she said, with precision, "The resonance is different up close." "People keep saying that," Naruto said. "Because it's true," she said. "You have the Sitri bloodline in you. I can feel it. It feels like," she stopped. Started again. "It feels like hearing a version of my own voice from a long way away." "Is that a bad thing?" he asked. She looked at him steadily from behind her glasses. "It is an unexpected thing," she said, which was her version of a complete and honest answer. She looked at Rias. "I came because the council's preliminary report was shared with clan heads this morning." "Already?" Rias said. "Veridis moves quickly when she's worried." Sona looked back at Naruto. "The report does not formally designate your status, but it describes the power assessment result in language that is," she considered, "alarming to anyone who knows how to read it." "Which is everyone," Rias said. "Which is everyone," Sona confirmed. "Bael is already mobilizing. Not militarily. Politically, but the kind of political mobilization that is 2 decisions away from military." She looked at Naruto. "I came because the Sitri clan has a stake in this and because I am not Zekrom Bael and I believe in having conversations before having conflicts." "I appreciate that," Naruto said. "Let's have a conversation." Sona Sitri looked at him for another moment. There was something happening behind her glasses, behind the controlled intelligence of her expression, something that she was managing with slightly less ease than she managed most things, the same something that moved through Rias when she looked at him, the same thing that had made Grayfia stop mid-pour, the same recognition, the same pulling toward that each of the bloodlines seemed to feel in the presence of their own convergence point. She was handling it with the precision of someone who had decided feelings were best processed in private. He respected that. "Inside," she said. "There's a great deal to discuss." They went inside. Grayfia had tea ready before anyone asked for it. Naruto sat at the table and looked at the faces around it, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Grayfia, the Sitri queen, and felt the shape of what was coming solidify in his chest into something clear and specific. Bael in 3 days. Council reconvening. For bloodlines still tuning to each other. "Ready?" Kurama said. He reached for his tea. "Let's talk," he said. Chapter 4, Rain and Lightning. Sona Sitri stayed for 3 hours. She talked the way she did everything else, with precise efficiency, no wasted words, information delivered in the exact order that made it most useful. The political landscape post-council report was moving faster than anyone had predicted. 6 of the 12 clan heads had formally requested status updates on Naruto's situation from the council. 2 had sent private communications to the Gremory estate that Grayfia had intercepted and decoded before breakfast. The Elder Council's deliberation period, nominally 3 days, was under pressure to shorten from 3 different directions simultaneously. Naruto listened to all of it, asked 4 questions that made Sona look at him over her glasses with the expression of someone recalibrating their estimate of a thing, and said very little else. When she left, she paused at the gate and looked back at him with those precise, contained eyes. "The Sitri clan," she said, "does not move the way Bael moves. We don't position. We decide and then we act." A pause. "I haven't decided yet." But I wanted you to know that when I do, it will be because I believe it's right. Not because of politics. I know, he said. She looked at him for a moment longer. How? Because you came here without sending a representative first, he said. You came yourself. That's not a political move. That's a personal one. She held his gaze, and that thing happened behind her eyes, the thing he was starting to recognize as each of the bloodlines responding to proximity, feeling the pull of its own convergence point, processing that feeling through whatever individual lens each woman brought to it. In Sona's case the lens was logic, and logic was fighting with something that was not logical, and she was very good at the fight, and it showed. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki, she said. See you at the council session, he said. She left. Her queen glanced back once with an expression of frank appraisal and then followed. Naruto stood at the gate for a moment in the strange amber morning and thought about 4 bloodlines and 4 women and a 2,000-year-old plan that had apparently been very patient about the details. Then Akeno's voice came from behind him. Do you want to spar? He turned around. She was leaning against the gate post with her arms folded and her shrine maiden's uniform slightly different today, less formal, more comfortable, and her black hair was down instead of in its twin tails, which changed her face somehow, made it more accessible, less performance. She was watching him with those amber gold eyes and the listening quality was fully deployed, but there was something else in it today, something that had an edge to it that hadn't been there before. You're not asking because you want to train, he said. I'm asking because I want to see something, she said. What do you want to see? How you move, she said. When you're not managing a room. When you're not being strategic or reading people or being remarkably patient with ancient political machinery. She met his eyes directly. I want to see what you do when someone pushes you. He looked at her for a moment. You think you can push me? The corner of her mouth lifted. Not the not quite smile from before, this was more direct, more specific, more real. I think I can try, she said. He smiled back. Show me where. The training ground was in the eastern part of the estate, past the silver tree line and down a shallow slope to a flat area of dark earth that had clearly been used for exactly this purpose for a very long time. The ground was compacted differently, the surrounding trees had old scarring on their bark at heights that told a story about past sessions, and the air carried a faint residual charge that was the accumulated record of energy expended here. Naruto stood in the center and looked around with professional interest. Akeno walked to the far end with her hands loose at her sides and her hair moving slightly in the wind that came through the trees, and she turned to face him across the distance. Rules, he said. Don't destroy the estate, she said. Everything else is negotiable. Works for me, he said. She moved first. Not subtly. The lightning came from both hands simultaneously, bright and enormous and fast, the kind of opening that would have ended most opponents before they processed what was happening. She didn't build up to it or establish tempo first, she opened with her ceiling, which told him she was serious and also told him something about how she fought, the instinct to overwhelm before the opponent could find their footing. He was already moving when the lightning left her hands. Not away from it, through it. He was inside her reach before the first bolt had finished traveling its arc, and the lightning hit the air where he'd been standing and cracked the dark earth there with a sound like a gunshot. She had already pivoted, already adjusting, reading him with the same attention she applied to everything, and the second strike was faster and at a different angle. He caught her wrist. Not to stop her, the lightning was already dissipating, nothing to stop. Just his hand around her wrist, contact, and the moment of stillness that followed, both of them measuring. She looked up at him. They were close enough that the lightning charge still in the air between them made her hair rise slightly and he could see every detail of her expression, and what was in it was not surprise. She'd expected him to be fast, she'd prepared for fast. What she hadn't expected was this, whatever this was, the specific quality of him at close range that was different from across a room, different from across a table. The not quite chakra energy of his bloodlines and karama behind the seal, at this distance, doing something she felt in her chest rather than her hands. She stepped back, out of his grip, and the moment broke. You're faster than I expected, she said, and her voice was perfectly level except for the edge in it that hadn't been there before they started. You open with everything, he said. Bold. It works on most people. Most people aren't me, he said. No, she said, watching him. They aren't. She came again. This time it was different, layered, the lightning combined with something else, a dark crackling energy that he recognized as demonic power woven through the electrical, the two things braided together into something that moved at slightly different speeds and aimed at slightly different points. Smart. She was genuinely smart in a fight, adjusting her approach in real time, watching how he moved and modifying accordingly. He let some of it hit. Not because he couldn't avoid it, he could have avoided it, the gap between her speed and his was real and she knew it. But he let the braided strike catch his shoulder because he wanted to know what it felt like, because the only honest way to understand an opponent was to feel what they could do. It felt like being hit by a wave. The electrical component was one thing, sharp and immediate and spreading through muscle with a hot insistence, but the demonic component underneath it was different, a deep resonant pressure that pushed against something fundamental rather than just impacting the surface. He rocked back a step. His shoulder went numb. The healing started immediately. She was watching him with wide eyes. You took that on purpose, she said. Wanted to feel it, he said, rolling the shoulder as sensation returned to it in a hot flood. That would have dropped anyone else, she said. Yeah, he agreed. It's strong. He looked at her. The demonic part, that's your fallen angel heritage. Something changed in her face. Not closed exactly, but changed, the way a room changed when a window was shut. She took a step back that wasn't tactical. The lightning is, she said. Akeno, he said. She looked at him. You've been braiding them together without thinking about it, he said. Fallen angel energy and lightning. You weren't trying to show me that. It just came out. She was still. The amber gold of her eyes and the training ground light had gone flat, a flatness that was careful and controlled and hurt in a way that was very old. I know what I did, she said. I'm not criticizing it, he said. It was the strongest thing in your arsenal. I could feel the difference. The demonic component is deeper, more fundamental. The lightning is speed and impact, but the other part goes underneath both of those and, he stopped. She wasn't looking at him anymore. She was looking past him, at the middle distance, at something that wasn't there. Hey, he said. She didn't respond immediately. Akeno. He walked toward her until he was close enough that she'd have to actively avoid looking at him to maintain the middle distance, and she didn't actively avoid it, so she was looking at him again. What's going on? Nothing, she said. Continue the spar. We can continue, he said, but we can also talk. Simultaneously, if you want. People do it. I don't want to talk about my heritage, she said. Okay, he said immediately. She blinked. That's it? Okay. You don't want to talk about it, we don't talk about it, he said. Simple. She stared at him for a moment with the expression of someone who'd braced for an argument that didn't materialize. Most people push, she said. Most people are nosy, he said. I'm interested in what you want to show me. Not in making you talk about things you don't want to talk about. Something moved through her face that was complicated and warm and briefly unsteady. She looked away, controlled it, looked back. It's not that I don't want to, she said, and it came out quieter than she'd intended. It's that I don't know how. You just did, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, my father was a fallen angel. A powerful one. She said it the way people said things they've rehearsed saying plainly, not easy, but practiced. And my mother was human, and the clan didn't, they couldn't, she stopped. The Himejima clan couldn't accept what she'd done. What I was. So you lost them, he said. I lost everything at the same time, she said. My mother. My name. My place. A pause. And I gained power I didn't know what to do with and a heritage I couldn't. She looked down at her hands. The lightning was still faintly there, residual, crackling between her fingers in microsparks. I learned to use the lightning because lightning was mine. The other part, you've been trying to keep them separate, he said. She looked up. In the fight just now, you weren't braiding them consciously. They came together on their own because at your power level, when you're fully engaged, the separation takes active effort. He looked at her hands. You've been spending energy keeping parts of yourself apart. She stared at him with an expression that was completely stripped of the careful performance she usually maintained, just her face with what was actually there, something raw and honest and a little afraid. If I stop separating them, you become more of what you are, he said. Which I understand is scary. You understand, she said, and there was something in it that wasn't quite disbelief and wasn't quite bitterness. You have 4 bloodlines sitting in you from 4 different devil clans and a 9-tailed fox behind your navel, and you grew up as a pariah in a village that was afraid of you, and you understand. Yeah, he said. Exactly that, actually. She looked at him for a long moment. The amber gold eyes were doing something complicated. They were afraid of you, she said. Your village. Most of them, he said. For a long time. And you, she stopped. Tried again. What did you do? When they looked at you like that? He thought about it honestly. He thought about the empty birthday parties and the shop owners who served him last and the classmates who'd been told not to sit near him, and he thought about how those things had sat in his chest for years like stones in water, heavy and settled and cold. I got louder, he said. I told myself if they couldn't ignore me they'd have to eventually see me. He paused. It was a dumb strategy. Did it work? Eventually, he said. Not the way I planned. It worked because I stopped trying to make them see me the way I wanted to be seen and he shrugged. Just kept being what I was. Consistently. Long enough that the reality of it wore down the fear. He met her eyes. You can't convince people out of fear. You can just outlast it. She was quiet for a long moment. The wind moved through the silver trees and the training ground was still around them and the residual lightning in her hands had gone quiet. The fallen angel energy, she said finally. When it comes out, when I'm not managing it, it feels different. It feels, she looked for the word. Larger. Like it's more than the lightning is. Like if I let it come fully it would change what I am. It would, he said. That's not a bad thing. You don't know what it would change me into. No, he said. But I know you. He said it simply, the way he said all the simply true things, without drama or weight. 2 days. But I know you. He held her gaze. Whatever you are when all of it comes together, it's still you. The fear and the power and the part of you that laughs at things and the part that listens like you're hearing music nobody else can hear. All of that is still there. Akeno Himejima, who had been precise and careful and layered and managed since the moment he'd met her, looked at him with her face completely open, nothing between him and whatever was actually there, and what was actually there was a grief so old it had become a kind of architecture she lived inside, and underneath it something younger and warmer and very much alive. You're impossible, she said. So I've heard, he said. A beat of quiet. Then, continue the spar. Yeah, he said. She smiled. A real one this time, unperformed, unheld, full and brief and remarkable, and she raised both hands and the lightning came back and with it, this time, without the effort of separation, the darker deeper thing underneath it, and they braided together in the air around her hands into something that was genuinely new, something that had never existed before, and the color of it was extraordinary. Bright electrical white shot through with something deep purple gold, the two energies in honest combination rather than forced coexistence. She looked at her hands. Something moved through her face. There it is, he said. She looked up at him with wide eyes and then she laughed, genuinely, surprised out of it, the sound startling itself out of her the way real laughter did, and threw the combined strike at him with the full force of both heritages behind it. He grinned and moved and they fought for another 40 minutes and it was the best training session he'd had since a very specific afternoon with Killer Bee that he still thought about. They came back from the training ground to find the estate's energy had shifted. Not the wards, he'd been monitoring those passively, the same automatic scan he maintained in unfamiliar territory. The wards were fine. What had shifted was the internal pressure of the building, the ambient tension that built when something was being discussed that people weren't sure how to discuss. Grayfia was waiting at the estate side entrance. She looked at Naruto and then at Akeno with one of her rapid, complete assessments. Whatever she saw in Akeno's face made something move through her own, something that was warm and slightly protective and there and gone immediately. Something happened, Naruto said. Two things, Grayfia said. Simultaneously, which is either poor timing or very calculated. She turned and walked inside, and they followed. The first, Serafall Leviathan has returned. She arrived 20 minutes ago and she has brought information from her own intelligence networks about Zekrom Bael's movements in the last 48 hours. What kind of movements? Naruto asked. The kind that suggest his meeting request is not the primary action, Grayfia said, which was her way of saying the meeting request was cover. The second thing, a letter arrived, addressed specifically to you, by name, in a delivery method that bypassed the estate's wards entirely. She paused at a door, turned, and looked at him with winter-water eyes. The letter is sealed with the Bael clan crest. He looked at her steadily. He can bypass the Gremory wards. He has been a devil for 2,000 years, she said. The answer is yes. Okay, he said. Where's the letter? In Rias's study. She has not opened it. He nodded and moved past her toward the study, and she fell into step beside him as she always did, and Akeno came on his other side, and the three of them moved through the estate's corridors with the ease of people who had quickly and without formal arrangement established the habit of being in proximity to each other. Serafall was in the study, occupying the room with her characteristic energy, staff propped against the bookshelf, bright eyes fixed on the sealed letter on Rias's desk with an expression that was focused and uncharacteristically unsmiling. Rias stood behind her desk. The letter sat between them like a third presence. Naruto walked to the desk, picked up the letter, and broke the seal. Rias's hand moved slightly, not to stop him, but the instinct to had been there. She controlled it. He noticed and appreciated the control. The letter was in a precise, spare hand, each word placed with the deliberateness of someone who used language the way other people used weapons, not for volume but for impact. Naruto Uzumaki, I have waited 400 years for you to exist. I can wait 3 more days. But I write to tell you, plainly, what others in this situation would obscure, you are not a guest in the underworld. You are not an anomaly, a complication, or a case for the Elder Council. You are a lord without a seat, and a lord without a seat is either found or made into a problem. I intend to find you before others decide to make you a problem instead. The meeting I have proposed is not a negotiation. It is a conversation between equals. Come, and I will tell you what I know about what you are, which is more than anyone else in this realm is willing to tell you honestly. Come alone. Not because I demand it, but because you'll understand better without an audience. Zekrom Bael. He read it twice, set it on the desk, and looked at the 4 women in the room. Serafall was watching him. Rias was watching him. Akeno was watching him. Grayfia, by the door, was watching him. He's good, Naruto said. He's very good, Serafall said. That letter took him 40 years to write, metaphorically. Every word is placed. Come alone, Rias said, and her voice had an edge in it that was controlled but audible. He knows we'll advise against it. He's framing following our advice as weakness. He's also not wrong that there are things he knows that nobody else has told me honestly, Naruto said. Naruto, I'm not going, he said. Not because I'm afraid to go alone. Because the meeting he's proposing, the one where I walk into his space on his terms, that's not the conversation I want to have with him. I want to have that conversation on open ground, with my own terms. He picked up the letter. But I need to understand why he's so confident. What does he know that makes him think he can pull me away from the people who found me? Because he knows about the original convergence design, Serafall said, sitting down without being invited to sit, which she did everywhere. Specifically, the part that nobody has told you yet. The room was quiet. Naruto looked at her. There's more. There's always more, she said. Sit down. He sat. Serafall leaned forward, elbows on knees, staff laid across her lap, and the brightness that was her default expression had dialed back fully to reveal the woman underneath it, ancient, powerful, and now seriously direct. The convergence, she said, wasn't just about power. The man who started this, your ancestor, the one who made alliances with all 4 clans, he didn't just intend the convergence point to be the strongest devil alive. He intended them to be the seat of a 5th clan. Naruto was very still. A 5th great clan, Serafall said. Not Gremory, not Sitri, not Leviathan, not Bael. Something new. Something that contained all 4 without being subordinate to any of them. A clan that would exist outside the hierarchy rather than within it, that would act as, she searched for the word. A balance point. The thing that kept the 4 great clans from burning the underworld down the way they almost did during the Great War. He wanted to build something that would keep the peace, Naruto said. He watched the underworld nearly destroy itself, Serafall said. He was there for the Great War. He had relationships with all 4 clans, deep ones, and he watched the people he cared about on all sides tear each other apart. The convergence was his answer. She looked at him steadily. The Heir wasn't supposed to choose one clan over the others. They were supposed to hold all 4 simultaneously and from that position, that impossible position, be able to speak to all of them with equal authority. Which is why Bael wants me to align with him, Naruto said. If I align with one clan, it breaks the design. The balance point becomes a weapon in one clan's favor instead. And Bael has been planning for 4 centuries to be the one to break it in his favor, Rias said. Her voice was very controlled. That's what his letter is doing. Offering you the truth about what you are as a lure to get you into his territory where he can manage the conversation. How much of this did you know? Naruto asked Rias. Not with accusation. With the direct honesty that was his default setting. She met his eyes. The 5th clan theory. I knew it was a historical hypothesis. I didn't know Serafall had intelligence confirming it. I confirmed it yesterday, Serafall said. I have sources in historical records archives that Bael has spent 40 years trying to access. He got there eventually, which is why he's moving now. He knows once the rest of the council has this information, his window for managing the convergence closes. So he's trying to move before the information is general knowledge, Naruto said. He has maybe 72 hours before other clan heads receive what I received yesterday, Serafall confirmed. Naruto looked at the letter on the desk. He thought about Zekrom Bael, 2,000 years old, patient as stone, watching the underworld turn for 4 centuries while waiting for a single convergence point to exist. He thought about what it meant to wait that long for something. He thought about what desperation looked like when it was dressed in patience. He's not just political, Naruto said. He genuinely believes he should be the one to guide this. He's been waiting so long that the waiting has become a kind of conviction. Which makes him more dangerous, Akeno said, from near the window. She'd been quiet since they came inside, and she looked different in the study light than she had in the training ground, more composed, but carrying something different than before, some easier quality, like something had been set down that she'd been holding for a long time. More dangerous and also more honest about his reasons, Naruto said. Which is something I can work with. He looked at the room. I'm not going to his territory. But I'm going to write back. What will you say? Grayfia asked from the door. That I appreciate the honesty, Naruto said. And that I'll see him at the neutral chambers in 2 days. With witnesses. He looked at Serafall. And that everything he just said about the 5th clan design, I already know. Because I don't want him walking into that meeting thinking he has information I don't. Serafall stared at him. Then she grinned, enormous and genuine, the full brightness deployed at full power. You want to take the lure out of his lure. I want an honest conversation, Naruto said. So I'm starting it honestly. He will respect that, Grayfia said quietly. Zekrom Bael has very little patience for games. What he has patience for is genuine power and genuine intention. If you come to him as an equal who already knows the truth, he has to engage differently, Rias said. She was looking at Naruto with that expression that was no longer even trying to be composed, green eyes open and direct and something in them that was warm and certain and had stopped pretending it wasn't there. You're very strange, she said, but it came out soft, and it meant something completely different from when Grayfia had said it. You're the second person to tell me that this week, he said. Grayfia told you, Rias said. She did, he confirmed. A brief look between Rias and Grayfia that communicated something dense in the way that people communicated when they knew each other well enough to hold entire conversations in a glance. Write the letter, Rias said. I'll have it delivered through official channels rather than bypassing wards, because that is the correct way to communicate and we are not going to adopt his methods. Good, Naruto said. And then, she said, you're going to tell me exactly what you experienced in that council chamber. All of it. The power assessment wasn't just diagnostic, there was a point where the ambient energy in the chamber shifted. I felt it from the antechamber. He looked at her. What did it feel like? Like something waking up, she said. And then she looked away, and the back of her neck was faintly pink, which he noted with considerable interest. He wrote the letter to Bael that afternoon. Grayfia reviewed his phrasing without being asked to, made 2 adjustments that were both improvements, and did not comment on the fact that she'd made them. He told her they were good changes. She inclined her head and didn't quite smile. The evening settled over the estate in its amber-deep way and Naruto found himself on the flat stone by the reflecting pool again, which was becoming his thinking spot whether he'd decided it was or not. Rias came out an hour after dark. She didn't pretend she was doing rounds or passing through. She walked to the reflecting pool and sat beside him on the stone, not with professional distance, just beside him, close enough that the embered light showed the details of her face, the way she looked when she wasn't in the study or managing something or being the heir to a great clan. She looked young and tired in the specific way that capable people looked tired when they let the capable people posture down. What happened in the chamber, she asked. Actually. He thought about how to describe it. When Corvin started the assessment, he said, the first thing he hit was Kurama. The fox's energy is the topmost layer, it's what reads first because it's the most present, the most active. He looked at the pool. He hit that and his hand shook because a sealed bijou is already more than most assessment protocols expect. But then he went deeper. The bloodlines, she said. They're layered differently than I expected, he said. I always thought of them as separate things sitting in me, like 4 different rooms in the same house. But in the chamber, when his diagnostic went through them, he searched for the word. They answered each other. Like they were waiting for the chance to be in proximity with something that could read all of them at once. What did it feel like? He was quiet for a moment. Like the first time you hit a note perfectly on an instrument you've been playing slightly off-key your whole life, he said. Like something locking in. She was looking at him with that through-the-surface quality, the gaze that moved past what was visible. The Gremory energy, she said carefully. When it answered, what did it feel like specifically? He looked at her. The ember-dark garden was very quiet around them. Like coming home to a place I'd never been, he said. She held his gaze and said nothing for a long moment. Then, I've been trying to understand what I feel when I look at you, she said. Not the bloodline recognition, I know what that is. The other thing. What is it? He asked. It's like, she stopped. Looked at the pool. Like meeting someone I should have met a long time ago. Like something overdue. She was very careful with the words, placing them with the precision she placed everything, but they were honest words and they both knew it. I don't know what to do with that. You don't have to do anything with it, he said. Not yet. You said, not yet, she noted. I did, he confirmed. She looked at him sideways, and that curve of her mouth appeared, the real one, the one she didn't deploy as a diplomatic instrument. You're very confident, she said. About most things, he said. About this, he turned slightly toward her. I know what I feel. I'm not managing it or building toward it. I'm just saying not yet because we're in the middle of something and I'd rather the first time I'm honest with you about it not be 3 hours before a political crisis. She looked at him fully now, and her expression was open in the way it was when she stopped working to control it, when she let herself just be present without management. You're planning to be honest with me about it, she said. Eventually, he said. Yeah. Eventually, she repeated, and it was not disappointed, it was the opposite, it was the word of someone who had been given something to look forward to and found the anticipation itself was a gift. They sat by the reflecting pool in the amber-dark evening for another hour and talked about completely different things. She told him about the Gremory family's history, about the portraits in the corridors and who they were, and he told her about Konoha and the ramen stand and the faces of the people he'd been fighting to protect for years. She laughed once, a real laugh, startled out of her by something he said about a particularly disastrous mission involving a feudal lord, 3 missing chickens, and Kiba's dog, and the sound of it changed the temperature of the garden the same way Serafall's smile changed the temperature of a room, except warmer and more personal and entirely unperformed. When they went inside, they walked side by side without the distance that had been there before, and Grayfia, who was performing her evening rounds, passed them in the corridor and looked at the two of them with her winter water eyes and said nothing, and her expression did something small and complicated and then returned to professional precision. He said good night to Rias at the hallway junction and watched her go toward her wing of the estate, her red hair over her shoulder and her step slightly lighter than it had been when she came out to the garden. Good evening, Grayfia said, at his elbow. He looked at her. She had appeared with her characteristic silence, rounds apparently having brought her back to this corridor at this exact moment. Good evening, Grayfia, he said. You should sleep, she said. Tomorrow Serafall will be here early and she will want to run through tactical scenarios for the Bael meeting. She is thorough when she's serious and she's very serious about this. I know, he said. He started toward his room and she fell into step beside him, because her route apparently went in this direction, which it may or may not have. At his door, she stopped. What you said to Rias, she said, and it was careful, each word placed. About eventually. He looked at her. She was not looking at him, she was looking at the corridor ahead, but she had stopped, which meant she was choosing to be here rather than moving. I know you heard, he said. The estate's acoustics are, she started. Grayfia, he said. She looked at him. The winter water eyes were doing the thing they did when she was not fully controlling them. Eventually applies to more than one conversation, he said. In case you were wondering. She held his gaze for a 5 count. Whatever was moving through her expression she managed back into composure, but not before he saw it, something that was not professional and not controlled and not going to be easily filed away. Good night, Naruto Uzumaki, she said. Good night, he said. He went inside. He lay on the bed and Kurama said nothing for a long while and then said, with the tone of a being who had been alive for 9 tails worth of years and had opinions about things, you're juggling. I'm not juggling, Naruto said. I'm being honest with each of them individually. Kurama said, which was a specific sound that meant I am reserving judgment while also having extremely clear judgment. It's not the same thing, Naruto said. I know, Kurama said. Sleep. Tomorrow Serafall arrives early. You were listening to Grayfia. I am always listening, the fox said, with enormous dignity. I live here. Naruto put his arm over his eyes and smiled at the ceiling. Outside, the underworld's night pressed against the windows in its deep amber dark, and somewhere in the estate Akeno was doing something that felt, in the ambient energy he could now read without trying, lighter than before, something that was cautious and new and almost luminous. And in the corridor outside his room, for a few seconds before she resumed her route, Grayfia Lucifuge stood very still in the dark and felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time, and she did not immediately file it away. Chapter 5, The Bael Gambit. Serafall arrived at dawn. Not metaphorical dawn, actual dawn, which in the underworld meant the moment the ambient light shifted from deep ember to the pale amber gold that passed for morning, which Naruto had learned happened at a specific and reliable time that the estate staff had calibrated their entire daily rhythm around. Serafall arrived 8 minutes before that shift, which meant she'd been traveling through the night, which meant she was treating this with a seriousness her brightness usually obscured. Naruto was already up. He'd been up for an hour, working through forms in his room because the training ground felt like somewhere he'd go with Akeno specifically now, and he wasn't ready to change that association. He heard Serafall come through the estate's wards, felt the way the ambient energy recognized her and made space, the way it did for the 4 Satans, a kind of automatic deference built into the underworld's fundamental architecture, and he heard her voice in the entryway below, bright even at this hour, greeting Grayfia, who had apparently also not gone to bed, or had gone to bed and come back, or simply did not require sleep in the way normal people required sleep. He came downstairs. Serafall was already in the main receiving room with a map on the table that she'd produced from somewhere, a physical map of what appeared to be the underworld's territorial divisions, annotated in 4 colors of ink that were clearly her own additions. Her staff was propped against the table. She'd changed clothes since yesterday, still stylized, still the particular aesthetic that was completely her own, but darker, more practical, the magical girl elements toned back towards something that acknowledged this was serious without entirely abandoning what she was. She looked up when he walked in. Good. You're awake. Always, he said. Sit down. She pulled out a chair without waiting for him to do it himself. Bael received your letter last night. Fast delivery, he said, sitting. I have someone in his household, she said, which was stated plainly and without apology. Informational purposes. He read the letter twice, which is 2 more times than Zekrom Bael typically reads anything. Then he was quiet for approximately an hour. Good quiet or bad quiet? The kind of quiet that means someone is recalibrating, she said. He came back from it and told his household the meeting schedule stands. 2 days, neutral chambers. She spread her hands on the map. Which tells us the letter worked. You neutralized his leverage without refusing to engage. He knows now that he can't control the conversation through information asymmetry. She looked at him. But Bael doesn't play one move at a time. He plays boards. While you were writing that letter, he was already running the board 3 moves ahead of what the letter changed. What did he change? Naruto asked. This. She pointed to a region on the map. Bael territory, southern boundary. He moved 30 of his household guard to the border with Gremory land last night. Quietly, not a military posture, no formal declaration, just a repositioning he can explain 6 different ways if anyone asks. She looked up. Alone, it means nothing. Combined with 2 other moves, she pointed to a second location on the map, near the council neutral chambers. He's placed 3 senior clan members in the chambers district. Not in the chambers. Just nearby. And third, she tapped a point directly on the council seal itself. He submitted a formal petition to the council last night to accelerate the deliberation timeline. He wants the council to rule before the meeting, Naruto said. He wants the council to rule before any other clan can formally establish contact with you, Serafall said. A council ruling on your status, if it happens before you've built relationships here, would likely recommend you be placed under a specific clan's provisional authority while your heritage is verified. She held his gaze. And Bael has 3 council members in his pocket. Which means the ruling would assign provisional authority to Bael, Naruto said. Provisionally, she said. Legally. Which is a different thing from actually, but which creates enough of a formal framework that other clans backing away would be the politically safe choice. She straightened. He's trying to make you his on paper before the meeting happens, so the meeting becomes a formality. Naruto looked at the map. He thought about Zekrom Bael reading his letter twice, sitting in silence for an hour, and then pivoting to a completely different approach without changing his visible strategy at all. He thought about what it meant to be that patient and that adaptive simultaneously. He's genuinely impressive, he said. He's the most formidable political mind in the underworld, Serafall said. Which is why I've spent the last 14 hours running countermoves. Show me. She showed him. It took 40 minutes and 3 cups of tea that Grayfia produced with her characteristic precision, and by the end of it Naruto had a clear map of the landscape, the council's pressure points, the clan heads who could be moved and in which direction, the specific legal mechanisms Bael was using and the specific counters to each. Serafall was thorough in the way that ancient powerful people who took something seriously were thorough, which meant completely, which meant she'd covered angles he wouldn't have thought of and some he had. When she finished, he said, "What's the move that Bael doesn't see coming?" She looked at him. "What do you mean?" "Everything you've described is response," he said. "Counter this, block that, reposition here." "We're still playing on his board." He looked at the map. "What's the move that gets us off his board entirely?" Serafall was quiet for a moment. It was a thinking quiet, not a stumped one. "The council petition," she said. He filed it to accelerate the ruling. The petition requires a formal response from an interested party within 24 hours or it proceeds by default. She paused. The interested party could be any clan with documented hereditary interest in the subject. "Which is all 4 clans," Naruto said. "Yes," she said. "So if all 4 clans respond simultaneously," he said, "the petition becomes a contested matter, which moves it to a full council hearing rather than an accelerated ruling." "A full council hearing requires presence of all 12 council members," Serafall said, picking up the thread. 3 of Bael's people are recused from a full hearing by conflict of interest, which removes his majority. "And a full council hearing on a contested hereditary matter," Naruto said, "has to result in a ruling that all 4 clans formally accept, which means, nobody gets provisional authority," she said. "You remain unaffiliated until the hearing concludes, which we control the timeline on." She stared at him. "How did you see that in 4 minutes?" "I've fought smarter opponents than Bael," he said. "Not as patient. But smarter." He thought about a certain lazy genius back home who could run tactical scenarios in his head like a weather system. The trick is figuring out which direction they're not watching. "He's watching every direction," she said. "He's watching every direction on his board," Naruto said. "He's not watching the direction where all 4 clans respond at once because that would require coordination between clans that don't historically coordinate. It would require someone to reach out to Gremory, Sitri, and Leviathan simultaneously and get a response in under 24 hours. He looked at her. "But one of the 4 Satans is sitting at this table." Serafall looked at him for a long moment. Then she sat back in her chair and laughed, a genuine one, shorter and sharper than her usual brightness, the laugh of someone who has been outmaneuvered in a delightful way. "I can make 3 calls in the next hour," she said. "Rias is already here." Sona came herself yesterday," Naruto said. "She said when she decides, she acts. Tell her what Bael is doing. She'll decide fast." "And Bael's clan head response," she said. "We still need someone from the Bael clan to formally respond to the petition. Even a contested petition needs all 4 clans to object." Naruto picked up Zekrom Bael's letter from where it sat at the corner of the table. He'd brought it down with him without entirely deciding why. He looked at it now and thought about the words, "Come alone, not because I demand it, but because you'll understand better without an audience." Bael has a legitimate grievance, he said. He's been waiting 400 years and he's been acting in good faith toward what he believes is the right outcome. He's political and he's manipulative, but he genuinely believes what he's doing is correct. He set the letter down. I'm going to call him directly. Naruto, not to the meeting. I'm calling him right now. He looked at her. He responded to honesty. My letter worked because it was honest. So I'm going to call him and tell him I know what he filed with the council and I know why and I'm asking him to withdraw it. Serafall stared at him. You think he'll just, no, Naruto said. I think he'll say no. But I think the act of asking directly will tell him something about me that changes how he comes to the meeting in 2 days. He met her eyes. I don't want to outmaneuver Zekrom Bael. I want to have an honest conversation with him. Getting there is just clearing the board. Serafall was quiet. Then, quietly, you know what you remind me of? What? The original, she said. The one who started all of this. She said it with the particular softness of someone reaching back through a very long memory to something they'd almost stopped believing was real. I was young during the Great War, by my standards. But I remember a man who walked into the middle of it and talked to people on all sides honestly and with no personal agenda except stopping the destruction. Everyone thought he was naive. Everyone thought he didn't understand how the game worked. She looked at Naruto steadily. He understood exactly how the game worked. He just refused to play it. Naruto looked at her. You knew him? I met him once, she said. Briefly. At the end of the war. A pause. He looked nothing like you, but something in here. She pressed a hand to her own chest, briefly and without drama. Something in here recognized you the moment I saw you in that sitting room. And I wasn't sure why until just now. The morning was quiet around them. Grayfia stood near the door with her characteristic stillness and her winter water eyes were doing the thing they did. Make the calls, Naruto said. I'll reach out to Bael. Through what channel? Serafall asked. His letter came through the wards, Naruto said. That means he has a connection to this estate. Give me something that transmits on the same frequency and he'll receive it. She looked at Grayfia. Grayfia inclined her head and left the room, and returned 2 minutes later with a small crystalline object that Naruto had no name for but which pulsed with a faint amber light that felt, when he held it, like a very particular kind of attention. He held it and thought about what he wanted to say, the way he'd thought about the letter, placing the words with care. Then he pushed the thought through the crystal and let it go. Across the underworld, in a manner he couldn't see but could feel, the faintest echo of contact, like a signal finding its receiver, Zekrom Bael received a message that said, plainly and without preamble, I know about the council petition. Withdraw it and come to the meeting as an equal. I'm not going to be managed, and you're too smart to keep trying. Let's talk like adults. Naruto. They waited. Rias came down 40 minutes later, looked at the map on the table, at Serafall's annotated territorial divisions, at the crystalline communicator sitting in the center, and said, what did I miss? Bael's playing a 3-move combination, Serafall said. Your boy dismantled it in 4 minutes and then called Bael directly. Rias looked at Naruto. You called him directly. Seemed straightforward, Naruto said. Naruto, she said, and her voice had that precise quality she used when she was holding several responses at once and selecting the most useful. Zekrom Bael has not received a direct communication from anyone outside his clan in 40 years. Then he was overdue, Naruto said. She sat down. She did not say anything else about it, which was itself a kind of answer, the answer of someone who had stopped trying to argue with a force of nature and was now working on how to work with it instead. Akeno appeared in the doorway with tea that she'd made herself rather than asking staff, which meant she'd been up early and had been in the kitchen thinking, which meant last night's session in the garden had done what he'd hoped it had done. She set the tea on the table, looked at the map, looked at Naruto, and sat without being asked to sit. Bael counter-moved, she said, reading the map efficiently. Was countermoving, Serafall said. We're handling it. The crystalline communicator pulsed. Everyone in the room looked at it. Naruto picked it up. The message in it was brief and in that same precise handwriting he recognized from the letter, which was not how crystalline communication worked according to anyone's explanation, but was apparently how Bael did it, because Bael was 2,000 years old and did things the way he chose to do them. The petition is withdrawn. 2 days. Neutral chambers. Don't be late. Bael Serafall read it over his shoulder and made a sound that was pure delight, short and genuine. He withdrew it, she said, and she looked at Naruto with eyes that were not bright in their performative way but bright in the way that stars were bright, consistent, vast, and genuinely warm. He actually withdrew it. I told you he'd respond to honesty, Naruto said. You told me he'd say no, Rias said, carefully. I said I thought he'd say no, Naruto corrected. I was wrong. He's smarter than that. He set the communicator down. He knows now that I'm not naive. I'm not going to be managed and I'm not going to be outpositioned. Which makes me more useful as an honest partner than as a manipulated asset. He looked at the room. Now the meeting can actually be what it should be. Which is what? Akeno asked. 2 people being honest with each other, Naruto said. About what they each want and what they're each willing to do. He looked at Rias. You're coming to the meeting. You said neutral territory, she said. I said neutral territory for the meeting. You and Serafall are coming as witnesses, not advocates. There's a difference. He held her gaze. Bael's going to try to talk about the 5th clan design. When he does, I want people in the room who know the full history. Rias studied him. And Grayfia? He looked at Grayfia, who was by the door. Do you want to come? He asked her directly, which made Serafall blink and Rias's expression do something briefly complicated. Grayfia met his eyes. That is not typically how that question is. Do you want to come? He repeated. A short silence. Yes, she said. Then you're coming, he said. The 2 days between the petition and the meeting moved differently than the first 2 days had. The first 2 days had been reactive, information arriving faster than anyone could process it, political machinery spinning up, everyone adjusting to the reality of Naruto's presence. These 2 days were preparatory, and preparation had a different rhythm, more deliberate, more interior. He trained with Akeno both mornings. The second session was different from the first. She came to the training ground with her hair already down and her demonic energy already unbraided from the lightning, holding it separately the way you held something you'd been afraid of and were now choosing to look at directly. When they fought, she let both energies operate freely, and the combined thing she could produce was extraordinary, something that had its own aesthetic entirely, purple gold and electric and deep. She didn't talk about it. She just used it, and every time it emerged cleanly she looked at her hands with something that was moving steadily from cautious toward owned. On the first evening Naruto sat with Grayfia in the garden again, but this time she brought tea, which she hadn't the first time, and they talked for 2 hours about things that had nothing to do with politics. She told him about the things she'd read over centuries of service. She'd had access to the Gremory library, one of the greatest in the Underworld, and she'd used it, had read history and philosophy and the kind of old texts that most people found impenetrable. She talked about them the way someone talked about old friends. He told her about Jiraiya, about the books his old teacher had written and the ideas they contained, about sitting on the old Toad Mountain learning to feel the world through sage mode, and she listened with the quality she had when something interested her genuinely, which was a complete and focused stillness that was nothing like her professional stillness. On the second evening Rias found him on the roof. He'd gone up through a window because he'd wanted height and the roof of the Gremory estate offered a view of the underworld that was different from any ground-level perspective. The amber towers in the distance clustered in ways that looked like a circuit board from above, the silver trees a paler line between the estate grounds and open land, and the ember sky vast and sourceless and genuinely beautiful in the way that strange things were beautiful when you stopped trying to make them familiar. She came up the same window, which meant she tracked him, which meant she'd been looking for him, which he found warmer than he probably should have this early. She sat beside him on the dark stone roof and pulled her knees up and looked at the view and said nothing for a few minutes, which was its own kind of comfort, the kind that didn't need to fill its space. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "What's the most likely thing Bael tries?" she asked. "He offers me something real," Naruto said. "Not a trap. Not a manipulation. Something genuinely valuable, information, resources, power access, in exchange for a voluntary alignment. He's going to make it as attractive as possible because he's smart enough to know force doesn't work on me." "And you'll say no," she said. "I'll say not yet," he said. "Same as I said to you." She looked at him. The ember-dark sky was reflected in her eyes and her red hair moved slightly in the wind that came from the tower direction, and she was not performing composure right now, she was just sitting next to him in the dark and being present. "Not yet," she said, and it had the same warmth it had had the first time. "That's going to become a complicated phrase if you keep using it." "It's already complicated," he said. "Everything here is complicated." "Do you mind?" she asked, and it was a real question, genuinely uncertain in a way she rarely allowed herself to be uncertain. "No," he said. He looked at her. "I've never had anything easy. Easy things feel fragile. Complicated things feel real." She held his gaze for a long moment and then she looked away, and the back of her neck did the thing it had done the first time, and he looked away too and they sat on the roof in comfortable silence and watched the Underworld's version of night do its version of deepening until the cold of the dark stone through his jacket told him they'd been there long enough. The morning of the meeting Kurama was unusually awake. Not active, not aggressive, awake in the way the fox was when he was paying very close attention to something. "The four bloodlines are more integrated today," he said, while Naruto was dressing. "Whatever the last 2 days did, living with people helps," Naruto said. "Being around people who carry pieces of the same blood. The resonance is doing it," Kurama said. "Proximity to all four bloodlines simultaneously, Gremory, Sitri through Sona's visit, Leviathan with Serafall. Bael is the only one you haven't been near." A pause. "When you meet him, the fourth frequency completes the set." "And then what?" "And then we find out what integrated looks like," Kurama said. "I have theories. They involve very large numbers." "That sounds ominous." "It sounds accurate," the fox corrected. They arrived at the neutral chambers mid-morning, Naruto, Rias, Serafall, Grayfia, and Akeno, who had announced she was coming by simply getting in the transport and looking at anyone who wanted to argue about it with the expression of someone who had decided this was happening and was prepared to produce lightning to support that position. The neutral chambers were in the Underworld's administrative center, a district of black stone and amber-lit corridors that had the compressed solemnity of very old institutions. The chambers themselves were a series of interconnected rooms, none of them belonging to any clan, all of them maintained by council staff who had their own politics and their own loyalties and who looked at Naruto as he walked in with the same expression Corbin had used during the assessment, a specific careful fear that tried to look like professionalism. He smiled at the ones who met his eyes. Half of them immediately stopped being afraid. The other half became more afraid, which told him something about the kind of power people expected and how different his version of it read. Zekrom Bael was already there. He was sitting at the far end of the neutral chamber's main table when they entered, alone except for 2 household members who stood behind his chair and who radiated the polished menace of people who were very good at being dangerous and very trained at not showing it. He stood when Naruto walked in, which was itself a statement. Zekrom Bael standing for a guest was not a casual thing. Up close, he was different from the portrait Serafall and Rias had painted. Not smaller, he was physically large, broad-shouldered, genuinely imposing, but more human, in some inexplicable way. Very old, the age sitting in him not as fragility but as sediment, layer upon layer of accumulated time visible in his face. His eyes were the particular gray of the sky before snow, and they moved over Naruto with an assessment that was different from every other assessment he'd received since arriving in the Underworld. Everyone else had assessed him for threat level, for political utility, for the implications of his bloodline. Bael looked at him the way someone looked at the answer to a question they'd been living with for 400 years. Naruto Uzumaki, he said. His voice was deep and measured and carried the kind of certainty that came from never having needed to be loud. Bael, Naruto said. Bael looked at the women behind him. His expression acknowledged each of them, Rias with a slight formality, Serafall with the careful neutrality of two people who understood each other's power and had decades of political history, Grayfia with something that might have been respect. Then he looked back at Naruto. You brought witnesses, he said. Friends, Naruto said. Witnesses implies I'm worried about what you'll say. I'm not. He moved to the table and sat down, and the four women arranged themselves, Rias and Serafall on either side, Grayfia slightly back, Akeno near the wall where she could see everything. Let's talk. Bael sat. You withdrew my advantage before the meeting, he said. The petition. You were managing the board, Naruto said. I don't want a managed conversation. I want an honest one. And the direct communication, Bael said. That was, he paused, searching for the word. Unexpected. I figured. But you responded. I responded because you demonstrated understanding of my position without using it against me, Bael said. That is, another pause, this one longer. That is what he did. The one who began all of this. The room was very quiet. Tell me about him, Naruto said. Bael looked at him steadily. What do you already know? He was a warrior from somewhere that wasn't the underworld. He made alliances with the 4 clans, had children with each, and designed a convergence point that would take 2,000 years. He wanted to build something that kept the peace, a 5th clan, a balance point. Naruto met Bael's eyes. He watched the Great War and didn't want it to happen again. He was dying, Bael said. Naruto stopped. When he came to me, Bael said, when he made the arrangement with the Bael clan, he was at the end of his life. Not the mortal end, his kind didn't die that way. But he had lived for an extraordinary span and he could feel the limits of it approaching. He folded his hands on the table. He spent a century cultivating the bloodline connections across all 4 clans. He was precise about it, specific lineages, specific individuals, chosen for what they carried rather than their social position. He was engineering something. Me, Naruto said. You, Bael confirmed. He told me, and I was young by my current standards, young enough to find the story romantic rather than terrifying. He told me that the convergence would produce a person who was not defined by any single clan's power but who carried all 4 equally and therefore owed loyalty to none of them above the others. He looked at Naruto. He said the world he came from had people like this. People who didn't belong to factions but who chose connection over allegiance. Naruto thought about a certain silver-haired teacher and a philosophy about those who break the rules and those who abandon their comrades. He thought about the Hokage faces carved into the mountain. He thought about what it meant to protect something not because you were obligated to but because you chose to, every day, as an active decision. He was right, Naruto said. Bael studied him. I have spent 400 years believing the convergence should align with the Bael clan, he said. Not out of greed. Out of the conviction that the Bael clan's power, guided by the convergence, would provide the stability the underworld needs. He paused. I came here today intending to make that case. What are you intending now? Naruto asked. Bael was quiet for a moment. When he looked at Naruto it was with the expression of someone who had put down something heavy and was still feeling the absence of its weight. I am intending to ask you a question, he said. And accept whatever answer you give. Ask, Naruto said. What do you want? Bael said. Not what the clans want, not what the convergence design intended, not what the political situation requires. What do you, Naruto Uzumaki, want from this? It was the same question Serafall had almost asked, that Rias had been circling, that Grayfia had listened for in the garden. Nobody had asked it this directly. He thought about it honestly, the way he thought about all the important things, not quickly, not with performance, just genuinely. I want the thing that was planned to work, he said finally. Not because someone planned it, but because it makes sense. A balance point. Something that's not in anyone's pocket, not obligated to anyone's agenda, that can sit between the clans and the council and say this is right or this is wrong based on something honest. He looked at Bael. Not a fifth clan as a political entity. Something more like a function. Something the underworld can actually use. Bael was very still. And the four clans' heritage, he said. You claim all four. I carry all four, Naruto said. I don't know yet what claiming them publicly means or how to do it right. But I'm not cutting any of it out. He held Bael's gaze. Including the Bael blood. Something moved through the old devil's face. It was brief and old and genuine, something that had been held for a very long time releasing a small amount of its pressure. He said you would say something like that, Bael said quietly. The man who started this. He left a message. We preserved it, 400 years of preservation, the Bael clan archive. He looked at Naruto steadily. He said the convergence point would understand loyalty without servitude. He said they would choose connection over allegiance every time. A pause. He said, Bael stopped. Then, he said to tell them that Konoha's will of fire burns in every world. The chamber was absolutely silent. Rias was looking at Naruto. Serafall had gone completely still. Grayfia's expression had done something uncontrolled. Akeno's eyes were wide. Naruto felt something move through him that had nothing to do with bloodlines or chakra or the four frequencies Kurama had described. It was simpler and older than any of that. It was recognition. The same recognition that had been building since he landed face first in the purple grass of the Gremory estate, the sense of something overdue arriving, the feeling of a conversation that had been waiting to happen finally finding its moment. He breathed out slowly. He knew where I was from, Naruto said. He knew everything about where you would be from, Bael said. He was very specific in his predictions. Disturbingly so, for a man describing someone 2,000 years away. What else did he say? Bael reached into his coat and produced a small box, not ornate, not theatrical, just old, the kind of old that had been handled carefully for a very long time. He set it on the table and slid it across to Naruto. The rest is for you, Bael said. He was specific about that too. It only opens for the convergence. Naruto picked up the box. It was warm, warmer than it should have been from just sitting in Bael's coat, warm in the way that Kurama's chakra was warm, warm like something alive and patient. He held it in both hands and felt the four frequencies in him, Gremory, Sitri, Leviathan, Bael, respond to it simultaneously, all four resonating together for the first time at full clarity, the instruments finely tuned. The box opened. Inside was a single folded piece of something that was not quite paper, not quite cloth, and on it was writing in a language that shouldn't have been legible to anyone in this room and that Naruto could read perfectly. It said, "You are going to be fine. You always are. Stop worrying and start building. Tell the fox I said hello." He read it twice. Then he laughed, a real one, surprised out of him the same way real laughter always was, short and genuine and briefly flooding the careful chamber with something that was completely at odds with its architectural solemnity. Kurama, in the seal, was absolutely and completely silent for 3 seconds. Then the fox said, in a tone Naruto had never heard from him before, something that was old and complicated and quietly moved, "Well, I'll be damned." He knew you, Naruto said, internally, to the fox. He knew everyone worth knowing, Kurama said. Apparently across time and dimensions both. Naruto folded the note carefully and put it in his jacket, close to the seal. He looked at Zekrom Bael. The petition is withdrawn, he said. The meeting worked. The Bael clan is, he considered the word. Acknowledged. Equally and honestly, alongside the other three. Bael studied him for a long moment. "You're not going to align with anyone," he said. "Not the way you mean align," Naruto said. "No. He said you wouldn't," Bael said. There was no resentment in it. For centuries of certainty releasing itself, and what was underneath it was not bitterness but something closer to relief, the relief of someone who had been carrying a very heavy responsibility and has finally found the person it belongs to. He said the convergence wouldn't be owned. He said, a brief pause. He said they'd be annoying about it in the best possible way. Naruto grinned. That sounds about right. Bael looked at him for another moment, and then he did something that nobody in the room had apparently seen before because of the way Rias and Serafall both went slightly still. Zekrom Bael, 2,000 years old, eldest devil, most powerful living member of the Bael clan, inclined his head. Not a bow. Just an acknowledgement. Clean and genuine and complete. The Bael clan's heritage is yours, he said. As are our resources and our history. Not as an alignment. As your inheritance, which was always the design. Thank you, Naruto said. He meant it. Bael stood. The council session in 2 days, he said. I will not be advocating for any specific ruling. I suspect that will surprise several people. Probably, Naruto said. Good, Bael said, and something moved through his face that was, improbably, the ghost of dry amusement. It's been a while since something surprised several people. He looked at the women behind Naruto, at Rias and Serafall and Grayfia and Akeno. Take care of him, he said. He looked for the word. Important. In a way that has nothing to do with the bloodline. He left with his household, and the chamber was quiet. Rias looked at Naruto. Her expression was completely open. The note, she said. What did it say? He considered. That I'm going to be fine, he said. And to stop worrying. She looked at him for a moment. Then, are you worrying? Not really, he said honestly. She held his gaze, and the warmth that had been building in hers since the first night in the garden, slowly and without drama, was fully visible now, making no effort to conceal itself. Good, she said softly. Serafall was already at the door, staff over her shoulder, and she looked back at the room with bright eyes. The council session, she said. 2 days. And then we build something, Naruto said. The 5th clan, Akeno said, from near the wall. She was looking at him with the amber gold eyes and the listening quality and something underneath it that was the specific warmth of someone who had put down something heavy in a training ground and found their hands were lighter for it. Something like that, Naruto said. Grayfia, by the door, held his gaze for exactly the length of a breath. Long enough to mean something. Short enough to be professional. He held it back. They went out into the amber light of the Underworld's administrative district, 5 people with the weight of something enormous and beginning on their shoulders, and not one of them was afraid of it. Chapter 6, Kokobeel's sermon. The council session was supposed to happen at noon. At 10 in the morning, Naruto woke up feeling wrong. Not physically wrong, his body was fine, ribs long healed, shoulder fully functional, chakra reserves sitting at the comfortable abundance that was his baseline. The wrongness was environmental. Something in the Underworld's ambient energy, the sourceless light that ran through everything like blood through veins, was off frequency. Like a sound playing one note flat. Like the way the air felt before lightning struck somewhere you couldn't see. He was dressed and on the estate grounds before anyone else had noticed it. The silver trees were still. Too still, even by Underworld standards. The flowers in the garden had closed, he hadn't seen them close before, they'd been open every morning, and now every single one of them was shut. The reflecting pool was dark. The ember sky overhead had gone a deeper red than its usual morning color, trending towards something that read less like dawn and more like warning. Kurama was fully awake and had been for at least an hour. You felt it too, Naruto said. I have been feeling it since before you woke, the fox said. Something is in the underworld that should not be here. Something with a signature I recognize. What signature? Fallen angel, Kurama said. But not the kind your Akeno carries, not half-heritage, not contained. The real thing. Ancient. And wrong in the way that things are wrong when they've decided annihilation is mercy. Naruto stood in the middle of the garden and extended his sensing, not the underworld's ambient energy reading he'd been learning, but his own, the sage-adjacent perception that could feel living things through their presence in the world's fabric. He reached out in every direction at once and felt the estate, felt the peerage members asleep in their rooms, felt the staff beginning their morning routines, felt Rias already awake in her study, felt Grayfia moving through her early rounds, and then felt, at the edges of his range, at the perimeter of the estate grounds and beyond, something else. Multiple somethings. Arranged. Positioned. Patient. Kurama, he said aloud. How long do we have? They're waiting for something, the fox said. A signal, or a time. The council session begins at noon. My guess is they want the maximum number of important people in one location. Naruto was already moving. He hit Rias's study without knocking. She looked up from her desk. She had been awake for hours, he'd been right, working through the final preparation documents for the council session, and saw his face and stood immediately. What's wrong? We have company, he said. Fallen angels. Multiple. Positioned around the estate and the surrounding district. He moved to her desk and put his hands flat on it. They're waiting for noon. For the council session. She went still in the way she went still when she was processing threat information and converting it into response. How many? I can feel at least 12 distinct signatures, he said. There are probably more outside my range. Kokobile, she said, and she said it the way you said the name of a storm, not surprise, but confirmation of something feared. Her jaw tightened. He's been monitoring the situation since you arrived. I had intelligence that he was interested, but you thought he'd wait to see how the council session resolved, Naruto said. Yes. Her voice had gone flat with the particular controlled anger of someone who had miscalculated and knew it. I was wrong. Tell me about him, Naruto said. Right now. Fast version. Fallen angel. One of the oldest. He fought in the Great War on the side that lost, and he never accepted that losing was the right outcome. She moved to a drawer, opened it, and began pulling things out with efficient precision. He's been classified as an extremist for 2 centuries. His belief is that the Great War was a mistake because it ended instead of concluding. He thinks it should have been fought until one side no longer existed. Annihilation, Naruto said. Kurama used that word. He believes genuine peace requires the complete elimination of one faction, she said. Angels, devils, or fallen angels, he's not even particularly invested in which one survives, only in the idea that coexistence is a temporary state and decisive action would be merciful in the long term. She looked up. He sees your bloodline as a weapon. A convergence point that contains all 4 great clans' power could theoretically be used to restart the Great War and provide the decisive advantage that his side lacked the first time. He doesn't want me dead, Naruto said. He wants you weaponized, she said. Which in his framework is different. He may try to take you. He may try to use the chaos of the attack to force a confrontation between clans that reignites historical tensions. She closed the drawer. He's been planning this. Not impulsively. He's had time. Call the others, Naruto said. Serafall. Akeno. Grayfia. And send word to the council, don't cancel the session, just delay it. If we cancel, it looks like the threat worked. She was already moving. You're planning to fight. I'm planning to end this, he said. There's a difference. She stopped at the door and turned back and looked at him with green eyes that were steady and serious, and underneath all the controlled crisis management, something personal and warm that she wasn't bothering to hide right now. "Stay in one piece," she said. "Always," he said. 8 minutes later, the 5 of them were in the estate's main hall. Serafall had arrived, not from sleep, she'd been awake, and she had her staff in hand and the brightness was gone entirely, replaced by something else, the thing that sat underneath the brightness when it wasn't needed. Ancient and enormous and genuinely dangerous. In a fight, Naruto was beginning to understand, Serafall Leviathan would be terrifying in the specific way that things were terrifying when their scale stopped being comprehensible. Akeno had her demonic energy already uncontained, the purple-gold combination running freely between her fingers, no longer separated, no longer managed. She had made a decision at some point in the last week and the decision showed in how she held herself, less guarded, more present, the grief still there but no longer running the room. Grayfia stood near the hall's main entrance in a posture that was identical to her professional posture except for the quality of attention in it, which was different from anything Naruto had seen from her, not the controlled precision of her management role but something starker and colder and entirely focused. She had killed people before, he realized. Not defensively, not reluctantly. With the efficient precision of someone who regarded it as a technical problem to be solved. Rias was at the center of the group with her right hand raised and the first traces of crimson power flickering at her fingertips, the Gremory power of destruction, which he hadn't seen her fully deploy yet, and even the traces of it changed the temperature of the room. Naruto stood at the hall's main doors. "Perimeter positions," he said. "Serafall, north side, you have the longest range so anchor from there. Rias, I need you central, your power works best when you're not pinned to one location. Akeno," he looked at her. "You take the air. If they come from above, you're the answer." "And Grayfia?" Rias said. Naruto looked at Grayfia. She looked back. "With me," he said. "I need someone who knows the estate's architecture at a detail level and who doesn't need to be protected." Something moved through Grayfia's expression that was briefly and completely not professional. "Understood," she said. "One more thing," he said, looking around at all of them. "Kokobile wants chaos. He wants this to look like the clans attacking each other, or the underworld being demonstrably unsafe, or any number of things that create justification for his sermon about how coexistence fails." He held each of their gazes in turn. "We don't give him chaos. We give him a wall and we give him a ceiling and we show him that the thing he's afraid of, the thing that made him move now rather than waiting, already exists and already works." Serafall looked at him. "The balance point," she said. "Yeah," he said. "Show him it's real." The estate's wards lit up with the particular quality of a threshold being crossed by something that didn't have permission, and from outside came the sound that wasn't quite sound, the displacement of air by enormous power moving at speed, the underworld's version of incoming. The doors blew inward. Naruto had already moved, he was out through the gap before the doors finished moving, in the air before the debris had settled, and what he saw when he cleared the estate's roof line stopped him for exactly 1 second before his combat processing engaged fully. There were 30 of them. Not 12. 30. The ones he'd sensed had been the inner ring, the outer ring had been below his detection threshold, either masked or positioned too far out. They came from every direction simultaneously, fallen angels in their true aspect, dark wings spread, the light of their sacred power a harsh white that looked nothing like daylight, jagged and cold. Some of them were armed with spears of concentrated light that were not decorative. Some of them carried nothing and needed nothing, their power sufficient without instruments. And at the center of the formation, descending with the composed leisure of someone who had rehearsed this and was pleased with how it was going, was Kokobile. He was enormous, not in the obvious physical sense, though he was large, but in the way that ancient power was enormous, the way it occupied more space than the body containing it suggested possible. 4 wings, black-feathered and vast. A face that was remarkably calm for someone in the middle of a military action, the calm of sincere conviction rather than performance. He looked at Naruto in the air and his expression did not change. "The convergence," he said. His voice carried without effort, the kind of voice that was accustomed to addressing crowds and battlefields and history itself. In person. I've waited a long time for this. Kokobile, Naruto said. He was hovering through a combination of wind chakra and the unfamiliar but increasingly accessible aerial capability that seemed to be part of the Leviathan bloodline, something he'd been discovering in the last 2 days, the ability to translate chakra through bloodline channels into forms that matched each clan's natural capabilities. You picked the wrong day for this. I picked precisely the right day, Kokobile said. The Elder Council is assembling. The clan heads are in proximity. The dimensional ripple from your arrival is still active enough to serve as a focal point. His expression remained calm. Everything I need for the beginning of something long overdue. You want to restart the Great War, Naruto said. I want to finish it, Kokobile said. There is a significant difference. The Great War ended through exhaustion and political maneuvering, not through resolution. The fundamental incompatibility of the three factions was never addressed. It was buried under treaties and coexistence agreements that are, at their foundation, lies that everyone has agreed to pretend are truths. His wings spread slightly, not aggression, just expression, the way people gestured when they were passionate about something. I am not a monster, Naruto Uzumaki. I am a realist. You're a man who decided the only solution to a complex problem was the most violent one, Naruto said. That's not realism. That's giving up. Something moved through Kokobile's calm. You carry the blood of 4 devil clans and you walk around this realm as if you belong here. You think your existence is proof that convergence is possible. He looked at Naruto with eyes that were cold and sincere and absolutely certain. You're proof that it isn't. You exist outside every category because every category rejected you. You have no true home here any more than you had one in your own world. Naruto looked at him. Below, he could feel the battle engaging. Serafall had opened up on the north position and the sound of it was massive, something that made the air vibrate at frequencies below hearing. Rias's crimson destruction had ignited in the estate grounds, carving through the fallen angel formation there with the focused precision she brought to everything. Akeno was in the air 80 meters east and the purple-gold energy was extraordinary at this scale, arcing between targets with a combination of speed and impact that was genuinely new. Grayfia had done something to the estate's wards that he felt more than saw, a tightening, a reinforcement, the architecture of the building becoming an active participant in the defense. You want me to feel homeless, Naruto said to Kokobile. Because a man with no home is easier to offer a home to. Especially if the offer comes with purpose and clarity. He tilted his head. You were going to offer to let me finish the war. Give the power I carry to one side and end the ambiguity. The offer is genuine, Kokobile said. The analysis is accurate. The analysis is wrong, Naruto said. I know exactly where I belong. I figured it out in a garden 2 nights ago. He met Kokobile's eyes. And no one gave it to me. I chose it. Kokobile looked at him for a moment. Then he raised one hand and the spear of concentrated light that formed in it was enormous, not a weapon exactly, more like a statement, the kind of power that announced intent without requiring delivery. I've had this argument with myself for 2 centuries, he said. I've heard every version of the counterargument. They're all sincere and they're all wrong. The calm in his face was the most unnerving thing about him, not anger, not hatred, genuine sorrow for what he was about to do. You could have been remarkable. I am remarkable, Naruto said. Watch. He dropped the management of his power entirely. Not just the chakra, all of it. The 4 bloodlines that had been integrating for a week, the frequencies Kurama had described, the Gremory and Sitri and Leviathan and Bael energies that had been tuning to each other in proximity to the women who carried those bloodlines, he let them do what they'd been doing and stopped providing the scaffolding. And Kurama, who had been waiting for exactly this, opened up from behind the seal in a controlled flood that hit the bloodlines like a 5th instrument joining a quartet, not overwhelming them but completing them, providing the foundation that the 4-part harmony needed. The result was visible. The amber light of the underworld in the area around Naruto shifted, not dramatically, not explosively, but changed, the way a color changed when you added the thing it had been missing. His chakra, enormous on its own, ran through 4 bloodline channels simultaneously and came out the other side as something that had no name yet because nothing like it had existed before. It didn't look like destruction. It didn't look like lightning or ice or storm. It looked like all of those things and like something underneath all of them, something more fundamental. The fallen angels nearest to him pulled back. Not ordered to, instinct, the instinct of things that understood power in their bones responding to something that registered above their threshold. Kokabiel's spear of light dimmed slightly. His calm remained but his eyes had changed, something moving through them that was the first genuine uncertainty he'd shown. That, Naruto said, is what you came here to prevent. It's too late. He moved. The fight with Kokabiel was different from the training sessions with Akeno, different from the 6-hour battle that had preceded his arrival in the underworld. It was close and immediate and Kokabiel was genuinely powerful, 2,000 years of fallen angel ability deployed with the precision of someone who had not spent those years doing anything except refining his capacity for violence. His light spears were fast and he generated them faster than most opponents could respond to, overlapping, the angles designed to eliminate evasion routes. Naruto evaded them anyway. Not barely, not with the desperate creativity of someone outmatched. He moved through Kokabiel's attack patterns the way he'd always moved through superior opponents, with the combination of instinct and reading that had been his edge his whole life. He felt the spears coming before they formed, felt the intention behind them and the quality of the energy that preceded each strike. He closed the distance on the 4th exchange and hit Kokabiel with a combination that had chakra at its foundation and Bael's power of destruction running through it like current through wire, and the impact drove the ancient fallen angel back 40 meters through the air. Kokabiel steadied himself. For the first time, his expression had broken open, not into fear exactly, but into something live and present that was not the rehearsed calm he'd walked in with. He looked at Naruto across the distance between them. "You're not what I modeled," he said. "Nobody ever is," Naruto said. Below them the battle was resolving. He could feel it in the ambient energy. Serafall had taken her quadrant completely, the fallen angels there either retreating or contained. Rias's destruction had cleared the estate grounds. Akeno's combined lightning and demonic energy had something genuinely beautiful happening in the air to the east, the purple gold of it visible from here, each strike precise and deliberate, not the overwhelming openings of their first spar but something more selective, more chosen. She was fighting like someone who had decided what they were. Grayfia, in the estate, was doing something quiet and total with the wards and the remaining fallen angels who had made it inside the perimeter, and the quality of it was surgical and cold and completely without waste. Kokabiel looked at his depleted formation and then at Naruto and then at the 4 women visible from here, each of them handling their position with the specific capability that was entirely their own. He was computing odds. "You're going to tell me this proves coexistence works," he said. "I'm going to tell you that 5 people who shouldn't technically be on the same side just defended the same ground," Naruto said. "You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't change the fundamental incompatibility, Kokabiel," Naruto said. Not loud. Not aggressive. Just direct, the way he was always direct, the word landing the way direct things landed when they were also true. "You've been alive for 2,000 years and you've spent all of them being afraid that the peace won't hold. That the factions will go back to war eventually and you'd rather control when and how than live with the uncertainty." He held the ancient fallen angel's gaze across the distance between them. "That's not realism. That's fear. Really, really old fear." Kokabiel was silent. "I'm not going to kill you," Naruto said. "That's not what this is. But you're going to stop this. Today. And then you're going to sit with the fact that the thing you came here to prevent is already built and already working." He looked at Kokabiel steadily. "And maybe eventually you'll figure out that the war being over doesn't mean you lost. It means everyone lived." A long silence. The air between them was still charged, still carrying the residual energy of the fight, but the intent had changed. Kokabiel's formation was broken, his primary argument refuted in the most direct possible terms, and the ancient fallen angel was doing the thing that ancient beings did when they encountered something that genuinely invalidated a long-held position. He was sitting with it. Slowly. At altitude. The convergence, he said finally. Yeah, Naruto said. He really planned all of this, Kokabiel said. And he said it not about the battle, not about today's specific events. He said it about all of it, the 2000-year design, the fifth clan, the balance point, the man who had watched the Great War from the inside and decided the answer was not a better weapon but a better reason. He did, Naruto said. Another silence. He was from your world, Kokabiel said. Seems like. He talked about it, Kokabiel said, and his voice had changed, quieter, something worn down in it, the centuries audible in it in a way they hadn't been before. When I was young. He talked about a village built on will. On the idea that the next generation was worth protecting even at cost to yourself. He looked away from Naruto, toward the horizon, toward the ember sky that had begun to return from its warning red back toward normal. I thought it was naive. A human concept. Too small for what we were. It's exactly big enough, Naruto said. Kokabiel was quiet for a long time. His wings moved, adjusting, and he descended slowly, not toward Naruto but toward the open ground below, the flat dark earth of the estate's exterior. He landed and folded his wings and stood there in the underworld morning with the posture of something very old and very tired. Naruto descended and landed 10 feet from him. The remaining fallen angels, those who hadn't retreated or been contained, had stopped fighting. Not commanded to, not coordinated. They'd been watching their leader and they were watching him now. I am not surrendering, Kokabiel said. I want to be precise about that. I am, he searched for the word. Reconsidering. That's fine, Naruto said. You're very young, Kokabiel said. Yeah, Naruto agreed. Infuriatingly so, the fallen angel said. So I've heard, Naruto said. From older people. Repeatedly. Something moved through Kokabiel's face that was not quite a smile and not quite resignation but that was somewhere in the vast territory between the two, the expression of someone for whom things had not gone according to plan and who was, at the deepest level, not entirely displeased about it, the way people who had been wrong about something important were sometimes relieved to find out they were wrong about it. The council session, he said. Noon, Naruto said. You're welcome to attend. Publicly, peacefully, and without a formation. Kokabiel looked at him with those cold sincere eyes. You're serious. I'm always serious, Naruto said. About the things that matter. The estate grounds were a mess in the way that places were a mess after something significant had happened in them, not destroyed. The Gremory estate was older and more resilient than anything that had come at it today, but marked. Scorched patches of dark earth, several of the silver trees with fresh scars in their bark, the garden's reflecting pool cracked along one edge from a strike that had gone wide of its target. Rias walked through it surveying the damage with the expression of someone assessing and already beginning to plan restoration. She had a cut along her forearm from something that had gotten through during the estate grounds fighting and she had not mentioned it and was apparently not planning to mention it. Naruto walked up behind her. She turned at his approach and looked at his arm. You're fine, she said, which was both observation and something that sounded like relief with a professional coat over it. You're not entirely fine, he said, and looked at her arm. She glanced down at the cut. It's superficial, she said. He held out his hand, not insisting, just offering, and after a moment she turned her forearm toward him and he looked at the cut which was in fact superficial and was already beginning to close because devils apparently healed faster than humans, just not at the rate his body did. He didn't do anything with it. He just looked at it and then he looked at her and she was looking at him with the green eyes that were not performing composure right now, were not managing anything, were just looking at him, and the warmth in them was the completely exposed warmth of someone who had just watched the person she looked away. The garden, she said. The reflecting pool cracked. "We'll fix it," he said. "The flowers closed," she said. "They've never done that." "They'll open," he said. She looked at him sideways, and that curve appeared, the real one, the one that changed the temperature. "You're very confident about things you can't know for certain," she said. "I know some things for certain," he said. She held his gaze briefly and then looked at the damaged garden with something that was peace, genuine and unperformed, the peace of someone who had been very controlled for a very long time and had found that someone was willing to stand next to her without requiring the control. Serafall emerged from the north side of the estate with her staff over her shoulder and her magical girl aesthetic completely intact despite having just contained a significant portion of a fallen angel strike force, which was impressive on multiple levels. She looked at the grounds, looked at Rias and Naruto, looked at the cracked pool, and said, "The pool was already a little crooked. This is an improvement." "It is absolutely not an improvement," Rias said. "Aesthetically," Serafall said, unrepentant. Akeno came down from the air. She'd been maintaining an aerial watch while the ground situation resolved and she descended now with the new ease she had in her movement, the purple-gold energy fading as she landed. She looked at the grounds and then at Naruto and said, quietly, "You talked him down." "Partially," Naruto said. "The rest was, he thought about Kokabeel's face when he'd asked if he was serious about the council invitation. The very old, very tired thing in it. He was ready to be talked down. He'd been holding that position for 2,000 years and I think some part of him was exhausted by it." "Old things are often exhausted by what they're certain of," Grayfia said. She had appeared from the estate's interior with her characteristic silence, and she looked at the grounds and at each of them in turn, performing what he recognized as her post-situation assessment, verifying, cataloging, building the complete picture. She looked at Rias's arm. "You need that properly treated." "It's closing," Rias said. "It needs proper treatment," Grayfia said, with the specific tone she used when the subject was not open. She looked at Naruto. "And you need to prepare. The council session is in 90 minutes and we will not be late." "Of course," he said. She held his gaze for exactly the length of a breath. And it was something that was the post-battle version of what had been building in the garden and in the corridor outside his room, something that had been tested today in a specific way, the way things were tested when the stakes were real and the outcome was not guaranteed, and had come through the test with its nature clarified. She went back inside to begin preparation. Serafall watched her go. Then she looked at Naruto with bright eyes that were, underneath the brightness, serious and old and genuinely paying attention. "She never stays at a post-battle scene," she said. "She assesses and withdraws. She stayed an extra 20 seconds. "I know," he said. "You notice everything," Serafall said, and it was not quite a complaint. "I notice the things that matter," he said. She looked at him for a moment. Then she said, quietly, in the voice that was underneath all the brightness, "What you did today, talking Kokabeel down, the way you fought, the way this," she gestured at the 5 of them collectively. "The way this worked. He was right, you know." "Who?" Naruto said. "The man who started all of this." She looked at the cracked reflecting pool and the scorched dark earth and the damaged silver trees that were already, he could feel it in their ambient energy, beginning the slow work of healing themselves. "He told me once, the one meeting I had with him, that the thing the underworld needed wasn't more power. It already had too much power. What it needed was someone who used power the way you use it." "How do I use it?" Naruto asked. She looked at him. "Like it's for other people," she said. "Not ultimately, not exclusively. But first." He thought about that. He thought about the first answer he'd ever given when someone asked him what he wanted to be. About a boy who'd had nothing and had decided that having everything meant making sure the people around him had enough. About how that impulse had never changed even when everything else had. "That's just what it's for," he said. Serafall smiled. "The full one, the remarkable one, the one that changed the temperature of whatever room it was in." They weren't in a room, they were in the damaged grounds of the Gremory estate with the ember sky above them and the cracked reflecting pool and the healing trees, but the temperature changed anyway. "Come on," she said. 90 minutes. Grayfia will send someone for us if we're not inside in 10. "She'll come herself," Naruto said. "She'll come herself," Serafall agreed. They went inside. The council session was moved to the largest chamber in the neutral district, because word of what had happened at the Gremory estate had moved faster than anyone had traveled to spread it, and the 12 seats of the Elder Council were all occupied for the first time in 40 years. Bael was there. Not in the chamber, outside it, in the observer's gallery, alone and still and watching with those cold sincere eyes. Several council members had objected to his presence. Naruto had pointed out that Bael's presence in the observer's gallery was both legal and, in terms of what it said about how the morning had resolved, the most powerful argument he could make to the council about the nature of the situation. The objections had quieted. Naruto walked into the chamber with Rias and Serafall on either side and Akeno and Grayfia behind, and the 12 council members who had spent the last week deliberating about his status and his heritage and the implications of the convergence looked at him and felt what the chamber's air did when he was in it, that shift in quality, the ember light steadying into something warmer and stranger, and not one of them spoke for 5 full seconds. Veridis broke the silence. "Naruto Uzumaki," she said. "We have," she paused, reassembled. "The council has completed its deliberation." "Good," he said, and sat in the single chair placed at the center of the chamber floor. "Tell me what you decided." She looked at him. Then at Rias. Then at Serafall. Then she looked back at him with the eyes of someone who had been watching things for a very long time and had seen something today that was going into the category of things she would still be thinking about in a century. "The council," she said carefully, "recognizes Naruto Uzumaki as a confirmed hereditary inheritor of the 4 great clans, Gremory, Sitri, Leviathan, and Bael, under the convergence provisions of ancient bloodline law." She paused. "The council further recognizes that no single clan provisional authority is applicable, and that the status of the convergence areas," she looked at her documents, "without precedent. And therefore, without category," Naruto said. "Without category," she confirmed. "Which means you are not subject to existing protocols, not assignable to existing structures, and not," she stopped herself. "You are not bound by any of the limitations that govern standard Devil Clan members." "What I am," Naruto said, "is the thing that was planned. Not a clan heir. A balance point." He looked at the 12 seated council members. "The 5th position. Not above any of you. Not below any of you. Separate. With its own function." The chamber was quiet. "The Elder Council," Veridis said, after a moment, "does not have a framework for a 5th position." "Then build one," Naruto said. "You built all the others. You can build one more." He held her gaze. "I'll help. I'm a very useful person when I'm pointed at something constructive." The silence stretched. Then, from the observer's gallery, from Bael sitting alone and still in the back of the room with his wings folded and his face turned toward the chamber floor, came the sound of 2 hands meeting once, not dramatic, not theatrical, just a single clap that rang in the high-ceiling chamber and stopped. The oldest fallen angel in existence, the one who had come this morning to end the conversation, sitting in the gallery of the conversation he had tried to end, acknowledging something. Veridis looked at him. Then at Naruto. "This," she said, with the particular dryness of someone who had been running institutions for centuries and was encountering something that redefined the limits of their experience, "is genuinely unprecedented." "Yeah," Naruto said. "I get that a lot." Chapter 7, What the Elders Fear. 3 days after the council session, the assassins came. Not Bael's fallen angels, that was done, that conversation had resolved into something neither side had anticipated and was still being processed by everyone who'd witnessed it. These were something else entirely. Quiet and professional and dressed in nothing that identified them as belonging to anyone, which was itself an identification. The kind of people who removed identifying markers were always working for someone who needed the removal. Naruto felt them at 2 in the morning. He'd been sitting with Kurama, the two of them doing something they'd started doing more of since arriving in the underworld, actually talking, the way they hadn't for the first years of their relationship when everything between them was negotiation and mistrust. Kurama had been describing what he remembered of the original convergence architect, the things he'd sensed and filed away across centuries of embedded existence in Naruto's bloodline, the impressions of a man who had moved through the world with the particular quality of someone who had already made his most important decision and was simply living out its implications. The fox went quiet mid-sentence. 4, he said. No, 6. Moving through the estate's lower levels. They came through a gap in the wards that someone created from inside. Naruto was already on his feet. Someone in the estate? Someone who knew the ward architecture, Kurama said. Not necessarily someone with loyalty to whoever sent these people. Could be a bribe. Could be coercion. He moved to the door, opened it silently, and stood in the corridor for 2 seconds with his eyes closed and his sensing fully extended. 6 signatures, as Kurama had said. Moving with the controlled patience of people who were very good at this. 3 heading toward his room through different routes. 2 heading elsewhere, he traced the direction and felt his chest tighten. Rias's wing. 1 holding a position near the estate's communication array, blocking outbound signals. He went the opposite direction from his room. He hit the first one in a side corridor 20 meters from the staircase to Rias's wing, and the fight lasted 4 seconds. Not because the assassin was weak, they were genuinely skilled, the kind of skilled that required years of specific training, but because Naruto had been in fights that lasted 6 hours and his speed at close range was not something a conventional fighter could calibrate for. He contained the person, not killed, not yet, because he wanted answers, and moved past them. The second was on the stairs. That one was faster and had something active, a sacred gear maybe or a devil ability, that produced a short-range distortion effect he had to move around rather than through. He went around, under, came up inside the distortion where it was thinner, and that fight lasted 7 seconds. He hit the door to Rias's wing at the same moment it opened from the inside. Rias stood in the doorway with her right hand already producing crimson destruction, her hair loose around her shoulders, and her expression was the expression of someone who had been asleep and was now completely awake and processing the situation with total precision. She looked at Naruto. 2 got inside my room, she said. They're not inside anymore. Are you hurt? No. Flat and immediate. You? No. 1 more heading here from the east corridor. He felt the signature moving. Grayfia? Already awake, Grayfia said, from behind Rias, and she was, exactly as stated, already awake and already positioned near the wing's internal door with an expression of winter-cold focus. I felt the ward compromise 4 minutes ago. I was with Lady Rias before the first one reached this level. Of course she was. The 6th assassin came around the east corridor corner and stopped when they found Naruto standing in the hallway. The hesitation was brief but it was there, a professional recalibrating in real time, reading the situation, reading the odds, reaching the correct conclusion about the odds. They turned to retreat. Naruto was behind them before they'd completed the turn. He had all 6 contained in the estate's lower holding room, an actual holding room. The Gremory estate was old enough to have one, which said something about the underworld, within 12 minutes of the attack beginning. Not killed. Alive, functional, and looking at Naruto with the specific expression of professionals who had accepted that their mission had failed and were now in the phase where they decided how much to say about who sent them. He crouched in front of the one who'd had the distortion ability, because that person had been the most capable and most capable people tended to have more self-determination about what they disclosed. I'm not going to threaten you, he said. I'm going to ask you once, and you can tell me or you cannot tell me. Either way you're not leaving this room until someone with the authority to process this decides what happens with you. He looked at the person steadily. Who sent you? The person looked at him for a long moment. They were older than he'd expected, face-lined, eyes that had done this kind of work for a long time and were tired of it in a specific way. They looked at Naruto the way the council's diagnostician had looked at him, with the careful fear of someone reading something above their expected threshold. "We were hired through an intermediary," they said. "Standard method. 3 removes from the source." "But you know who's at the source," Naruto said. A pause. "The intermediary used council-adjacent channels," they said. "That's all I can tell you with certainty." "Council-adjacent," Naruto repeated. "The Elder Council," Grayfia said, from the doorway, and her voice had gone to its coldest register. "Or specifically, members of it." Naruto stood and looked at Grayfia. She was looking at the 6 contained assassins with the precise analytical attention she brought to every problem, but underneath it something was running that was not analytical, something that was personal and old and had just been activated in the way that personal and old things were activated when someone you were responsible for was targeted. "Not the full council," Naruto said. "No," she said. "Veridis would not have done this. She's too careful and too fundamentally institutional. The council is her identity, she wouldn't use it as an attack instrument." She looked at him. "But 3 or 4 of the 12, acting outside official channels, the ones Bael had in his pocket," Naruto said. "No longer Bael's, after his withdrawal," Grayfia said. "But still ambitious. And still afraid." She looked at him steadily. "You walked out of that council session without a category, without constraints, and without any of the political mechanisms they normally use to manage power they can't contain. The ruling acknowledged you. It didn't control you. And that scares them more than anything Kokabeel did," Rias said. She'd come down from the wing, properly dressed now, and her expression had the controlled anger in it again, the clean fury of someone whose home had been entered, not frantic, just absolute. "Kokabeel was an external threat. External threats have protocols. You're an internal reality, and internal realities that fall outside existing frameworks are, the thing institutions are worst at handling," Naruto said. "Yes," she said. He looked at the 6 people in the holding room. He thought about who had sent them and why and what sending them said about the senders, not malice exactly, or not only malice, but the specific fear that Grayfia had named. The fear of something they couldn't file under existing categories, couldn't control through existing mechanisms, couldn't make legible in the language of systems they'd spent centuries building. He thought about a village that had looked at a child and seen a monster because the child didn't fit the story they'd been telling themselves. He thought about how that had resolved. "The Elder Council reconvenes in 2 days for the follow-up session," he said. "I want to be there." "You were going to be there anyway," Rias said. "No," he said. "I mean, I want to be there specifically to deal with this. Not to discuss the framework for the 5th position, not to negotiate bloodline law. To deal with this directly." He looked at her. "The people who sent these 6, I want them in that chamber when I walk in." Rias held his gaze. "And then what?" "And then we have a real conversation," he said. "About what they're afraid of and whether the thing they're afraid of is actually a threat." He looked at the 6 contained assassins. "Which it isn't. But I need them to hear that from me directly. Not from the council's official record, not from a political communique. From me." She stopped. Tilted her head. "That's not what most people would do." "What would most people do?" "Pursue consequences," she said. "Legal mechanisms. Sanctions. Those things take time and they don't change anything," Naruto said. "The fear is still there after the sanctions. The next attempt comes from a different angle." He looked at her. "I'd rather fix the fear." Grayfia made a sound that was not quite a sound, something very small and involuntary, the kind of thing she immediately controlled, but which he heard because he was paying attention. He glanced at her and she was looking at him with the winter water eyes fully open, the professional surface thin enough that what was underneath it was clearly visible in the early morning dark of the holding room's doorway. They convened in the estate's main hall at 3 in the morning with the particular quality of a group of people who had stopped pretending the night's sleep was recoverable. Serafall was there. She'd been alerted by Grayfia the moment the wards were compromised and had arrived from wherever she stayed when she wasn't at the estate with the speed of someone for whom crossing the underworld was a casual exercise. She sat on the edge of the main hall's large table and held her staff across her knees and looked at Naruto with the focused serious version of herself, the one without the brightness. Akeno had come down from her room. She was the only one who had actually been asleep. She'd been sleeping better since the training ground, something about the unbinding of the separated energies carrying over into her rest, and she had the quality of someone who had shaken off sleep quickly and thoroughly, which was the quality of people who'd learned that sleep was a luxury with conditions. She sat near Naruto without comment, and her presence had the specific warmth of someone who had decided where they stood and the deciding had been final. "The council members," Serafall said. "We need names." "We need evidence first," Rias said. 3 removes means they thought they were being careful," Serafall said. 3 removes from someone who used council-adjacent channels is 2 removes if you have access to those channels. She looked at Grayfia. "Which we do." Grayfia inclined her head. "I can trace the intermediary network within 48 hours. "Then do it," Serafall said. "Not to build a legal case. To know who we're talking to when we walk into that session." She looked at Naruto. "Because you're right about the conversation. The legal mechanism gives them a process to hide inside. The direct conversation doesn't. The risk," Rias said, "is that naming them openly in the council chamber without the formal evidence trail gives them grounds to claim political harassment." "I'm not naming them," Naruto said. "I'm not accusing anyone of anything in the chamber." He looked around the table. "I'm going to walk in, and I'm going to talk about what fear does to institutions, and I'm going to make it impossible for them to sit in that room and not know I'm talking directly to them, without saying a word that gives them legal ground." Serafall looked at him for a long moment. "That's actually more sophisticated than what I would have done," she said. "What would you have done?" Akeno asked. "Lightning," Serafall said simply. "Very targeted. Very definitive." "That works too," Naruto said. "But this way they have to choose how to respond. And how people choose to respond when they're afraid and have nothing left to hide behind tells you everything about whether they can be worked with. And if they can't?" Rias said. "Then we use Serafall's version," he said. Serafall brightened fractionally. "I appreciate being Plan B." "You're a very good Plan B," he said. "I'm an excellent Plan A," she said. "But I understand the logic." The 48 hours before the council session were different from the preparation for the first one. The first time there had been urgency, information overload, the rushing quality of people catching up to events. This time the pace was internal, slower on the surface and more concentrated underneath. Grayfia spent both days doing what she did when she was serious about something, which was everything at once and without visible effort, the intermediary network traced and mapped and documented by the end of the first day. She brought the findings to Naruto directly, which was new. She'd brought them to Rias before, as was proper, as was her role. This time she came to Naruto first and showed him the chain and spoke about each link with the precision of someone who found clarity more important than comfort. 3 names. 2 senior council members and 1 person adjacent to the council who acted as a political fixer for several of its older members, an arrangement that was known about and tolerated in the way that necessary but uncomfortable arrangements were tolerated in old institutions. None of the 3 names were people he'd met. One of them he'd felt in the council chamber, a presence near the back, someone who had been more afraid than the others during the power assessment, a fear that had read differently from the others' calibrated caution. More personal. More urgent. "The one on the left," he said, looking at Grayfia's documentation. "The council member who was against the wall during the session." "Aldrich," Grayfia said. "Second oldest serving council member. He was present during the original historical research 400 years ago, the research that identified the convergence theory." She looked at Naruto with steady eyes. He has been afraid of this specific outcome for 400 years. Longer than Bael, Naruto said. Bael approached it with the ambition of someone who wanted to use the convergence, Grayfia said. Aldrich approached it with the dread of someone who believed the convergence was inherently destabilizing. 400 years of that dread, she paused. It becomes something else after that long. It becomes certainty. He genuinely believes I'm a threat, Naruto said. Yes, she said. Not for political reasons. For the same reason people have always been afraid of things that don't fit the categories they've built to make the world manageable, she said, and she said it with the quiet authority of someone who had personal familiarity with being the thing that didn't fit. The Lucifuge clan. Born into service. Neither noble nor common. Always between. He looked at her. You know what it is, he said. I know what it is, she said, and met his eyes, and in them was the thing that had been building since the garden, since the corridor outside his room, since the moment she had stood in the estate's hall and felt something she hadn't felt in a very long time and had chosen not to immediately file it away. The thing institutions fear most is not destruction, she said. It's obsolescence. The idea that the framework they built, the categories they maintain, the hierarchies they enforce, that all of it becomes unnecessary the moment something exists that doesn't need it. And I don't need it, Naruto said. You have never needed it, she said. You walked into this world with no framework that applied to you and you built your own in 4 days and it worked. Her voice was even and precise, but there was warmth in it, genuine and unmanaged, the warmth of someone who had spent centuries watching careful structures be carefully maintained and who was now looking at something that simply didn't bother with the carefulness and was the better for it. That is more threatening to someone like Aldrich than any power assessment result. He held her gaze for a moment. Then, what do you need? He asked. She blinked. I'm sorry. You've been taking care of everything and everyone in this estate for days, he said. What do you need? For you. The Winterwater eyes went still in a specific way, not the controlled stillness of professional composure but the stillness of being asked something unexpected by someone who meant the question genuinely and was going to listen to the answer. She was quiet for long enough that he thought she might simply not know, that the question had no ready answer because no one had asked it in so long the answer had gone somewhere difficult to access. I don't, she started. Stopped. I don't think about it in those terms, she said finally. Start, he said. Another silence. Then, quietly, with the particular care of someone testing weight on ground they haven't stood on in a long time, I would like to go to the session tomorrow not as staff, she said. Not as the Gremory household's representative. Not in any official capacity. She held his gaze. As myself. Done, he said. She stared at him. It's not that simple. My role, Grayfia, he said. She stopped. I'll talk to Rias, he said. It'll take 30 seconds. She needs me in an official, she needs you, he said. The capacity is secondary. He looked at her steadily. And I think you know that. I think you've known it for a long time. She was very still. Then she looked down at the documentation on the table between them, at the 3 names and the traced network and the careful evidence of institutional fear acting on institutional power. When she looked back up, her expression had done something it rarely did in his presence, which was to go completely unguarded, the professional precision absent entirely, just her face with everything that was actually there, something warm and tentative and choosing, in real time, to exist. All right, she said. Talk to Rias. It took 20 seconds. Rias looked at Naruto when he explained, looked at the door Grayfia had gone through, and said, of course, in a voice that suggested she'd been thinking about this specific thing for some time and was glad someone had finally said it aloud. The morning of the session the estate had the feeling it got before important things, not tense, not braced, but awake, present, paying attention in the particular way that living places paid attention when the people inside them were about to do something that mattered. They assembled in the main hall. Naruto looked at the 5 of them, Rias with her red hair loose and her composure in place but thinner than it had been at the first session, worn down to the real thing underneath it, Serafall with her staff and her brightness calibrated to Rias Akeno with both energies uncontained and unhidden, the purple gold faint at her fingertips like something that no longer needed to announce itself. Grayfia in clothing that was not the maid's uniform, dressed simply in dark gray and silver. Standing with the same posture but wearing it entirely differently, as herself rather than as a function. Aldrich and the others, Naruto said to the group. When we're in the chamber, follow my lead. Whatever happens, don't escalate unless I signal it. What's your signal? Akeno asked. You'll know, he said. That's not a real answer, Serafall said. It'll be obvious, he said. Trust me. I do, she said, and meant it. The council chamber was full. All 12 members. Every gallery seat occupied by clan representatives, political staff, and the particular category of person who attended important events because being present at important events was itself a form of power. Bael was in the observer's gallery again, same position as last time, same stillness. Naruto walked in with the 5 women and the room did what the room always did when he walked into it, breathed differently, the amber light shifting, the quality of the air changing in a way that was felt before it was understood. He sat. They arranged themselves around him in the constellation that had become natural, and he looked at the 12 seated council members and found Aldrich immediately, second from Veratus's right, older than most, the face of someone who had been carrying something heavy for a very long time and had stopped being able to put it down. The follow-up session, Veratus said, with the precision of someone beginning a formal proceeding. Today we are to discuss the framework for, before that, Naruto said. Veratus stopped. I want to talk about something that happened 3 nights ago, he said. He didn't look at Aldrich. He looked at the chamber as a whole, at the 12 seats and the gallery and the amber-lit walls. 6 people entered the Gremory estate in the middle of the night through a compromised ward. They came for me specifically. He let that sit for a moment. Nobody was hurt. We contained all 6. They're currently in the care of estate security and will be formally transferred to council custody today. The chamber was very quiet. I'm not here to name names, he said. I'm not here to pursue a legal case or ask for sanctions. I'm here because I want to have a conversation that's overdue. He looked at the 12 now, moving from face to face with the steady directness he brought to everything. I've been in the underworld for a little over a week. In that time I've been assessed, evaluated, positioned, manipulated, attacked twice, and had multiple people try to manage what I am before they'd actually talk to me about it. He paused. I understand why. I understand what I represent to a system that spent 400 years preparing for something and then had the thing it was preparing for show up differently than it expected. Aldrich had not moved. He sat in his chair with the stillness of someone who was very controlled and very afraid, and both of those things were audible in the quality of his stillness. Fear is useful, Naruto said. Fear is honest. Fear tells you what you care about protecting. I have a lot of respect for fear as long as it's telling the truth about itself. He looked around the chamber. What fear becomes when it stops being honest is a problem. When it puts on the clothes of policy, of institutional necessity, of this is simply how things are done, that's when fear becomes the most dangerous thing in any room. He met Aldrich's eyes for the first time, directly and without aggression, the same way he'd met Bael's eyes in the air above the estate grounds. That's when it sends people in the night. Aldrich's face didn't change. But his hands, on the table, shifted, a small movement, the kind that only someone watching closely would catch. I could be angry about it, Naruto said. I was, briefly, for about 20 seconds. And then I thought about what it takes to be that afraid of something for 400 years. That's a long time to carry something. He held Aldrich's gaze steadily. I don't want you to be afraid of me. Not because it's inconvenient for my political situation. Because 400 years of fear is a terrible thing to carry and it's unnecessary. The chamber was absolutely still. The 5th position, Naruto said, looking away from Aldrich and back to the chamber as a whole. The balance point. The original design. I know what it was supposed to do and I know why it was supposed to do it, and I'll tell you exactly what it means for this council and for every clan and for every person in this room. He leaned forward slightly. It means I don't replace anything. I don't override anything. I don't make any of the existing structures obsolete. He looked at the 12. What I do is sit outside those structures and tell the truth about them when they need to hear it. That's the function. That's all it is. Veridis was watching him with the eyes of someone who had been running institutions for centuries and was hearing something she recognized from the oldest records of what institutions were for, the original purpose before the self-preservation instinct set in. You're describing an external conscience, she said. I'm describing what was planned, he said. Which turns out to be the same thing. A long silence. From somewhere in the gallery a low voice said something to the person beside it, too quiet to hear, and the person responded with something equally quiet. The sound of two people deciding something. Aldrich cleared his throat. The sound of it was small in the large chamber. The convergence, he said. His voice was hoarse in a way that hadn't been there before. The research I conducted 400 years ago, he stopped. I was 20 years into my council service. The oldest records we found described the design as, he searched for words. As a weapon. A power concentration without precedent. I was 20 years into my service, and we had only recently survived the Great War, and the idea of that power existing independently, was terrifying, Naruto said. Aldrich met his eyes. Yes. Because you just watched what happened when unchecked power decided it knew best, Naruto said. And the convergence looked like the same thing at a larger scale. Yes, Aldrich said again, and something was releasing in his voice, not dramatically, not in a flood, but the way pressure released when a valve was turned, slow and controlled and bringing the temperature down. He looked at his hands. I made decisions based on that interpretation. Over many years. Decisions I believed were protective. I know, Naruto said. Aldrich looked up. You know what decisions? I know the shape of them, Naruto said. Grayfia can document the specifics later if the council wants a formal record. He held the older devil's gaze. But right now I'm telling you that the interpretation was wrong. The convergence wasn't designed as a weapon. It was designed as an answer to weapons. And the person who designed it was the same person who was in the Great War watching the weapons destroy things and decided never again. How do you know this? Aldrich said. Naruto reached into his jacket and produced the folded note from the box Bael had brought to the neutral chambers. You are going to be fine. You always are. Stop worrying and start building. He didn't read it aloud. He held it up so Aldrich could see it was real, was old, was written in a hand that was not Naruto's. He left instructions, Naruto said. He was very thorough. Aldrich looked at the note for a long moment. Something moved through his face, very old, the 400 years of it present all at once, and then something younger underneath it, something that had existed before the fear, something that had been there when he was 20 years into his council service and had read the records and been a young person trying to do the right thing with incomplete information. I owe you an apology, Aldrich said. For what was sent 3 nights ago. You don't owe me an apology, Naruto said. I owe you a better introduction. He looked at the older devil steadily. Because if you'd met me before the fear built its case against me, we'd have had this conversation a week ago and you'd have spent 3 nights sleeping instead of planning. From the gallery, Kokabeel made no sound. But his posture had changed, marginally, almost invisible, the specific shift of someone who was sitting slightly differently than they had been, as if something they'd been bracing against had released its pressure. Veridis looked at Naruto with the eyes that had been watching things for a very long time. The framework for the 5th position, she said carefully. You said you'd tell us what it means. Today, Naruto said. But not in formal session language. Let's just talk. He looked at the 12. Tell me what you're worried about. Specifically, honestly. And I'll tell you whether the worry is valid and what I'd do about the ones that are. Another long silence. Then one of the 12, a woman who had been quiet through both sessions, watching everything with a quality of attention that reminded him of Akeno, said, the power concentration. Even as a balance point, even with the design's original intent, the raw capability you carry is enormous, Naruto said. Yes. What prevents you from deciding, at some point, that your judgment of what's right supersedes the council's, she said. It was the real question. The question underneath all the others, the fear at the center of the fear. Nothing structural, he said. No mechanism, no framework, no legal restriction. He held her gaze. What prevents it is the same thing that prevented it when I was a kid back home who had enough power to flatten most of his village and never once thought about doing it. Not because I was contained. Because I didn't want to. Because the people in my village were mine, not in the sense of property, in the sense of belonging, and you don't flatten things that belong to you. And we belong to you, she said, and it wasn't hostile, it was a genuine question. He looked around the chamber. At the 12. At the gallery. At the people who had spent a week afraid of him, and the people who had spent a week working with him, and Kokobile in the back who had spent 2,000 years certain of something and was now in the process of becoming uncertain. I've been here a week, he said. And I've already decided you do. He said it simply, without drama, the same way he said all the simply true things. That's how it works with me. It's fast and it's permanent and it's not contingent on whether you're perfectly reasonable about it. He let that land. So to answer your question, no, my judgment doesn't supersede yours. My judgment exists alongside yours. And when they conflict, he spread his hands. We argue about it. Loudly. With everyone watching. And whoever makes the better case wins. That's not a governance structure, Rias said. It's the best governance structure, Serafall said, from beside Naruto, and she said it with the particular conviction of a great Satan who had been watching governance structures fail for centuries and was looking at the one thing that might actually work. It's called accountability. It's very old. Most institutions forget it. The chamber was quiet for a moment. Then Aldrich said, quietly, he really is what was planned. He's more than what was planned, Grayfia said, from behind Naruto's right, and she said it with the voice that was not staff and not professional and not any role, just her, just the thing she'd said she wanted to come here as, and the warmth in it was audible to everyone in the room who was paying attention, which was everyone. Naruto didn't look back at her. But he felt what she'd said move through the chamber and settle, and he felt what it did to the ambient energy of the room, the specific quality of a truth being said in a large space and the space accepting it. The framework, Rias said, and she was looking at Naruto with something in her eyes that was old and professional and underneath both of those things, something that was the specific warmth of someone who had been waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for something to be right. We'll build it. With your participation. Not subject to it. Thank you, Naruto said. Don't thank me, she said. Come back tomorrow and argue with me about the specifics. I expect you to be extremely difficult about several of the procedural elements. I'm very difficult, he said. Ask anyone. He is, Serafall confirmed. Wonderfully so. They came out of the chamber into the amber afternoon of the underworld and Naruto stood in the administrative district's open courtyard for a moment and felt the shape of things settling. Not finished, nothing like this was ever finished, the framework was going to take months to build and there were going to be arguments and setbacks and probably at least 2 more incidents requiring Serafall's plan B. But the shape of it was there. The 5th position, not as a theoretical, not as a historical design, but as a thing that existed in the world because he existed in it and had decided it did. He felt Kurama, in the seal, doing something quiet and warm, not speaking, just present, the way the fox had started to be present since the morning in the garden when Naruto had finally named what he was here for. Well, Kurama said eventually. Minato would be insufferable about this. He would, Naruto agreed. He'd be very proud and very humble about being proud, and it would be extremely annoying. Yes, Kurama said, and the word had warmth in it. Grayfia came to stand beside him. Not behind him, not at professional distance. Beside him. She was still in the dark gray and silver of someone who had come as themselves rather than as their function, and she stood in the amber afternoon light and looked at the towers and the ember sky and the distant silver of the estate's tree line, and was present in the particular way she was present when she wasn't managing anything. Aldrich, she said. He'll come around, Naruto said. Yes, she said. I think he will. A pause. What you said in the chamber, about deciding people belong to you. Quickly and permanently. Yeah, he said. That applies, she stopped. Restarted. When you said it applied to everyone in the room. It applies to everyone in the room, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with the specific precision of someone placing words very carefully because they matter, including the ones who were standing behind you. He looked at her. She was not looking at him, she was looking at the towers, but the line of her profile in the amber light was not composed in its professional way, it was the line of someone who had asked something real and was waiting for the answer with the stillness of someone for whom the answer mattered. Especially those, he said. She breathed out. Not dramatically, just a breath, natural, the kind of breath someone took when they had been holding something carefully for a long time and had decided, finally, that it was safe to set it down. The others came out of the chamber behind them. Rias, talking quietly with Serafall about the framework details. Akeno beside them, listening, the purple-gold energy faint at her hands in the sunlight. They came out and found Naruto and Grayfia standing in the courtyard, and the arrangement of the five of them in the afternoon light was the same constellation it had been becoming since the first night in the sitting room, organic and specific in theirs. Dinner, Serafall said. At the estate. I'm choosing what we eat. You always choose badly, Rias said. I choose adventurously, Serafall corrected. Those are different things, Akeno said. They are not, Serafall said, with total confidence. Naruto looked at the five of them and felt the thing that the underworld had been building toward since the moment the dimensional rift had deposited him face first in the purple grass, the thing that wasn't political and wasn't about bloodlines and wasn't the culmination of a 2,000-year design. The simpler thing. The thing that was just people deciding, collectively and individually and at varying speeds, that they were theirs. Lead the way, he said. Chapter 8, 4 Thrones, One Home. The formal claiming ceremony wasn't Naruto's idea. It was Veridis who proposed it, 3 weeks after the council session where Aldrich had sat quietly through the framework discussion and contributed 3 genuinely useful procedural suggestions by the end, and 2 weeks after Kokabeel had submitted a formal request to participate in the framework's development as an observer representing fallen angel interests, which had caused 6 of the 12 council members to nearly fall out of their chairs and had made Serafall laugh for approximately 4 minutes straight. The ceremony, Veridis explained over an extremely long meeting, was a legal and historical necessity. The fifth position existed as a recognized framework now, the council had voted 11-1 in favor, Aldrich being the one, though his dissent was registered as a procedural objection rather than a substantive one, the distinction mattering in devil law in ways that Grayfia had explained to Naruto with characteristic precision. But the fifth position existing on paper and the fifth position existing in the underworld's fundamental power architecture were 2 different things. The claiming is not a ceremony, Veridis said. It is an activation. The 4 bloodlines, publicly and formally acknowledged, in proximity to representatives of all 4 clans simultaneously. The convergence completes itself. It becomes permanent. What does permanent mean specifically? Naruto asked. The power integration, Grayfia said, from her place beside him. She had been beside him in every meeting since the council session, not as staff, not as the Gremory household representative, simply as herself, which everyone had adjusted to with varying speeds. Veridis had adjusted in approximately 4 seconds. Aldrich had taken a week. The 4 bloodlines have been integrating naturally since your arrival. The claiming accelerates and finalizes that process. You become, irreversibly, the convergence heir. Irreversibly, he said. Yes, she said. He thought about that. He thought about what irreversible meant to someone who had been defined his whole life by changes he hadn't chosen, the seal placed on him at birth, the bloodlines he hadn't known about, the dimensional rift that had deposited him in a world he'd never heard of. He thought about what it would feel like to irreversibly choose something, actively, with full information, with his eyes open. When, he said. The tradition requires a specific date, Veritas said. The longest day in the Underworld's calendar. Which is, 12 days from now, Grayfia said. Naruto nodded. Then we have 12 days. The 12 days were not 12 days of preparation. They were 12 days of living, which turned out to be preparation of a different kind. He trained with Akeno every morning. The sessions had evolved past the testing and the honesty of the first one into something that was its own language, the two of them moving through the training ground with the ease of people who had calibrated to each other, her purple gold and his chakra through bloodlines finding rhythms that were combative and collaborative simultaneously. She had stopped managing her fallen angel heritage in any sense. It was simply hers now, as natural as breathing, and what it combined with her lightning to produce was genuinely one of the most beautiful things he'd seen in two worlds, not gentle, not delicate, but beautiful the way force could be beautiful when it was honest about what it was. One morning, 3 days before the ceremony, they stopped fighting in the middle of an exchange and she was close to him, both of them breathing from the session, and she said without preamble, I used to think accepting myself was something I had to do alone. That other people couldn't be part of it because they hadn't been in it with me. He waited. You were in it with me, she said. Without being inside it. She looked at her hands, at the faint traces of combined energy still playing between her fingers. That's a very specific kind of presence. I didn't know it was possible. It's possible, he said. She looked up at him with the amber gold eyes and in them was the warmth that had been building since the first session, not hidden now, not managed, simply there in the way that things were there when they'd stopped requiring maintenance. I know, she said. Now. She went back to stance. He mirrored her. They continued, and the session was different after that in a way neither of them commented on, the space between exchanges carrying something it hadn't carried before. He sat with Rias in the study most evenings. Not always talking, often she was working and he was reading, working through the Underworld's historical texts that Grayfia had been pulling from the estate's library with the quiet efficiency of someone who had noticed what he found interesting and had begun anticipating it. He was learning the Underworld's written language faster than he'd learned anything since the Rasengan, which Jiraiya would have found both impressive and suspicious. Rias had looked at him reading one evening and said, with genuine curiosity, how are you learning that quickly? Sage mode, he said. Or something adjacent to it. The Underworld's ambient energy is readable the same way natural energy is. I started pulling the language from the environment about a week ago. He looked up. The written version took longer because that's stored rather than ambient. But Grayfia's been helping. Rias had looked at him with the green eyes that were warm and complicated and had stopped trying to be anything other than what they were. She has, she said, and it was observation and something else, something that was not jealousy because Rias Gremory was not built for jealousy, but was the specific awareness of someone who had been watching a situation develop and had decided how she felt about it. Are you okay with, he started. Yes, she said. Immediately, without drama, honest. I've known Grayfia my entire life. I know what she's been carrying and for how long and what it costs. She met his eyes. I'm not okay with things that cost the people I care about. I'm very okay with things that give them something back. He held her gaze. You're a good person, he said. Don't tell anyone, she said. I have a political reputation to maintain. The ruthless Gremory heiress, he said. Exactly, she said. Very intimidating. Very composed. Very kind, he said. The intimidating and composed are real. So is the kind. You don't have to pick. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, quietly, with the honesty that had been building since the roof, you said eventually. I did, he said. Is eventually, she stopped. Something moved through her face that was the opposite of composed, just real. Is eventually getting closer. He set down the text he'd been reading. He looked at her across the study with its warm light and its organized chaos of documents and its portraits of Gremory ancestors watching from the walls with their old eyes. I told you I knew what I felt, he said. That hasn't changed. If anything, she said. 12 days of watching you manage an entire political restructuring while also somehow making sure everyone in this estate is fed and rested and not carrying more than they can hold, he said, has not made it smaller. She was very still. Then the real smile appeared, the one that changed the room's temperature, and she said nothing, which was itself a kind of answer, and she went back to her documents, and the study was quiet and warm and they stayed in it together until the amber light from the windows had gone deep. He sat with Grayfia in the garden every night. Sometimes they talked. Sometimes they were simply present in each other's company in the specific comfortable quiet of people who had stopped needing to fill their shared silences. On the 8th day she told him about the things she remembered from before her service began in earnest. She'd been young by devil standards, very young, and there had been a period before the full weight of the lucifuge role descended when she'd simply been a person who existed in the world and noticed things about it. She talked about those memories with the careful reverence of someone handling something fragile and precious that had been kept in the dark for a long time. He listened. He always listened to her with his whole attention, and she had stopped being surprised by this and had started to simply receive it, which was a different thing, a harder thing, requiring a different kind of trust. On the 10th day, sitting by the cracked reflecting pool, still cracked, the repair had been deprioritized by everything else, she said, after the ceremony. The 5th position becomes real. Things change. Yeah, he said. Your obligations change, she said. The function you're taking on, the balance point, the external conscience, it isn't a political role but it has political weight. You'll be in demand. There will be, she stopped herself. Grayfia, he said. There will be many claims on your time, she said, and the word claims was doing work it wasn't supposed to be doing, carrying something it hadn't been assigned. Hey, he said. She looked at him. I'm not going to be so busy with the function that I forget what I'm doing it for, he said. The whole point of it, the whole point of what was planned, is to protect the things that matter. You don't protect things by abandoning them. He held her gaze in the garden dark. You're not a thing to be managed alongside other priorities. You understand that? She was quiet for a moment. I'm accustomed to being exactly that, she said. I know, he said. That's why I'm telling you. So you can get unaccustomed. The reflecting pool held the ember sky above them doubled and distorted by the crack along its edge, the image broken into 2 pieces that still showed the same thing. He looked at it for a moment and thought it was actually an improvement, the way Serafall had said, because a thing that had been broken and still showed the sky was more honest than something that showed it perfectly. She followed his gaze to the pool. You're looking at it, she said. It's actually better cracked, he said. She stared at the pool. Then she said, dryly, with the particular quality she had when the dry wit surfaced and she didn't immediately manage it back, Serafall said the same thing. Serafall was right, he said. Tell her that, Grayfia said. She'll be insufferable about it for a month. Worth it, he said. She almost smiled. The fraction of a curve thing. Then the full thing, brief and complete and remarkable, the one that rearranged her face entirely and was there and gone before it could be catalogued but which he'd seen enough times now to know the shape of it. He said nothing about it. He looked back at the pool and let her have the smile in peace. The morning of the ceremony arrived the way important mornings always did, without announcement, without the drumroll that the occasion seemed to warrant, just the Underworld's version of dawn doing what it always did, the ember light shifting through its familiar sequence. Naruto was on the estate roof. He'd been there for an hour, sitting on the dark stone with the underworld spread in front of him in its amber morning beauty, the towers lit from within and the silver trees catching the early light and the sky going through its gradual transformation. He'd been talking to Kurama, the two of them doing a final accounting of where things stood, the four bloodlines fully integrated at this point, the frequencies that had been tuning all month finally sitting in genuine harmony, the power level that Corvin had tried to read in the first council session having grown steadily as the integration progressed. "Are you ready?" Kurama asked. "Yes," Naruto said. "Are you?" "I have been ready since you were born," Kurama said. "Technically since before that, depending on how you count 2,000 years of biological engineering." A pause, long enough to be waited. "Naruto." "Yeah. Your parents chose you," Kurama said. "Not just as the Jinchuriki. As the person who would carry this forward. Minato sealed me into you knowing you had this bloodline, not what it meant, he didn't know the full scope. But he knew you were extraordinary before you were born and he chose to believe that was enough." "It was enough," Naruto said. "Yes," Kurama said. "It was." Another pause. "The man who built all of this. He left one more message. In the seal. I was waiting for the right moment." Naruto sat very still. "What message?" He said, Kurama began, and the fox's voice had the quality it had when something was genuinely old and genuinely felt, "The seal is the foundation. The bloodlines are the walls. But a house needs people inside it to be a home. I built the architecture. The rest is yours." Naruto sat with that for a long moment. The amber morning pressed against him and the underworld breathed around him and below, in the estate, he could feel the five of them beginning to move through their own mornings, Rias already in the study, the composed energy of her focused and present, Serafall arriving from wherever she'd been, her signature bright and enormous and distinctly her, Akeno in the training ground, doing something deliberate and private with her combined energy, Grayfia moving through her morning with the precision that was hers, the function performed with the same quality it always was, but inside it something different now, something that had been there for weeks and was no longer hidden from anyone including herself. He reached into his jacket and found the old note. "You are going to be fine. You always are. Stop worrying and start building." He stood up. He put the note back close to the seal where he always kept it. "Okay," he said. "To the morning, to the underworld, to the 2,000-year plan that had ended up here. Let's finish this." The ceremony location was not the council chamber. Veridis had proposed it. The ancient convergence texts described an outdoor location, the underworld had one, a place that predated the clan territories and the council itself, a flat open ground at the geographical center of the realm where the ambient energy was densest, where the underworld's own power ran closest to the surface. The texts called it the foundational ground. The council called it, in the modern administrative records, Site 7, which was considerably less dramatic and which Serafall had immediately declared unacceptable. The foundational ground was exactly what the name implied, a wide flat expanse of dark earth, older than anything built on it, with the sense of deep accumulated time that certain places had when they'd been what they were for long enough. No structures. No architecture. Just the ground and the ember sky above it and the underworld's ambient power running through it like current through a circuit. The four clan representatives were there when they arrived. Zekrom Bael. Sona Sitri, who had come herself rather than sending a representative, which continued to be something Naruto appreciated about her. The Leviathan representative, a senior clan member who acknowledged Serafall with a specific deference that told its own story about her position in that family. And from the Gremory clan, Surzex Lucifer, Rias's brother, who had found out about the full scope of things 11 days ago and had spent those 11 days being quiet in the specific way that someone who loved his sister and took his responsibilities seriously was quiet when those two things were in the process of reconciling themselves. He was tall, red-haired like Rias, with eyes that were warm and complicated and had been watching Naruto since they arrived with the expression of a man who was the older sibling of someone he cared about and was currently assessing the person who had changed the shape of her life without appearing to notice he'd done it. Naruto met his eyes when they reached the foundational ground and walked toward him directly, which was not what most people did with Surzex Lucifer. "Surzex," he said. The older man looked at him. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said. His voice had warmth in it, genuine, not performed, but carrying the weight of the 11 days. "My sister speaks well of you." "She speaks well of you," Naruto said. "More than she thinks she does. She's careful about it." Surzex blinked. Something moved through his expression, the surprise of being seen clearly on the first exchange, the specific surprise that Naruto regularly produced in people who expected something different. Then something warmer. "You're going to be difficult to dislike," he said. "Most people give up on it within a few days," Naruto said. "Saves time." The corner of Surzex's mouth curved. He looked past Naruto at Rias, who was watching their exchange with carefully managed tension, and something moved between the siblings in the way things moved between people who had known each other their whole lives, a conversation conducted entirely in what their expressions did. Whatever it was, Surzex's posture changed when it concluded, something releasing, something settling into a new configuration. "She's happy," he said quietly, and it wasn't quite to Naruto, was more said to the morning, to the foundational ground, to the underworld at large. "She's been very capable for her entire life and very controlled and very responsible." He looked back at Naruto. "Happy is different." "Yeah," Naruto said. "It is." Surzex studied him for one more moment. Then he held out his hand. Naruto took it. The handshake was brief and real and said what it needed to say without requiring elaboration. The ceremony itself had no theatrical components. Veridis had explained what would happen. The 4 clan representatives would perform the formal acknowledgement, each clan recognizing the convergence heir through a specific and ancient gesture that activated the relevant bloodline's resonance. The heir would accept each acknowledgement and the 4 resonances, combining with the heir's existing power, would complete the integration permanently. "It will be uncomfortable," Veridis had said. 4 resonances activating simultaneously is not a gentle process. "How uncomfortable?" Naruto had asked. "The historical texts use the word transformative," she said. "That's not an answer about discomfort," he said. "No," she agreed. "It isn't." He stood at the center of the foundational ground. The 4 clan representatives were positioned at the cardinal points around him, Bael to the north, Sitri to the east, Leviathan to the south, Gremory to the west. The council had observers at distance. The 5 women who had become the architecture of his life in the underworld were closer, Rias and Serafall and Akeno on one side, Grayfia slightly forward, Surzex behind her. He looked at each of them in turn. Held each set of eyes for a moment. Rias with her green eyes and the warmth that no longer required any containment. Akeno with her amber gold and the easy unmanaged presence of someone who had found themselves and was learning to live inside the finding. Serafall bright and ancient and genuinely delighted by everything that had led here. Grayfia with the winter water eyes open and clear and carrying everything that had been building in gardens and corridors and reflecting pools, nothing held back, nothing filed away. Kurama, in the seal, was a steady enormous presence. "Ready," the fox said, simply. Naruto looked at the foundational ground beneath his feet, at the dark earth that was older than everything built on it. He thought about a village built on will. He thought about will of fire burning in every world. "Ready," he said. Bael moved first. The Bael patriarch raised one hand and spoke a word in the oldest form of the devil language, not modern, not the language of current ceremony but the original form, the one that had been old when Bael himself was young, and the word resonated in the foundational ground in a way that was felt in the bones before the ears registered it. The power of destruction, in its most fundamental form, moved from Bael's raised hand across the space between them and made contact. It hit Naruto like a wave hitting a cliff. He had been braced and it still drove him one step back. The Bael bloodline in him responded, not as an external thing coming in but as a recognition, something finding its corresponding frequency and locking on. His right hand, at his side, produced the deep amber black of the Bael power of destruction without him directing it. He straightened. Accepted it. Felt it settle. Sona Sitri raised both hands. The Sitri element, ice and water and the deep logic of things that move precisely, came across the space in a different way from Bael's, not a wave but a current, directed and clean. It hit the Bael resonance in him and the two things found their relationship to each other immediately, the destruction contained and shaped by the precision, the logic given force by the entropy. His left hand produced something that was the deep blue silver of Sitri power. The Leviathan representative raised the staff they carried, and the Leviathan resonance, storm and lightning and the vast electrical power that Serafall embodied casually, came in a way that was neither wave nor current but something overhead, spreading, filling the space above the foundational ground before descending. When it found the Leviathan bloodline in him, it was like stepping into rain that was also somehow stepping into a sky. 3 resonances active simultaneously. Kurama was fully present in the seal, not holding back, adding the Biju's ancient power to the current that was running through Naruto's system, and the 4-instrument thing they'd been building toward was playing at full volume now, all 4 bloodlines resonating together with the fox's energy underneath them. He was on his knees. Not from weakness, from the sheer force of 3 bloodlines at full resonance and a Biju's worth of energy trying to find configuration with each other. He pressed one fist against the dark earth of the foundational ground and held the connection between all of it and felt the enormous work of staying coherent through something that was designed to transform him. Rias moved. Not at the designated moment, Veridis had choreographed a specific timing for the Gremory acknowledgement. Rias moved because she saw him on one knee and whatever she'd been feeling for a month moved through her faster than the ceremony's choreography. She walked to the center of the foundational ground and stood in front of him and raised her right hand, and the Gremory power of destruction, crimson, not the amber black of Bael, something warmer and more personal, came from her palm, and it was not performed and it was not ceremonial. It was her. The bloodline responding to what was already in him because she was standing close enough to feel it, the Gremory heritage in his veins responding to the source of it the way any living thing responded to its own origin. When the 4th resonance hit, the world went white. Not metaphorically. The foundational ground, which was old enough to have seen the Great War and everything before and after it, produced a light that had nothing to do with the ember sky or the ambient glow of the underworld and everything to do with the specific event of a convergence completing itself for the first time in 2,000 years. The light was sourceless and total and lasted 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, Naruto felt 4 bloodlines become one thing. Not merged into sameness, each retained its nature, the Bael destruction and the Sitri precision and the Leviathan storm and the Gremory warmth were all still themselves, but integrated in the way that notes in a chord were integrated, each one still individually audible, the combination being something that none of them was alone. Kurama's presence underneath it all was the foundation they played over, the bass note that made the chord possible. He felt the seal pulse. Once, deep, like a heartbeat in the earth. The light faded. He was standing. He didn't remember standing. His feet were on the dark earth of the foundational ground, and the underworld's ambient energy was doing something different around him than it had been doing 3 seconds ago, responding to him differently, the way the estate's wards had always responded to Rias and to Serafall, with the specific deference of a living place recognizing something that belongs in it. Rias was in front of him with her right hand still raised and her expression completely open, nothing between what was actually there and the air between them, her eyes bright with something she wasn't managing. He looked at her hand. Reached up and closed both of his hands around it, gently. The crimson energy dissipated. Her fingers curled around his. From the north, Bael made no sound. But his posture had changed, the elder stood differently than he had, the 4-century weight of waiting finally fully set down, and what was visible in his bearing was something Naruto hadn't seen in him before. Peace. Simple, genuine, complete. Sona Sitri looked at Naruto from the east with those precise, contained eyes, and for the first time since he'd met her the containment had fully dropped, the intelligence present but not deployed as a barrier, just there. She inclined her head. He inclined his. Serafall said, from behind him, in a voice that was not her performed voice but her real one, the Ancient One, there it is. He turned around. The 5 of them were there, Rias still close, having not stepped back, her hand still in both of his. Akeno with tears she wasn't attempting to manage, standing with both energies completely free and honest in the foundational ground's ambient light. Serafall with the remarkable smile, at full deployment. Grayfia standing at the center of the group, not behind anyone, not positioned as staff, simply there as herself, with the winter water eyes carrying everything they'd been carrying since the garden, nothing hidden. Serafall was behind all of them with his arms folded and his expression the expression of an older sibling watching something happen to their family that is good and large and slightly overwhelming, the specific emotional state of someone who is happy beyond what the occasion has prepared them to be happy for. Naruto looked at the 5 of them. He thought about what the message had said. I built the architecture. The rest is yours. So, he said, because someone had to break the ceremony's weight and he was always going to be the one. Is anyone going to tell Serafall she was right about the reflecting pool, or do I have to do everything? Serafall made a sound that was pure delight. Akeno laughed, surprised out of it, and the tears were still there but the laugh was genuine. Rias's grip on his hand tightened fractionally and she looked at him with those green eyes and shook her head in the way she did when he was being impossible and she was completely glad of it. The reflecting pool, Grayfia said, and her voice was the thing it was in the garden, just her, was already crooked before it cracked. The current state is structurally superior. Thank you, Grayfia, Serafall said, with enormous satisfaction. Don't make it a habit, Grayfia said. They went back to the estate. All of them, Serafall came, and Sona came because Naruto asked her and she said yes without hesitation, and even Bael came, which surprised everyone including Bael himself, who had apparently made the decision as he was walking away and had turned back around with the expression of someone who had decided that 4 centuries of isolated patience was enough and a meal with people was a reasonable next step. The estate's dining room was too small for everyone. They moved to the main hall, which was not designed as a dining room and which Grayfia organized into one within 40 minutes with the efficiency that was her particular form of genius. Tables appeared. Food appeared, real food, the kind that took planning and preparation and which the estate's kitchen produced with the thoroughness of an institution that took hospitality seriously. Naruto sat at the center of it and watched the room fill with the noise of people who had reason to be in the same place and were discovering each other. Serafall and Bael found each other across the hall and had what appeared to be an extremely dry, extremely cordial conversation that was doing the work of 2 old powers acknowledging that the thing between them had changed. Sona sat near Akeno and the 2 of them talked quietly with the specific quality of people who recognized something in each other, precision in one form, precision in another, both of them carrying intelligence as their primary instrument. Serafall moved through the entire room simultaneously, which was almost literally true, her energy everywhere, connecting things, finding the gaps between people and filling them with the particular brightness that was, he'd come to understand, not performance but genuine function. She was the person who made rooms work, who made the distance between people seem navigable, who had been doing this for centuries because it was what she was. Grayfia was at the edge of the room. Not managing it, someone else was managing it, the staff who had been with the Gremory family for years and knew their work. She was simply present, holding a cup of something warm, watching the hall with the expression that had replaced her professional precision as her default face. The one that was simply her, which was warm and dry and paying attention and carrying something that had been set down and not picked back up. Naruto went to her. She looked at him when he approached and the warmth in her eyes was unguarded, fully visible, the way it was now in the garden and the corridors and every place they'd found themselves in proximity since she'd told him what she wanted and he'd made it happen in 30 seconds. It's loud, she said. It's good loud, he said. Yes, she said. It is. She looked at the room. Bael is going to stay for at least 3 hours. He's been alone for 4 centuries and this is, she watched the elder devil talking to Serafall with something that was almost ease. This is going to be a revelation for him. Good, Naruto said. You're pleased with yourself, she said, and it was not a complaint. I'm pleased with all of this, he said. There's a difference. She looked at him sideways. The fraction of a curve thing appeared. Your distinction between things that are different is very important to you. It matters to get things right, he said. She said, which was not quite agreement and not quite disagreement and was entirely her. He stood beside her and they watched the hall together, and the noise of it was warm and real, and the amber light from the walls made everyone in it look slightly golden, and the underworld outside the high windows was in its evening shift, the ember sky deepening slowly. Rias found them after a while. She came to stand on Naruto's other side and looked at the room with the expression that had been her default since the ceremony, open, warm, not managing anything. She had a glass of something and she offered it to him and he took a sip and it was very good and he said so and she said, I know, with the particular composure of someone who has excellent taste and is at peace with having it. Sirzex approves, she said. I noticed, he said. The handshake told me most of it. He shook your hand, she said. He didn't shake Riser's hand for 4 months and they were formally engaged. Riser sounds like a problem I'm glad I didn't have to deal with, Naruto said. He was, she said, simply and completely. She looked at the room. This is more than I expected when I walked out to the field and found something face down in the purple grass. I wasn't face down, he said. You were absolutely face down, Grayfia said, from his other side, with complete professional certainty. I reviewed the estate's observation records. Definitively face down. The ground was closer than expected, he said. The ground, Rias said, was exactly where the ground always is. He looked at both of them, Rias with her green eyes and her real smile, Grayfia with the fraction of a curve, and felt the thing he'd been feeling since the ceremony settle into something that was no longer building toward anything because it had arrived. The architecture the old man had built. The people inside it making it a home. Akeno appeared from across the room, moving toward them with the ease she moved with now, unhurried and present. She had been talking to Sona but she crossed the hall with the specific intention of someone who knows where they're going and why. She stopped beside Rias and looked at Naruto and the amber gold of her eyes was the warmth she no longer managed. Serafall, she said, is telling Bael about the reflecting pool. They all looked. Serafall had found Bael across the hall and was explaining something with considerable enthusiasm, her staff gesturing, and Bael was listening with the expression of someone who had been certain about things for a very long time and was currently being introduced to uncertainty and finding it unexpectedly bearable. She's going to tell him it's better cracked, Grayfia said. He's going to believe her, Rias said. He should, Naruto said. It is. The 4 of them stood at the edge of the hall and the noise and warmth of the room moved around them and the underworld's evening settled outside the windows and the ember sky did its gradual and reliable shift toward the deep red that was its version of night. Serafall broke away from Bael and crossed to them. She arrived with her staff and her brightness and looked at the 4 of them standing together and her expression did the thing it did when she was being serious inside the brightness, the ancient thing, the old and warm and paying close attention thing. The 5th position, she said. How does it feel? Now that it's real. Naruto thought about it. He thought about what permanent meant, what irreversible meant, what it meant to have chosen something with full information and full eyes and to feel, in the choosing, not the weight of it but the rightness of it. He thought about a boy who had been face down in purple grass 8 weeks ago with cracked ribs and 15% chakra reserves and no idea where he was. He thought about a man who had built something 2,000 years ago and written a note to the person who would finish it that said you're going to be fine. Like home, he said. Serafall looked at him for a moment. Then she smiled, the full one, the temperature-changing one, and said, good answer. The hall was warm around them. Sirzex laughed at something Bael said, which was a sound nobody in the room had heard before from either of them in combination, and several people looked up in reflex. Sona was no longer composed in her precise way, was animated with something Naruto didn't recognize until he realized it was simple enjoyment, the expression of someone who was having a good time and had temporarily stopped monitoring whether that was appropriate. Kokabeel was not there, he had not been invited, the ceremony and the gathering were not his place yet, but he had sent a message through official channels that was brief and precise and contained, in its final line, something that was as close to an acknowledgement as 2,000 years of certainty dismantled in 8 weeks could produce. The message had said, "The coexistence is holding. I am observing. I will continue to observe." Naruto had written back, "That's all any of us can do. Come for dinner sometime. We argue well." He hadn't received a response yet. He thought he would. Outside the foundational ground, now empty, the dark earth of the place that was older than everything built on it held the resonance of what had completed itself there, faint, enduring, the kind of impression that places kept when something significant had happened in them and been absorbed into their nature. It would be there for as long as the underworld existed, that specific quality of 4 things becoming one and a 2,000-year plan finally finding its ending. Inside the estate, the noise of living went on. Naruto Uzumaki, heir to 4 thrones and resident of all of them, sat in the warmth of a home he had chosen and that had chosen him back, and was exactly what he had always been, loud and warm and paying attention and more than enough for any world that had the sense to recognize it. Kurama, behind the seal, was quiet. "Then, the man who built all of this." "Yeah." Naruto said. "I think he would have liked you. I think I would have liked him." "Yes," the fox said. "You would have. You would have been friends within the first 5 minutes and everyone around you would have found it exhausting." "That's how all my best friendships go," Naruto said. "I know," Kurama said, and the warmth in it was old and real and vast, the warmth of something that had started as a cage and had become, across years and trust and the slow work of choosing each other, something else entirely. "I know." The evening deepened. The amber light of the underworld's artificial stars came on across the estate grounds, the small floating lights that the staff deployed at dusk, and through the main hall's high windows they were visible, scattered and warm, doing their small and necessary work of making the dark navigable. Rias touched his arm, light and brief. He looked at her. She tilted her head toward the window, toward the lights outside, the ember sky above them. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she said. He looked at the lights. He looked at her. "Yeah," he said. "It is."